Secrets of Mercy, Mercy Temple Chronicles, Book 4. Written by Ciara Graves. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. Raphael. Gargoyles did that? I had to agree with Mercy. We arrived on the scene of the disturbance to find the block cordoned off. Cops and feds were crawling all over the place, along with reporters and bystanders. The place was a zoo. I tilted my head back and took in the damage. The entire southern corner of the top floor was gone. Like a giant came in and scooped it out with his fist. Stones and bricks covered the street. There were several people with bloody heads and limbs on gurneys. They were either hit by the falling debris or hurt trying to get away from it. I don't know much about them. Mercy stepped around a large chunk of stone with rebar sticking out of it. And the only being old enough who might know is currently missing. Wesley? Yeah, that old Gryphon bastard knows everything about all the races, including the extinct ones. Of all times for him to get his ass kidnapped. She stopped near the building and looked into the night sky. You think they're around still? I'd like to know if they turn to stone when the sun comes up. Believe that's a legend. Yeah, and how many legends about our races turn out to be true? Her eyes crinkled with worry and she scanned the sky again. I followed her gaze, then glanced at the feds who arrived. They unloaded from the SUV and I spotted the chief. I see Noor. It seemed she'd seen him too. You can go talk to him. I'm going to head up to the top, see if I can find anything. Be careful. She winked as she tugged on her long black coat. Aren't I always? Really? She laughed and then picked her way through the rest of the debris to the apartment building. I stayed where I was until she disappeared inside. After another glance at the missing chunk of building, I made my way to Noor. Evening, Raphael. Sorry for the late call. Not a problem, Chief. Where's Mercy? Beside him, Iris stiffened but kept her mouth shut. She's checking out the scene up top. Are the witnesses still at the scene? And whose apartment was it? Noor asked. Haven't gotten that far yet, but the witnesses are over there. Agents who interviewed them said they were all saying the same thing. I planted my hands on my hips. After everything I'd seen recently, I shouldn't have been surprised that gargoyles suddenly made a return to our world. But I was. And for so many people to say they saw the same thing, either it was a damned powerful spell, or they were in on it together. Or they really saw gargoyles. I'm going to talk with them. I would expect nothing less. We'll deal with the circus. Noor growled in annoyance. He hated reporters and marched off to take care of them. Iris lingered a few seconds, gave me an annoyed, worried look, then left to join him. If she wanted to be pissed at me for being with Mercy, that was on her. For the first time in years, I was content. For the most part, at least. The gaps in my memory bothered me. But if the witch said they would return, I trusted her. I hadn't had a chance to ask Mercy any more about this Envy character. But we'd get to that once we handled this new situation. I spoke to the 5 witnesses separately. Each one said the same thing. They were walking on the other side of the street when they heard a horrible sound, like thunder. Except the sky was clear tonight. Several massive shapes blocked out the stars, and the next thing they knew, the creatures slammed into the building. There were people running around and screaming. Then those same shapes took off again, as if they'd never been there at all. I looked into their eyes as they spoke, analyzing. There was no hint of magic anywhere around them, and the fear on their faces was real. One warlock thought he saw 3. A vampire said 4. Either way, it was worrisome. Why this building? Who the hell lived up there that the gargoyles would want to kill? There were no deaths on the scene. I guess whoever they were after hadn't been home, which meant the gargoyles were not finished. I thanked the witnesses, then took the same path Mercy had, to the top floor of the building. Mercy? Here, she waved. I entered the apartment to find the ceiling and 2 outer walls torn away. If there weren't witnesses, I'd say a mage did this, she said. I'd have to agree with you. Find anything? She motioned me to the crumbled wall and pointed. I don't usually get nervous, but these are not doing much to make me feel better. There were 4 claw marks carved into the stone. The grooves were deep, and they were all over the area. I ran my fingers over them. Shit. One way to put it. What did the witnesses say? 3 or 4 gargoyles attacked the building, then took off. That's utterly unhelpful. She squinted, then moved around me to the opposite wall. She drew her dagger and slammed the tip into the wall. I wasn't sure what she was doing. She tore away something and held it in her palm.
Gigi might be able to do something with this.
Claw?
Bit of one.
She shoved it in her pocket, shaking her head.
I don't like this.
Extinct creatures coming back to life, hell-bent on destruction, was not good news. But the way she was studying the hole made me think she was worried about something else. Do you sense any magic?
No, but there's something here.
She held out her hand before her, spinning around slowly.
Like a current. It's weird.
Can you tell where it's coming from? Or who? She shut her eyes. Her breathing slowed. I moved closer on, guarding her back in the sudden stillness that surrounded us. Her hand glowed briefly, but the gold and white flames died out, as if they were snuffed. She gasped and yanked her hand into her chest as if burned. Mercy?
I'm fine, but whoever did this doesn't want to be found.
Mage? She closed her eyes again and held the same hand out. I took her hand in mine. Her eyes shot open.
What?
You're pushing your luck.
Look, I realize we've got something going on now, but please don't turn into an overbearing demon. I already have one of those in my life. I don't need two. This is my job. Let me do it, or leave.
Her tone said this was not up for discussion. I scowled, but let her hand go and backed away. She shut her eyes again and held out her hand, feeling around the air. Her boots sifted through the debris as she moved closer to the edge, as though following something. Unease twisting my gut, I stayed within a few feet of her. The ledge was coming closer and closer, but Mercy was still walking, her hand covered in flickering gold and white flames that danced and moved as if they'd caught a draft. There was no breeze at all tonight, meaning it had to be coming from the magic. She was a yard from the edge, and I was making ready to snatch her back when her eyes opened and the flames died.
Huh.
Bad, huh, or good, huh? I forced myself not to pull her back from the edge anyway. We made a breakthrough recently in our relationship. I hated to take her off so soon afterward.
This magic is old. Very old. I've sensed it before, though.
You have? Where? She fidgeted nervously as she turned her back to me.
Liam's place.
Liam? When were you at his place? She blew out a breath and rubbed her forehead hard.
Well, you weren't exactly yourself, all right? But it doesn't matter.
The hell it doesn't. Why were you at his place? He's dead.
Yeah, he is, but I needed answers.
And you went there alone?
Never said alone, she murmured.
I racked my mind, willing those missing memories to come back. And suddenly I saw her in the underground watching me, a worried look on her face. That same face of hers had been bruised and cut up. You were attacked there, weren't you? Her shoulders tensed and she refused to meet my eyes. What were you doing in Liam's place?
It's a long story, all right?
Long story that you need to tell me about.
Not that easy.
Then make it easy. I knew there was more to the story than her simply chasing down Envy. He was the one who hurt her. She told me so, at least. Does this have anything to do with the Blood Moon papers I saw at your place? Or that place we were at?
We can't do this here.
She stomped away from the ledge toward the door. I threw out an arm to stop her.
Raphael, please.
I'm going to remember, I said quietly. She hung her head. Tell me what I need to know before I do.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
Why, so you can really hate me?
I groaned and stormed away from her. Why do you think I'd hate you? She said my name. Then there was nothing else. I spun around, waiting for her to give me a reason, any reason for not being truthful. Except she wasn't looking at me. I started to speak, but she held up her hand, cutting me off.
Listen.
I assumed she was trying to distract me from what I took as our first argument as whatever we were to each other. But then I heard it too. A scraping sound, like stone on stone. Mercy reached for the gun in her holster. I did the same for the one at my hip. We cautiously moved toward the opening in the wall. She was completely out in the open, and as I reached a hand to pull her back, a sound like thunder resonated around us. A massive, shadowy shape broke away from the roof overhang and landed in the apartment. Mercy! I shouted. Screams erupted below us, but I only cared about one person at that moment. The gargoyle spun around. His wings slammed into me, throwing me back into the apartment and knocking the air from my lungs. Mercy yelled, and her gun went off, but her shots never made contact. She ducked under his reaching arm, trying to get to me. He snatched her by the ankle and dragged her away, out of my grasp. She kicked and punched, but the gargoyle acted like she hadn't even touched him. Horns curled around his head, and his face appeared carved from stone, hard set in a furious scowl. I threw myself onto his back, wrapping an arm around his throat. "Mercy, get out of here!" I grunted, fighting to hold on as those clawed hands reached around to yank me off. Instead of listening, Mercy grabbed an end table and bashed it into the beast's torso. He stilled suddenly, and then rushed backward, with me still on his back. We crashed through the wall into the bedroom. The hit dislodged me, and as I righted myself, the gargoyle stalked toward Mercy. Why wasn't it coming after me? The gargoyle picked her up as though she was nothing more than a toy doll. Mercy shouted my name. I'd already dropped to a knee, poised to lunge. His wings spread wide, and he turned to the opening in the ceiling. As he was about to fly away with her in his grasp, I threw myself off the ledge and grabbed hold of his leg. The gargoyle snarled and kicked, trying to loosen my hold, but I dug my claws in harder, dragging it down with my weight. Mercy bashed it in the face, and then we fell back to the apartment. I snagged Mercy's arm to tug her back to me and safety, when a large fist the size of my head slammed into my chest. I gasped for air as my head hit the far wall. Gunshots split the air. Blood gushed from the gargoyle's midriff and chest. I blinked, shaking the dizziness from that hit. Mercy screamed again. The gargoyle spread his wings and flew off, blocking Mercy from my sight. She yelled. Then there was nothing. The gargoyle was gone, and I couldn't see Mercy. I rushed to the ledge. Shit, Mercy. She was holding onto the crumbling bricks, legs dangling over nothing but air. Hold on. I lay on the floor and leaned over as far as I could, straining to grab hold of her hand. I got you. Just give me your hand. She glowered up at me.
If you drop me, I'll kick your ass.
Just take my damned hand, woman. She lifted one hand, but the bricks under the other one fell apart. She slammed her free hand back into the building. Fear filled her eyes. I leaned over further. Mercy, on the count of 3, push off the wall and reach for me.
I face down monsters and evil effing mages, and I'm scared to let go of this freaking wall.
Mercy. I growled her name sharply, and she looked up at me. Count of 3. You can do this. Do you trust me?
Yes.
Then, on 3. The bricks crumbled even more as she worked at placing her boots against the wall. Below, everyone looked up, watching the scene unfold. 1, 2, 3. She pushed off and lunged upward. I grabbed her arm and hauled her up with me to safety. She landed right next to me, and we looked up at the sky. Above us, the gargoyle circled, then left. 2 more shadows joined him. Then they were all gone. Mercy dropped her head to my arm.
Thanks.
Any time.
Raphael. She sucked in a deep breath, then exhaled. About envy and everything else you missed. I need time, all right?
Time to come up with a better lie?
She glared at me, then rose and stormed off, leaving me behind. Piss off.
Mercy, hold on a second. I managed to grab her arm and stop her from exiting the apartment. Why can't you talk to me? What happened? She looked like she wanted to be anywhere but standing in front of me.
It's not what happened, it's with who. As I said, it's complicated, so please give me some time. I want to tell you, I do, but there's so much at stake. The moment you find out everything, there's no going back.
I trust you.
You say that now.
Mercy, I tried. She held up her hand.
It's fine. You'll understand once you know it all.
And if I remember first? She squeezed my hand hard.
Then I hope you'll give me the benefit of the doubt.
Mercy, what did you do?
Raphael? Mercy.
Nora and Iris appeared in the doorway, guns drawn, eyes searching.
You two all right? Just peachy.
Mercy pulled away from me the moment they arrived.
Gargoyle attacked.
Damn, so the witnesses are right.
I would say so. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna turn in. Tomorrow I'll poke around my contacts, see if anyone in the underground has any info on these gargoyles. Call me if you need me."
Mercy nodded to Nor and Iris, gave me a weighted look that begged me to be patient, then left.
"Something I need to know?"
Nor holstered his gun as he took in the damage. "Nothing I can't handle. We need to figure out whose apartment this is, see if there's any reason the gargoyles would target it, or if it was random." I frowned, turning around slowly as I replayed the fight in my head.
"Raphael?"
"Sorry, just thinking is all," I told Nor. "Mercy wounded one of them."
"Bad enough to kill it?"
"Doubt it. It flew off without a problem. But during the fight, it's like it didn't care about me. It was focused on her." I moved backward through the space, remembering each time I attacked the gargoyle, trying to get its attention. But all it cared about was Mercy.
"You think it was drawn to her? Maybe because of her magic?"
"Yeah, maybe." I didn't want to say what I thought, because that would only complicate matters more. The way the gargoyle reacted was like it wanted Mercy. Had to be her magic. No other way anyone would know she would be here. The text came up behind us and swept the place. We found contact information on the owner, and I took it with me. First thing in the morning, I'd be contacting Greg Sherwood and asking him why gargoyles would want to attack his place. Nor told me to beat it after another hour of hanging around, and I did, gladly. If I had to deal with Iris looking at me any longer, I'd start yelling at her. Back home, I flipped on the lights inside my place and looked around. It felt so empty without Mercy. As I wandered into the kitchen to get some water, dizziness hit me, and I grabbed hold of the countertop. Images flashed before my eyes, not of my kitchen, but of another. Mercy. It was her place, and we were holding each other close and laughing. Something about not having coffee mugs? The memory unfolded bit by bit, and when it was fully revealed to me, I couldn't help but grin. I'd promised to buy her more coffee mugs. Then I'd held her, and she'd been so reluctant to leave. After tonight, would we have a chance to be like that again? Now, with my mind clear, I hoped there'd be a chance. But she was hiding things from me. As much as I wanted to believe they weren't that serious, everything with Mercy turned out to be life or death.
Chapter 2. Mercy. I checked my cell and groaned. It was approaching 4 a.m. I should go back home and try to get some sleep. But the fight with the gargoyle left me wired. I hurried back to my place, hopped on my bike, and drove to the underground. Bowen would be at the Wailing Siren for his shift. As old as he was, there was a chance he'd know about gargoyles. Slim chance. I needed Wesley, but sadly the Gryphon was missing. Probably dead. Remembering the bit of claw in my pocket, I texted Gigi, too. I stomped through the tunnel. When I was outside the bar, I muttered a curse and tugged myself free. I figured I'd best call Damian and catch him up before he saw my face on the news in a few hours. With all the cameras that had been on the street, I was sure at least one of them caught my ass hanging off the edge of that building.
"Don't you look like you were having a great night?"
Bowen crossed his arms as I approached.
"What trouble are you in this time?"
You know me, can't have a boring day. We need to chat. His eyes darted left and right, up the drag.
"Rufus?"
No, nothing about that. Well, mostly not. Can we talk in Wesley's room? Don't want anyone overhearing. He motioned me inside.
"I'll be in shortly."
Gigi and Damian should be on their way. His lips thinned, but he bobbed his head. I ducked inside, ordered a beer at the bar. Shep gave me an odd look as he glanced over his shoulder at the clock.
"Bit late for a drink."
Can we not do this shit tonight? Something in my tone made him give in, and he slid one across the counter. I grabbed it and hurried back to Wesley's old rooms. I walked slowly around the place, shaking my head at the old tube TV and patchy couch the Gryphon had occupied every time I came to talk to him. I hadn't admitted he was dead. Not quite yet. The Gryphon was valuable. If Cheval was behind the kidnapping, she would want him alive. I finally sank onto the flat cushions and sipped my beer until the door opened a while later. Gigi arrived first, rushing to give me a one-armed hug. Then she sat down beside me.
"Your text was horribly cryptic. What's going on?"
Wait until Damian gets here. I hate retelling stories.
"Fine, be a party pooper."
She sighed dramatically, then grinned.
You could always catch me up on what's going on with you and Raphael.
Can't you ask me anything easy?
That is easy. Come on, spill. What's going on with you two?
I drained half my beer, then set the bottle on the dinged-up coffee table. A lot. Not that it's gonna matter soon. Shit, hadn't meant to say that last bit. Gigi was in the dark as far as what I was working on with Bowen and Rufus. And Todd, the freaking ghost, he was still content to hang around. Said he wouldn't move on until Envy was dead.
Why not? You planning on sabotaging yourself again?
When did I sabotage myself before?
Let's see. There was the Fae you dated.
He couldn't handle my sarcastic attitude, I pointed out.
And then there was the Warlock.
I nodded. He laughed like a hyena. Even you complained about him. Her face scrunched.
Right, forgot about that. What about the Shifter?
I shrugged, hoping she'd lay off and stop rehashing my failed relationships.
Don't give me that look. You pushed him away.
I'm not pushing Raphael away. Sadly, I think we've made a breakthrough.
Why is that sadly? If you like him, then what's the problem?
There was a long-ass list of why that was a problem, the largest of which was the second Raphael remembered what I was, he'd be torn about whether to keep my secret or arrest me. And if he remembered Rufus being set free, and that we worked with him, I wasn't sure what he would do. Raphael was a by-the-book type of Fed, or he had been until he started hanging out with me. I was bringing him down to my level, and I wasn't sure I liked the notion of his turning into a cold-hearted killer. It's nothing, I told her. Besides, we have bigger issues at the moment.
And what would that be?
Damian stepped through the door.
Care to share why you're holding court in the back of this dingy place at 4:30 in the morning?
Bowen followed him in. I sighed. I just came from a crime scene with Raphael.
And?
Damian stayed by the door, but Bowen took a seat on a stool nearby. And we were attacked. By a gargoyle. Bowen grunted. Gigi burst out laughing.
Ha! Very funny.
Damian looked right back at me as I held his gaze.
A gargoyle?
3, to be exact.
Wait, you're serious?
Bowen's eyes flared red in the dim lighting of the back room.
They're extinct.
I would have agreed with you if one hadn't attempted to kill me and Raphael.
Where was this attack?
I told Damian about the apartment building and what we found there, or what we didn't find. No one was dead. The only injuries were because of falling debris. His face went blank, but I knew him too well. The gears turned in his mind. You think this has anything to do with Cheval? I asked him.
Cheval?
Gigi sat up straighter as she looked from me to Damian, then Bowen.
Who's Cheval?
Great, I really put my foot in it now. No one you need to worry about.
Mercy, I've known you for a long time. That look on your face right now, I've never seen it before. Whoever this person is, she's bad news. What's going on that you three aren't telling me?
You want to tell her, or should I? Damian rubbed his hands down his face as the tension rose in the room.
What do you want her to know?
How about everything that you've all been hiding from me?
Gigi demanded. The air crackled with her magic.
Now, Mercy, I know we haven't spoken in a while, but you always come to me with your problems. Why is this one different?
You might want a drink first.
I don't drink.
Bowen was already at the door as I told her. You're gonna start after you hear this. Bowen was yawning hard, switching from the stool to the armchair as his eyes closed. I was surprised he was still awake. Damian and I had fallen silent a few minutes ago, leaving Gigi to process what we'd been telling her for the last hour and a half. Or longer. I hadn't checked the clock yet. She held an empty glass in her hands, and there was a bottle of whiskey on the table, courtesy of Bowen. Gigi? You gonna be all right? I reached for the bottle to refill her glass. She covered it with her hand, then uncovered it, and I poured her a bit more.
Yeah, you know, some crazy dragon lady is after you, and there's a possible war brewing, and a lot of people are going to die. Yeah, I'm great.
She emptied her glass, smacked her lips, then smacked me on the shoulder so hard I gasped.
Why didn't you tell me any of this? You are awful, you know that. Just awful. You put me through all this shit and none of it means anything compared to what you just said.
I rubbed the sore spot on my shoulder. I was trying to protect you. And to be fair, I only found out most of this a few weeks ago.
Few weeks is a long time.
Gigi, you can't tell anyone else what you know,
Damian instructed.
And I mean anyone.
Do I look like a blabbermouth?
She huffed. He growled. She scowled at him.
Don't even start with me, Damian. All this time you knew who she was as a kid, who her family was, and you kept it from her. I hope she chewed your ass out for it.
He ground his teeth.
She did.
I gave him an apologetic cringe behind her back.
Good. So what are we going to do to stop her?
I shot a look at Bowen, but his face remained perfectly passive.
Mercy is not doing anything,
Damian answered for me.
Right now, all I'm doing is keeping tabs on Cheval's movements the best I can, getting in touch with old contacts, and until there is a need for her to get involved, she'll stay out of it, as will you.
You can't order me around,
Gigi warned him.
You're not my guardian.
Gigi.
Don't even start with me. I'm one of the best witches in this sector, and you know it. I can help.
How about you help Mercy with her current gargoyle problem?
He suggested. Then you don't think they have anything to do with Cheval? He craned his neck at my question, those eyes of his calculating again.
She never used them before, not that we knew of. Her thing was goblins, not bringing races back from the dead.
I almost argued with him, but caught myself in time and covered my words with a harsh cough. Gigi helpfully pounded me on the back, and I nodded in thanks. As far as we could tell, Cheval was going to attempt to do just that with the dragons, but I wasn't supposed to know that, or anything about the ley lines or the artifacts. Right, guess I'll poke around and see what I can find out, I said instead.
I'll talk to the witches and warlocks,
Gigi added as she stood, a bit wobbly.
Let you know if I hear anything useful.
Speaking of that, I dug around in my coat and pulled out the bit of claw.
Leave it to you to end up with a claw from the damned thing.
Gigi held it in her palm and then turned it over and ran her fingers along the edges.
I might be able to track it with this, but no guarantees.
Do your magic, but stay safe. Gigi put the claw in her pocket.
You're telling me to be careful, really? Do you expect me to be careful, what with all the shit you've been doing lately? Don't worry, I can take care of myself.
She managed to get to the door on her own, and when I tried to follow, waved me off.
Get some sleep. Pretty sure you're going to need it.
I stood as she left the room. Bowen, you gonna stay here? He yawned.
I've slept in worse places.
He shut his eyes and was out in a few seconds. Damian?
Why is it you always find yourself dragged into one dangerous situation after another?
It's a gift, I muttered, and he frowned. Not like I meant to get attacked by gargoyles tonight, or nearly fall off another damned building and die. He stiffened at my words.
You conveniently left that out earlier.
Don't want you worrying any more than you already are.
Never going to happen. It's my job to keep you safe. One of these days you'll remember that, and be more careful with your life and those looking out for you.
I sat back down and waved at him. Let's have it then. If you're going to give me another lecture, get it out now. I'm tired and I want to go to sleep. He pushed off the wall and joined me on the couch.
No lecture. Not this time.
You feeling all right?
It's not a joke, Mercy. Gargoyles are fierce creatures, deadlier than any you faced in the past. Do yourself a favor and steer clear of them. I don't care if you said you'd help Raphael,
he added when I protested.
Do it from a distance, all right? I would like to sleep through the night again.
I laid my hand on his. Promise I'll watch my back, but I can't let Raphael deal with them alone. We're sort of at a good place, and I might have the feds on my side at the moment. I'd like to keep them there.
As long as he doesn't find out who you are. He won't.
Bowen shifted in the chair. Damned vampire was listening after all.
What do you know of gargoyles? Not much. Turn to stone during the day if in direct sunlight. Strong, can fly for hours without tiring. Their bite is venomous. Most of this is only rumor, of course, since no one's seen them for centuries.
Well, they're back now. I'll pass all that along to Raphael.
And you're sure you're good? No more going off the rails? Getting into fights?
Aside from envy? I swallowed the mad laughter that attempted to break free and coughed again. I'm good. I promise. Back on track. He looked at me long and hard, then finally stood.
Keep me posted on this new case of yours.
I will. He didn't seem convinced, but gave Bowen one more look, then left. I counted down the minutes. When I reached 5, I got up and peeked out the door, but the bar was empty except for Shep, who was sweeping the floor. He's gone.
About time.
Bowen blurred to my side.
I'm assuming you're not going home yet.
What do you think?
I think we've got some time until sunup.
I exited the room, and once outside, Bowen and I made the long trek through the underground to Rufus's hideaway. I planned to swing by today anyway. I'd just be getting there a bit sooner. I knocked once, and the door swung inward, allowing us entry.
Don't you two look fantastic?
Todd grinned from across the room.
Bad night?
You could say that. We have gargoyles.
What?
His jaw dropped. I found the image of a shocked ghost extremely entertaining after the long night I'd had. As I laughed, Bowen rolled his eyes and gave Rufus the brief rundown on what had happened. Rufus gave me the side-eye.
And, of course, our ugly has to get wrapped up in it.
I slammed my hand on the table. Not like I was trying to run into a gargoyle tonight, asshole. Where are we on finding any more artifacts? Blood Moon is only 8 months away.
I have the locations of several.
Rufus pointed to a page of notes.
With any luck, we'll be able to make our move on these soon enough and start to turn the tide against the dragon bitch.
A few of them were located in museums, and the others were in the private residences of some very powerful supernaturals in this country. How did you get this much detail on their security systems and guard schedule? Rufus nodded over his shoulder at Todd.
Been quite handy having him around. Thanks for killing him, Mercy.
Guilt stabbed me as Todd glided over to join us.
I'm over it. Don't worry about it.
Hard not to. I worried my bottom lip. I needed to warn them all that Raphael was going to end up remembering everything he witnessed at some point. The smart move would be to take this operation somewhere else, away from the underground. I was about to suggest it when there was a knock at the door. I went for my gun. Bowen bared his fangs. Rufus picked up the shotgun on the table and aimed it at the door. "Expecting company?" Todd asked. Rufus didn't have a chance to reply when the door crashed open. I expected to see goblins or more of Cheval's hybrids. Nope. Damn the luck. Damian's red eyes and furious snarl greeted us. I gulped as his gaze scoured the room from one end to the other. Rufus lowered the shotgun as Damian took one step, then another, shutting the door behind him.
What is going on in here?
He demanded, and then his gaze shifted again. I followed his gaze and mentally willed myself to be anywhere but here. Enraged, Damian shouted and threw himself across the room at Todd.
You bastard!
He reached out to grab hold of the werewolf ghost, but he passed right through the body. Confused, he whirled around and tried again. Yeah, sorry. Someone beat you to it, Todd informed Damian. Nice try, though. Do you ever stop with the attitude? I holstered my gun as Rufus set the shotgun on the table.
What else do you expect me to be like in death? Ghost? You're a bloody ghost!
Damian spun around and had me against the wall a second later.
What did you do?
There wasn't a point in lying anymore. I killed him.
You what? What did you do?
I said I killed him. I waited for him to show his face, and then I planted a bullet in his skull. Happy? The red faded from his eyes as his hands tightened on my shoulders.
Why?
I was pissed, all right? I was pissed at you and Bowen about everything I found out. I rambled on, wondering when I got so bad at keeping my mouth shut when I should. I was nearly killed by this prick, and I didn't want to wait around for the feds to find him. So I took care of it. Turns out it's good I killed him.
Do you even hear yourself? You're not a murderer.
I am now. Damian hung his head and backed off.
And Rufus, how is he here?
I broke him out because I knew you wouldn't help me.
And you?
He snarled, whirling around on Bowen and Rufus.
Neither of you thought I should know what's going on?
He glowered at the table.
What is all this? What the hell is going on around here? Looks like our night's not over yet.
Bowen kicked a chair toward Damian.
Have a seat. Let's talk.
Talking was the last thing Damian looked like he wanted to do. I waited for him to start yelling at me, but he held back and sat down. Not that it mattered. The moment we brought up envy and the fight, it would be over for me. He'd never let me leave his side again.
Talk,
he said roughly,
or I start knocking heads around.
Why did everything have to come out at once? I was exhausted from Raphael showing up at my door and both of us admitting our true feelings. Then the gargoyles, then poor Gigi, and now Damian. I was beyond tired and longingly looked at the couch. Wouldn't be the first time I pulled an all-nighter. I told them I was going to put a pot of coffee on, and as Bowen started explaining what we'd been up to, the air in the room grew tenser. If I made it out of this room without getting in a fistfight with Damian, I'd be amazed. When Bowen mentioned Raphael being mixed up in all this, Damian snapped my full name and I flinched at the force of it.
You let the Fed know before telling me?
Not like I had a choice. He wasn't exactly himself, and I wasn't going to let him wander around on his own with no memory. I'd never seen Damian look so lost.
Mercy, how much have you been lying to me about?
Not like you gave me much of a choice.
I'm trying to protect you. How can you not see that?
He shouted, getting up so abruptly he knocked the chair over. You're also putting us all at risk.
How? Nothing you've told me so far makes me believe any of this is necessary.
Envy. Damian reeled away from me.
What did you say?
Envy. The sick bastard who cursed me. He's involved.
No, there have been no sightings of envy anywhere in Tennessee.
I fought him less than a week ago. I slipped my coat off and showed him the wounds on my arms, still healing from the battle. I almost had him, but he got away. Damian took hold of my hand and examined the wounds, his expression unreadable.
You are going to tell me everything that's happened since we got back from Sector 18, and I mean everything, Mercy. No more lying, not to me.
Funny how he and Raphael demanded the truth from me. My amusement turned bitter when I realized how much the truth was going to cut them both. Chapter 3. Raphael.
I rubbed my tired eyes as I downed my third cup of coffee. I hadn't managed to get much sleep after leaving the crime scene. When I awoke, there was a brief text from Mercy, giving me the rundown of what she learned about gargoyles from Damian. I asked her what her plan was for the rest of the day, but all she said was that she'd swing by later. No time was mentioned in the text, nor did she say where she'd swing by. I frowned as I checked my cell again. It was going on noon. I hated to call her if she was sleeping, but something was odd. I didn't like how we left our earlier conversation, and I wanted to pick it back up. I called, but after 4 rings, hung up. Problems? Nora stood at my desk, holding several folders. Just waiting for word from Mercy. You too took quite a hit last night. We're fine, sir. Anything else on the gargoyles? Nothing on my end. There have been no sightings since they flew off. Wherever they're hiding out, it's off our radar for the moment. We'll find them, sir. And the apartment. Where are we on Greg Sherwood? That's actually what I was going to come and talk to you about. I tapped my screen and he walked around to peer over my shoulder. You want me to go and talk to him or not? He's one of the gathered? That certainly makes this more interesting. My thoughts, too. If the gargoyles had been sent after a mage, it could explain why he targeted Mercy during the fight. He clearly sensed the mage power within her. A strange whisper rushed through my mind. I froze. Nora was talking, but I didn't catch the words. I was too intent focusing on the memory unfolding inside my head. Mercy had been talking to me. We'd been in her apartment. Bowen was there. Whatever she said pissed him off. What had she told me?
Raphael, are you with me?
Sorry, sir, I mumbled quickly. Bit tired is all.
Get some more coffee, then get your ass over to the Citadel of the Gathered. I want you to speak with this Sherwood and see why he wasn't home at the time of the attack. And find out whatever information the mages have on gargoyles. Our database is severely lacking anything useful.
Mercy sent over what she found out so far. I showed him the text.
Helpful. Our agents need to know this. Print it up, would you? Then you can head out.
As I typed up the information and waited for it to print, I tried Mercy. This time I left her a voicemail letting her know I had a lead on the guy living in the apartment. I wanted her to go with me. After seeing how the Weirs reacted to her presence, I hoped having her with me would do the same with the mages and get them to talk. It was a dirty tactic, but if she could scare the shit out of them, we might get some answers faster. They might be the strongest mages, but Mercy had a reputation she earned.
I hear you're heading out.
Iris joined me by the printer. I am, and no, you're not coming with me.
Going with Mercy?
Nope, going by myself. Mercy is otherwise occupied. Iris tugged on her hair as she watched me shuffle the pages together, then set them on a nearby desk.
I just want you to know that if you need anything, I'm here for you.
Thanks, but I'm fine.
I mean, as a friend,
she said in a rush, laying her hand on my arm.
I get it, you don't want to be with me, and that's fine. But I'm here for you all the same. Want you to know.
I'll keep that in mind.
You do look better, by the way,
she added as I walked away.
I'm going to assume you spent all your time off with Mercy.
That was a loaded question. Technically, I was with Mercy, though I had yet to remember what all we did. I wasn't about to tell Iris what was causing all my nightmares and dark thoughts of late. I was, I finally answered. We didn't do much, just talked.
Good. I'm glad to hear you opened up to someone. I'm just sad it wasn't me.
Thankfully, she went back to her desk, saving me for coming up with something polite to respond with. My cell went off, and I sighed with relief at the sight of Mercy's name on my screen. Hey, you all right?
Yeah, sorry I didn't answer before,
she said, but her words were strained. Did I wake you up?
No, not sleeping.
I waited for her to elaborate, but there was only silence. No, not silence. Voices sounded in the background, then quieted down after a sound like a door closing came through the phone. Are you still with Damian?
Yeah, he's making some calls to see if anyone knows anything about gargoyles.
I'm on my way to see this Greg Sherwood. He's the guy the apartment belongs to. Want me to swing by and get you?
No, I'm gonna be here a while.
Is Damian giving you shit for last night?
Something like that. You know how overprotective he is.
A flicker of another memory slammed into me, and I squinted my eyes shut as it rolled over me.
Raphael?
Sorry, headache. I lied. I guess I'll catch up with you later then.
Yeah, I'll call you. Where are you going to see this guy?
He's part of the Gathered. I only mentioned the guy's name in my message, not thinking it was too important yet about what group he belonged to. We had no way of knowing if the attack was random or on purpose. She cursed sharply. I wondered what was wrong. Mercy?
Are you going by yourself?
I'll be fine, just a bunch of mages.
I know, but...
Mercy, we're not finished, Damian said on the other side of the phone. I was pretty sure that was his angry voice.
I have to go, Mercy told me. Take Iris with you, please.
You want Iris to go with me? I kept my voice low as I looked across the office to the very siren in question. Why would you want her to go with me?
I just don't trust them.
They're mages. Good mages. Mercy, now!
I have to go. Please, Raphael, for my sanity's sake. I'll call you later,
she said, then hung up without giving me a chance to argue. I looked at my phone for a long while. The same memory rushed through my mind again. Mercy was in a room, but not her apartment. There were 2 other figures there, but their faces remained blurry. They were talking about artifacts and a blood moon. I remembered the notes on Mercy's coffee table. She'd been doing something with a blood moon. Did it all lead back to Envy and why we'd been in that clearing with the tree? I was supposed to be tracking him down with her, but these damned gargoyles threw our plans off course. As soon as we took care of this latest issue, we'd get back to hunting down the mage who cursed her and tried to kill those innocents. With any luck, Nora would be all right with my taking my vacation back. I stopped by my desk long enough to jot down a couple of things. Blood moon, artifacts with a question mark after them. Then I headed toward Iris. You busy? She stopped typing.
No. Something wrong?
Changed my mind. Up for a drive? Iris smiled and grabbed her coat off the back of her chair.
Sure.
We took a cab to the gathered Citadel in downtown Sector 21. The front of the building looked like an old cathedral, complete with statues lining the front, going all the way up to the top. There were small, hunched figures on the corners. I paused. Gargoyles. But those were too small to be the ones that attacked us. And from what Mercy'd said, they didn't always turn to stone. The sky was overcast today, so if they were real, they'd be living and breathing right now. The front door was unguarded from what I could tell. Iris and I approached slowly, only to find ourselves at the back of the front walk near the street.
What was that?
Iris held her gut like she was going to be sick. Magic of some kind. Guess they don't like visitors. We tried again and got the same result. There has to be a camera or a buzzer somewhere. We scoured the columns at the front gate. I finally saw a button covered in vines. I pressed it, and a harsh buzzing rang in my ears. Yes, may I help you? A deep male voice asked. We're federal agents. I held up my badge. We're here to speak with one of your members. Which one? Greg Sherwood. I see. Please come inside. I shall meet you in the foyer. I frowned at the speaker, but shoved my badge back in my pocket and walked up the path for the 3rd time. We reached the door without an issue. I pushed on it. We found ourselves standing inside the building, a massive candlelit chandelier overhead, a dark green rug at our feet, and the door closing behind us. It was a damned good thing I got rid of that bit of my brother's soul that had been hanging around. I'd be having a fit in this place with so much magic if I hadn't. Agents, the same voice from the speaker said as a man in dark blue robes entered the foyer. Pleasure to meet you. Joseph Sycamore. You can call me Joseph. Pleasure to meet you. I shook the man's hand. I'm Raphael. Iris, my partner. Ah, a siren. He kissed the back of her hand and Iris blushed. The mage appeared to be only a few years older than us, but the power radiating off him rivaled what I sensed coming off Mercy. Please come in. Shall I fetch us some tea or coffee? We followed him deeper into the building, going through a long corridor that emptied into a hexagonal room. Signs indicated which sectors were which way. I paused. What is this place? In this building, and in many others controlled by the Gathered, we have direct access to other sectors. Makes doing business with our kin less tedious. And this is sanctioned by the governor? It is. He smiled. There was no dark intent there, but this room bothered me. If anyone other than the Gathered managed to get control of this building, they could easily get anywhere they wanted. I didn't have to ask to know these transports were probably not connected to the main grid, which meant they couldn't be shut down. I hurried to catch up as Joseph and Iris reached the opposite end of the room. We passed through an arched doorway, then entered a quiet study. A fire crackled in the hearth, and with a snap of his fingers, Joseph poured the 3 of us coffee from a carafe. I like to be prepared, he replied in answer to my curious glance. I took a seat in a winged armchair, Iris in the other. Joseph sat in a third, sipping his coffee. I'm sure you know why we're here. Not entirely, no. I'm a mage, not a seer or a psychic. Right, well, there was an attack last night, here in Sector 21. An apartment was destroyed. And this has to do with Greg? It was his apartment. I informed Joseph. His mug paused halfway to his mouth. Luckily, he wasn't at home, I added. That's awful. I'm surprised no one's told him yet. Who attacked it? I exchanged a look with Iris, then blew out a breath. Gargoyles. Joseph held my gaze for a solid 30 seconds, then burst out laughing. Agent Raphael, you have a marvelous sense of humor. I would thank you, but I'm serious. Gargoyles attacked me and another last night. He blinked furiously, then set his mug down, hands shaking. Gargoyles are extinct. Tell that to the ones we saw last night. My friend was nearly thrown out of the building to her death. That was after it tried to take off with her. Joseph's brow furrowed as he looked at Iris. Not me, she told him. A half-mage. I had been about to drink the coffee, needing the extra caffeine, but my stomach rebelled at the idea of anything right now. If it had been the old me, I'd say the magic in this place was setting me on edge, only it wasn't. There was something older here, stranger. It pricked at my skin, but if Iris felt it, she kept it to herself. I never would have noticed it before, and wondered vaguely if this was linked to the old magic Mercy sensed at the apartment. You say it tried to take her? Yes, I assumed it attacked Greg's apartment because it was after him for his magic. Our records are a bit vague when it comes to extinct races. Anything you could tell us would help. I waited. He nodded, whispering to himself. Joseph? Sorry, this is not what I was expecting to hear today. And I didn't expect to be attacked by one. I settled back in the chair. My friend shot one. Will bullets kill them? Highly unlikely, unless she gets damned lucky. Gargoyles are strong creatures. Their skin is tough. Very little kills them. Great. That's not what I hoped to hear today. I'm afraid I don't have much to offer in the way of guidance on this matter. Gargoyles were wiped out a very long time ago.
Why?
Iris leaned closer as she asked.
I thought they were guardians.
They were, but they were twisted by the darkness, turned against those they were meant to guard. Cheval. I tensed at the voice in my ear. Neither Iris nor Joseph seemed to hear it. I brushed it off as nothing. As Joseph told Iris the history of the gargoyles, my mind drifted, and I no longer saw the room we were in, but another. Mercy was there. Bowen, too. There was a third face, but it was blurred, as were the details of my surroundings. It wasn't my place or Mercy's, but some other. It was run down. That was all I could tell. On the table was a map with lines running every which way across it. A list was next to it. Mercy was talking about finding the items. She said the name Envy, then another name that left me wondering who they were speaking of. Cheval. I'd never heard that name. Then Mercy was arguing with the two people. And then the memory faded away. I'm afraid that is all I can tell you, Joseph said. If they are truly back, then it can't be for anything good. I'd have Iris catch me up on the details once we were back at the office. Clearly, since they tried to kill one of your own. Yes, Greg, Joseph said as he stood. Let me fetch him for you. I shall return shortly. As soon as he left, I stood to walk around the room, sorting through the memory that returned to me.
What's up with you?
Nothing. I tugged on my beard as I walked. Those lines on that map, were they important? What had they been about?
You're not really here right now. You sure everything upstairs is all right?
Fine, just thinking about something else.
Mercy?
I shrugged. Partially. She and her boss seemed to be having an argument when she called earlier, and she hadn't wanted me to come here alone.
Why not? The gathered are the good guys.
That's what I thought too. I'm not so sure. I might have tuned out when Joseph was talking. Anything important I should know? She tapped her fingers on the arm of the chair, but didn't push for answers like she usually did.
A lot about their history, where they came from. The only interesting thing was that right before they were killed off, they formed an alliance with another race.
Which one?
Dragons.
Cheval. That name whispered across again. Why did I know that name? Had Mercy said it? Had Bowen? What were they up to? Did she know about the gargoyles already? That is certainly interesting, I mused.
It is, but seeing as there are no dragons left alive either, not sure where we're going to get any more answers.
Why did her words sound false? No dragons, at least none that would be willing to talk to us. The few who might remain were in hiding, and for good reason. The door opened, and when Joseph turned, he preceded a mage in green robes. I'm Greg Sherwood. He proffered his hand. I shook it and introduced myself and Iris. I'm sorry to inform you your apartment has been destroyed. I heard. His face was pinched with annoyance. His eyes darted all over the room, as if speaking to us was not what he wanted to be doing at that moment. What was he hiding? Do you have any idea why gargoyles would have attacked your apartment? Greg's beady eyes narrowed even more as he shook his head. None that I can think of. Last I heard they were all extinct. And you don't know if they're drawn to magic, to mages. If that were the case, they would have attacked us here, would they not? His tone was far from friendly. I'm a very busy mage agent. If you have questions that I can answer, please ask them now, so that I may return to my work. Your home was just destroyed. If you'd been there, you would have been killed. I slid a sideways glance to Iris. Her head was tilted slightly, but if she was trying to use her power here, there wasn't a chance it'd work on them, at least not for long.
Why weren't you home?
Iris asked. Greg's eyes slipped to hers, and his face softened, if only slightly. I was working on a project here. Have been, for the last month. Hardly ever home.
And you honestly have no idea why the gargoyles would attack you?
They wouldn't. With a confused look on his face, Joseph eyed Greg.
Do you know why the gargoyles are back?
Iris pressed. His face turned bright red, and I gently nudged Iris in the side, signaling her to pull back. She shook her head and stared him down. He blinked, and the sneer that crossed his face indicated he'd broken through her magic. I do not, and for you to suggest such a thing is insulting. I am one of the gathered, a mage sworn to protect the innocent. You truly believe I would be behind gargoyles rising from the dead?
We have to cover our bases.
Of course you do. Joseph, I suggest you see them out before they cause any more mischief. Quinn will not be pleased to hear you let them in to begin with. He spun around, his robes whipping out to catch Joseph as he shoved past him. Well then, Joseph murmured. Sorry about that. It's all right. Please keep an eye on him, and call me if you hear anything. I handed him my card. And I mean anything. Yes, of course. I will see you out. The walk through the massive structure this time was far different than our walk in. Eyes watched us from every open doorway and balcony until we were back on the front step with Joseph. The gargoyles returning is a terrible omen, Joseph whispered.
Meaning what? Like a sign of the apocalypse?
Iris teased. Joseph's serious glance made me want to find Mercy to check on her, to make sure she wasn't getting herself into trouble. Who do you think is behind it, if you had to guess? There are only two possibilities. Both are too impossible to believe. Anything could be helpful. Just tell me. He took a deep breath and shrugged. The dragons or the reapers. Either race is powerful enough to bring them back. As I said before, it was the dragons they allied themselves with in the end. We can never know if we wiped out old Dragonborn or not. For all we know, they saved the gargoyles, kept them turned to stone until the time was right.
Right for what?
Iris asked. Right for war. You say apocalypse as a joke, but my dear, we could very well be seeing the beginnings of one.
It was just a few gargoyles, she argued.
For now, I will stay in touch about anything I learn. Good day. Joseph darted back inside. The door closed, and then we found ourselves standing on the sidewalk beyond the gate.
That was cryptic as hell.
Iris crossed her arms as if chilled by the news.
Raphael?
Yeah, cryptic. That Sherwood is hiding something. Once we get back to the office, we'll dig into his past, figure out everything we can about him.
Agreed. You think Joseph is on our side?
For the moment. I was going to also do a search for the name running around my mind. Cheval. It had to be connected somehow. If not to this, then to whatever Mercy refused to talk to me about. Was she tied to envy, maybe? Iris hailed a cab as I racked my brain for any more memories. I needed more memories to surface. They refused. I texted Mercy what we learned once I was in the cab, but there was no response. The hours dragged on with no reply from Mercy at all. Worry that she was in trouble brought me to a decision. I told Iris I was heading out early. She was on the phone and waved, jotting a quick note that she'd send me whatever else she found out. I thanked her and left the office in a rush.
Chapter 4. Mercy.
When did you say the next blood moon is?
I stifled a yawn and gave my head a hard shake. I needed to get sleep, but Damian refused to let me leave until he knew everything we did about envy and the rituals. October 31st this year.
And you have how many artifacts? 1,
Bowen replied.
safe in my vault.
1 out of this many?
Damian tapped the list. But we know where some of the others are. It's a matter of getting our hands on them before she does. I went to take a drink from my mug, but it had gone cold. I stood to refill it, listening as Damian questioned the locations of the artifacts and how soon we could move on them. I was too damn tired to care at this point. I wanted to sleep. Raphael had called and texted me 2 more times, until Damian had taken my phone and shoved it in his pocket. He didn't want me distracted while he got to the bottom of all this deception. Not like he left me much choice. I sipped on the hot brew, extremely strong since Rufus made it, and forced myself to turn back to the table.
We have no idea how many she's charged.
He glared at the map of ley lines. Not unless we manage to grab hold of Envy or another hybrid who's been doing her dirty work, I said. I'd almost had Envy. He'd been right in my grasp. Why hadn't Raphael just knocked him out? Hurt him more? We'd have had him in our custody now and be beating the answers out of him. Then afterward, I could kill him and set his body on fire, be rid of him for good. He could lead us straight to Cheval, and we could stop this war before it even started. Kill her, too, for what she did to my family. What she did to everyone we cared for. I hated her and hadn't even met her face to face. Hated them all for what they turned us into, having to hide in the dark away from the world we were trying to save. I shut my eyes as Damian droned on and on about planning for this or that outcome. Why did he think we'd let it get that far? Why not simply track down the source of the problem? If we killed off her hybrids, she'd have no one left to keep her safe. We'd be able to find her and rip her head from her body. The mug in my hand shattered, and hot coffee splashed over my hands. Shit.
Mercy, everything all right over there?
Fine, except you're wasting time.
We're trying to plan,
Damian said. I shook my head, dumping the broken pieces of the mug in the trash. You shouldn't be doing anything. You come here and think you can take over?
This was our job before it was yours.
And I'm the one who picked it up when you 3 gave up on finding Cheval. Rufus grunted.
Ugly, shut your mouth.
No, you shut yours. None of you would be doing this right now if it wasn't for me. And you think you can, keep me out of it because it's dangerous? Give me lectures on how you swore you'd keep me safe. I marched to the table and held up the map of the ley lines. If we fail, no one will be safe. My life doesn't matter. Not now.
The hell it doesn't.
Stop. Just stop, all of you. I slammed the map down and rested my hands on the table. You all have taught me how to take care of myself, whether you believe it or not. There's not going to be a road for me to take where I won't be fighting for my life. I am not about to back down, or hide, or go on the run. I held Damian's gaze, then Bowen's, and Rufus's. Even Todd looked at me like he suddenly had sympathy for his murderer. This is my fight, as much as it is yours.
But you kept this from me.
Damian strode around the table and gripped my shoulders hard.
You lie to me constantly.
Because you overreact, just like you're doing right now. He hung his head and backed off. Bowen and Rufus both looked ashamed at how they'd been acting. All of them wanted to keep me safe, and I understood, but I wanted to do the same for them. They were the only family I had. I went to Damian and hugged him like the reluctant father figure he'd turned into. You can't ask me not to fight for your lives, too, I murmured as he hugged me back. You know I'm a damn good fighter.
I know. I just wish I could make this all go away. Make it so you never have to face any of the same darkness we did. That you already have.
He ran his fingers down my scarred cheek.
But your parents would be kicking my ass if they heard me telling you to back off.
Then what are you going to do? He glanced at Bowen and Rufus, even Todd. The ghost made him uneasy, and his arms tensed around me, as if he could stop me from sinking any lower than I already had.
War changes people, sometimes for the worst.
I'll do whatever it takes to stop Cheval from fulfilling her plan.
That's what worries me. Your parents said the same thing, and look what happened to them.
They didn't listen to you, I know. I saw that night, remember? I squeezed his arm. I'll listen and take your advice. But you have to stop hiding shit from me, too. I'm tired of lying to everyone.
Even Raphael?
I tilted my head side to side. I'll worry about him when I have to. Right now, we need to focus on these artifacts. We have that key. Might not be a bad idea to go back to Sector 1462 and see if we can find anything leading us to Envy or Cheval. Bowen hissed quietly, but I ignored him. He could be pissed as long as he wanted about my having gone in alone. My reckless attitude lately was as much his fault as it was Rufus's and Damian's. Everyone was treating me like I was incapable of taking care of my own ass. Like I hadn't dealt with terrible injuries before. Even my magic was doing better than it had in a long time, something Gigi should be ecstatic about. Not that it had anything to do with her. No, I was pretty sure it had to do with a certain demon who came into my life. It was far from perfect, but the last couple of times I used it, just in the last few hours, it didn't explode my face or leave me exhausted. I was going to take that as a good sign.
We will work on a plan,
Damian said as he directed me toward the door.
You look like hell. Go get some sleep. We'll talk later.
Just like that? He nodded, but it wasn't hard to see the deception in his eyes. Damn him. He was up to something again. Fine. If he wanted to play his games, I'd let him. At least until I wasn't so freaking exhausted. I shrugged and told them to text me if they came across anything new, then left. I was halfway down the main drag when Todd's transparent form appeared beside me. What, you don't like hanging out with the guys? I teased. His face remained serious.
I don't like the gargoyles being back.
Pretty sure no one does. If they're linked to Cheval, we'll figure it out and stop them.
But why are they here? What are they after?
We're working on it. He stepped in front of me and I stopped short, not wanting to walk through him. What's got you all worked up?
I know what happened back there with the coffee mug.
Don't know what you're talking about. I glanced around, sensing eyes on me. Can we continue this back at my place? I look like a crazy person.
Mercy, listen to me, all right? You might think you've got it under control, but you don't.
What would you know about it? I glared at two witches, then hurried down an alley. Todd's ghost glided along behind me. I do have it under control. My magic is fine. I'm fine. Keep telling yourself that. Something going on that I don't know about? His form shimmered and I thought he was going to disappear on me. Then he solidified more than he ever had before and got right in my face, forcing me back into the wall.
You're walking a fine line. You killed me, and I get it. But those thoughts mulling around in your head? You're out for blood, and I'm not the only one who senses it.
Blood is going to be the only way to end the war before it starts.
That's what you'll tell yourself with every life you take,
he uttered. The knowing tone in his voice was throwing me off.
I was the start of your descent. Who's going to be next? How many are you going to kill to get to Cheval?
I wasn't sure what to say, but then the words slipped from my lips without my intending to. however many it takes.
Then you're just going to turn out like I did. Is that what you want?
Worked out well for you until I shot you in the head. His fist slammed into the bricks beside my head. I jumped when they cracked. For a ghost to make physical contact with an object, it had to pull on extreme amounts of energy or be extremely emotionally charged. It appeared Todd was the latter.
I let myself forget who I was before my family and my pack were taken from me. I turned into a mindless killing machine.
I can't show mercy. Not anymore.
Then you're going to lose this war even if you kill Cheval. What about Raphael?
What about him?
If you care for him, you'll take a minute to look at your reflection in the mirror, to see who you're turning into. I wouldn't let this bit of clarity go to your head.
Anger flooded me and I roared as I grabbed for his throat. My hands passed through him, and then he was gone. Fine, you bloody coward. I stormed out of the underground to my bike, cursing Todd with every word I knew. Why did everyone look at me as though any second I was going to become unhinged? So I wanted revenge against Envy. Who cared? Could they really blame me? I wanted to kill Cheval, too. It was the goal of everyone in that room. Yet I was the one they focused on. They were going to drive me insane with all this worrying over me for nothing. I was fine. The drive home was congested, seeing as it was late afternoon. I'd been up all night and had a hard time keeping my eyes open. I parked the bike and dragged my sorry ass upstairs to the top floor. I shrugged out of my jacket and boots, then went to the bathroom. The second I flipped on the light, Todd's words came back to me. I looked long and hard at my reflection, but there was nothing wrong with it that I could see. Perfectly fine, I muttered to myself. I blinked, and my reflection smiled back at me. Eyes black pits of malice. I flew backward into the wall, but the only face in the mirror was mine. I was not going to lose myself. I could handle it. Gold and white flames flickered in my palms as the scar on my face burned. The pain sent me to my knees. I smashed a hand to my cheek, waiting for it to be over. The fire spread up my arms. I curled in on myself, willing my power to calm down. So much for having control over it. The agony increased until my vision blurred, and then I blacked out. When I came to, my face ached and was cold from where I'd fallen to the tile floor. The flames in my hands had gone out, and the place hadn't burned down around me. Grimacing, I used the sink to pull myself up and glared at my haggard reflection. The scar was bright red and sensitive to the touch. I hadn't even done anything. Gingerly, I splashed water on my face, wincing as it stung, then exited the bathroom to find my phone. The sun was going down, and the clock on the stove said it was after 6. I scrambled to my jacket from my cell. I told Damian I was going to stop lying to him, and I meant it. He'd want to hear about this. There were multiple texts and missed calls from Raphael, but I'd get back to him later. I was about to call Damian when a weird scratching noise made me pause. When I didn't hear it again, I shrugged. Something heavy crashed onto the roof. I drew my gun, aiming it upward as I slowly walked through my apartment. Thuds sounded, as though something heavy moved above me. They went toward the windows and stayed right ahead of my steps. Using my thumb, I opened my call log and called Damian. It rang 4 times, then went to voicemail. "Damian, get your ass over in my place, right now." I hung up and tossed my cell onto the couch. The thudding stopped, and I held my breath, waiting to hear it again as my heart pounded. I was no longer tired. Adrenaline flooded my veins. The scratching sound came again, as if something had tapped on the glass. I saw nothing but the reflections of my lights on the windows. The tapping came again, and just as I considered turning around and leaving, a massive shape flew into the windows. Glass shattered. A gargoyle burst through. I rolled backward, then brought up my gun, not hesitating to fire at the monstrous beast. The entire wall was gone, like it had never been there before. The gargoyle huffed as my shots pinged off his shoulders and chest. Crimson blood oozed from the wounds, but I emptied the magazine and it still remained upright. Still standing. Seriously? The beast opened his mouth wide. Damian's warning about their bites being venomous hit me right as the damn thing charged. I dove behind the kitchen table, then kicked it with a yell. The flimsy wooden furniture bashed into his legs, but it didn't slow him down. I grabbed anything I could, flinging chairs over my head. He batted them away. As he reached out to grab me, I ducked at the last second and rushed to my coat. I had spare magazines there and loaded my weapon as the gargoyle closed in on me. I aimed for his head this time, put a bullet right between his eyes. His wings shuddered and his jaw went slack. He collapsed to the floor, breaking through the planks to the subfloor and the crawl space beneath. So much for getting my security deposit back. Keeping my gun aimed at his head, I kicked his shoulder, but he stayed down. Blood seeped from the wound on his forehead. His clothes were ragged and torn. Rags, really. "Who brought you guys back?" I didn't expect the corpse to answer, but it was worth a try. Somewhere I heard my cell ringing. Damian. I turned for the couch to grab it. The floor vibrated beneath my feet. A shadow loomed over me. I hung my head, knowing exactly what I'd see when I turned. Heavy breathing filled the strange silence of my apartment. With one hand holding my gun, finger on the trigger, I reached around to my lower back for my collapsible sword with my other hand. If a bullet to the head didn't stop him, maybe taking his head off would. I shut my eyes, using my other senses to tell me how far away the gargoyle was. With my sword in my left hand, waiting to be used, I tuned out the honking cars and the few random yells of panicked bystanders on the street. The air shifted around me. The heavy breathing sucked in as the gargoyle made ready to attack. I spun around, the blade extended to its full length. I slashed at its neck, gritting my teeth, waiting for its head to come off. Only the blade became stuck halfway through. The gargoyle jerked, taking me with him. "You've got to be shitting me!" I tugged hard on the blade, then gave up and fired in its face until those arms closed around me in a bone-crushing squeeze. I gasped for air as the gargoyle turned, spread his wings, and made for the opening.
"Mercy!"
I craned my neck around in time. Raphael burst through my front door. He drew his gun, sprinting to get to us. I reached out as far as I could for his outstretched hand. The gargoyle whipped his heavy tail around, catching Raphael in the chest. He sailed backward, and then we were in the sky, flying away from my apartment. Bullets whizzed past us, tearing through the gargoyle's wings. He grunted, but didn't slow down. My sword jutted from his neck. I was not going to be taken to wherever this thing was headed. I wriggled in his grip, managing to get an arm free, even as he squeezed me harder. Several ribs had to be broken by now, but I pushed through the pain and grabbed hold of my sword's hilt. "Right, you bastard," I muttered, using the sword like a saw. "Time to put us down." He growled and tried to bite me, but the sword stopped his head from lowering enough. We thrashed around in the sky. I told myself not to look down. Raphael shouted my name. The gargoyle shrieked as blood spurted from his neck. The moment his arms loosened their hold on me, I swung around to his back, holding on to the sword with both hands now. His wings pumped hard to keep us aloft as those clawed hands reached around to snatch me. I made the mistake of glancing over my shoulder. The ground was very, very far away. The notion that this was a terrible idea struck me, but then it was too late. The sword sliced through the rest of the gargoyle's neck like butter, and we plummeted to the ground. Screams sounded below. I shut my eyes, not wanting to see the end. Heat rushed through me, and as I counted off the seconds until I hit the pavement, that heat exploded outward. My body jerked to a sudden stop. Then I fell the rest of the way, slamming into the hood of a car and cracking the windshield. The gargoyle's body smashed into the pavement nearby with a sickening thud, the head landing next to it.
"Mercy, can you hear me? Don't move."
"Raphael?"
"What were you thinking?"
His face appeared over mine as he yelled into his phone. His words were muffled. I stretched my jaw, trying to pop my ears. He hung up, then scowled when I attempted to sit up.
"Lie still."
"I'm fine."
"No, you're not. Stop moving. You realize how far you just fell?"
I started to shake my head, then stopped when my vision swam. "Maybe you're right. There. Not moving." I rested my head on the hood of the car, listening to the chaos around me. Sirens howled. There were cops yelling at everyone to get back. Then someone else asking what the hell that thing was.
"Help's here,"
Raphael informed me, not letting go of my hand. How did you know I was in trouble? I mused.
Didn't. Was worried when you didn't return my calls.
Paramedics surrounded me, but Raphael stayed nearby. He was talking to someone on the phone as I was carefully removed from the car and laid on a gurney.
No hospital,
I said, waving my hand as they rolled me toward an ambulance.
We need to check your wounds.
I'm fine. Check me here. The two paramedics, both Fae, exchanged a look, then sighed.
If that's what you want, we're going to take you into the back of the ambulance to see your wounds. Then we might let you go. How does that sound?
Whatever you say. Chapter 5. Raphael.
Is she all right or not? Damian shouted in my ear. I winced, pulling the phone away. They're checking her out now. Seems to be fine. What happened? I don't know. I got here right as a gargoyle took off with her. I stood by the said gargoyle's remains as Mercy was checked out by the paramedics. I wanted to argue with her, to tell her that she should go to the hospital, but it wasn't worth the fight. She decapitated it midair. I'll be there in 5. Do not let her out of your sight. He hung up. I glowered at my cell, as if I would up and leave Mercy right now. I walked around the body, nudging its broken, mangled wings. I found my bullet holes and a few from Mercy, but most of the body was a mess. I texted Nor to let him know I was on the scene. He was going to be here ASAP, along with more agents, to take care of the head and body. If I'd shown up a few minutes later, Mercy would be long gone. She would be dead. I'd come here to let her know what we found out about Greg Sherwood, but none of that mattered now. I could have sworn that the gargoyle that first attacked us targeted her. This occurrence only added to my suspicions that whoever brought these creatures back was after Mercy. When I reached the head, I crouched low, using my knife to spin it around. There was a bullet hole in its forehead. That shot should have killed it. Too bad it wasn't alive where we could ask it questions. Decapitation seemed to be the only way to kill them.
Right, that's enough medical treatment. I'm fine.
Mercy yanked off a blood pressure cuff and held up her hands in protest when the paramedics tried to put in an IV.
Said I'm fine.
You really should go to the hospital. A fall like that, you could have internal injuries.
Didn't fall that far.
The paramedics looked horrified as she hopped out of the ambulance and walked away. She'd made it nearly 10 feet when her knees gave out. I rushed to catch her before she hit the ground. When are you going to let people take care of you?
I'm not spending the night in a hospital room.
She didn't shove away from me, but instead leaned into me. At least she let me do that much.
I want to see the body.
What for?
Humor me.
Praying for patience, I wrapped an arm around her waist and guided her to the gargoyle's body and head. I wasn't sure what she was looking for when she hauled off and kicked the body with a yell. Several cops stared at her, worried looks on their faces. Feel better?
Not even close.
She leaned back, craning her neck to look at her apartment.
Damn, pretty sure my renter's insurance is not going to cover damages done by gargoyles.
I wouldn't worry about your apartment.
Why the hell not? Don't exactly have anywhere to go now.
I was going to tell her that wasn't true, but then Damian appeared, shouting for Mercy. He ducked around the cops. I waved them off when they seemed ready to apprehend him. She told him what happened. She clearly wanted to say more, but hesitated as I was standing so close. I made an excuse to see if Nora had arrived yet and gave her space. Something bothered her, and from the way she crossed her arms so tightly, the way she leaned closer to Damian, it had nothing to do with the gargoyle attack. I wanted to be the one she talked to, but we were on shaky ground, and pushing would only make it worse between us. I circled back to the body. There was no sign of Nora yet, so I examined it for any more clues as to who might have sent it, to see if I could ascertain if it was under someone's control. I was back at the head, ready to check the eyes, when smoke started to rise from it. The body did the same. Mercy yanked me backward with a shout of warning. Suddenly, it was engulfed in flames. So was the head. The flames stretched high into the air, then sucked back down. Nothing remained of the body except a burnt outline on the pavement. Both gone, just like that. Taking with them any chance we had at getting any leads in this case. How did you know? I turned to Mercy. She looked where the body had been.
I sensed magic. Dark magic.
She whispered, searching the gathered crowd.
I think he's here.
He who?
Whoever's behind this.
We need to talk about this, but not out in the open like this. My place, Damian suggested. It's only a few blocks away. We can go there. Is it safe? Warded. Heavily warded. We'll be safe there. Let's get moving. I held fast to Mercy's hand as we followed Damian away from the crime scene. She slipped free of my grip, and I let her, for now. I texted Noor to let him know where I was headed, and that there was no longer a body to examine. Then I shoved my cell away and didn't check when it went off again. I was too focused on Mercy's hunched shoulders and paranoid glances at the sky. There were more gargoyles. We knew there were more of them. They could come back and attack at any time. Damian veered right 4 blocks over, and we stepped inside what served as his place of business. Back room. I'll lock up the front, he instructed. Mercy led the way through a curtain. We stepped into a cozy sitting room, nothing like what I expected Damian to have. Mercy bypassed the chairs and the couches and stalked to the far wall, then back again, circling the room. You sure you're all right? I asked her on the 5th pass.
Fine.
She drew one of her daggers and angrily picked at her nails so hard I waited for blood to appear.
Not every day I nearly fall to my death.
I didn't think you were going to make it. The dagger paused and her cold blue eyes narrowed on me. What? Your magic. It barely caught you in time. Then it gave out in a blink. You're damned lucky, that's what I'm saying. Anything else happened today you want to talk about?
I'm just tired.
Tired? Mercy, I've seen you tired, and your magic worked fine. What's going on? She went back to picking at her nails and turned her back on me.
I was attacked by gargoyles twice in the last, 24 hours? You'd be shaken up too.
I wanted to push, but Damian came through the curtain, so I switched the topic. What exactly did you feel back there?
I told you, dark magic.
Mages? She shook her head at my question.
No, something different. Something worse.
She sheathed the dagger in a flash and raised her hand like she was going to touch her scarred cheek. Then she dropped it.
I don't like this. Any of it.
I might have some information to get us headed in the right direction, I offered. The apartment belonged to Greg Sherwood, a member of the Gathered. Told you I went there. I talked to the guy. He wasn't too keen on discussing the incident, although he said one thing that sticks out. And? Damian demanded. I asked if he knew of any reason why the gargoyles would attack his place, if they were drawn to magic or mages. He said they would never attack him. Exact words. Mercy's gaze darted to Damian. He shook his head subtly. They were hiding something. What was it?
Was that all he said?
Her words were strained. Her cold blue eyes only grew colder. From him, yeah. Says he's been out of his place for a month, only stopping at his apartment for a few hours here and there. We talked to another guy, Joseph Sycamore, gave us a brief history on gargoyles. History lesson, how wonderful, Damian muttered, but waved me on. The gargoyles used to be guardians before they were twisted against their purpose. Mercy went back to her walking around the room. I didn't take my eyes off her. They were allied with another race before they were hunted down and killed. Dragons. Mercy stopped so suddenly she nearly toppled over. What? Dragons, I repeated. She gulped. Damian showed no reaction at all. He appeared bored as he moved across the room and poured himself a glass of whiskey. I continued, Sycamore said if the gargoyles have returned, it's a bad omen. Sign of the apocalypse in a way. The Gathered always enjoy having a dim view of our future. They've predicted the end of the world quite a few times. Was there anything else helpful? Damian offered me a drink. I shook my head. He thinks the only ones capable of bringing back the gargoyles are the Reapers or the dragons. Seeing as they are extinct, I worry the Reapers are behind their reappearance. Heading into Sector 13 was not at the top of my to-do list, but if we couldn't find any other clues, we'd have to go there and see what we could find. This time, we would be there on official business and have an entire team with us to ensure the Reapers did not decide to keep us as reluctant donors. Not sure I like this information, Damian mused. I have one more thing. I hesitated, sure Mercy was going to hate me for even suggesting this, but Damian cared for her as I did. If he believed me, even partly, she'd be forced to take my worries more seriously. The gargoyles. I think they're targeting Mercy. Damian choked on his whiskey. Mercy glowered at me from across the room.
No, they're not,
she argued. Really? The first time we were attacked, it was only interested in you."
"That is not true."
"Yeah, it is, and you know it. It tried to take off with you. It couldn't have cared less about me. The second time, you were in your apartment and that gargoyle attacked. They're after you. I don't think you should be left alone until we get to the bottom of this." That dagger was back in her hand, and the same cold-eyed Mercy I first laid eyes on months ago looked back at me. This was not the Mercy I'd come to know. If I messed up whatever this was between us, then so be it, but I was not going to let her be alone until we knew if she was a target or not.
"You have no say over what I do."
Mercy flipped the dagger over and aimed the tip my direction. "But he has a point."
"No, he doesn't. There's no proof. None," she ranted.
"There's no proof they aren't either," Damian said, the calm returning to his voice. "These aren't like the other bad guys you've faced. They're gargoyles, and they've already gotten the better of you twice."
"How can you say that?"
Mercy shouted at Damian. "Raphael, can you give us a moment, please?" I worried about leaving them alone, but Mercy had turned her back on me. Staying would only make matters worse. I stepped into the front room, toward the door. Behind the curtain, Damian's voice sounded calm and collected. For a few minutes, I heard nothing of Mercy, until glass shattered, and then she was yelling. It was impossible not to hear, unless I walked outside, and the Fed in me didn't budge.
"You're asking for trouble, you understand that? What is wrong with you?"
"He can keep you safe."
"I can keep myself safe. I can stay here. You said it yourself, it's warded."
"I'll ensure his place is warded too, but you can't stay here. Not while I'm going to be gone."
"Where are you going?"
Mercy asked the question that was on my mind. "There are a few loose ends I need to check into, and they can't wait. You weren't supposed to be getting attacked by gargoyles."
"So you're leaving?"
"I don't have a choice, and you're not staying with anyone else. Got it?" Anyone else? Who did Damian mean? Gigi or Bowen? I wasn't worried about her being with Bowen. She made her choice on that matter already. But what was wrong with staying with Gigi? She was a powerful witch and could keep Mercy safe. I rebelled at the notion of passing on the chance to have Mercy at my place, and willed Damian to make her see reason. Staying with me was the safest option, so why was she fighting it so hard? "Whatever hell is about to come down on us, I will not risk you. Understand me?" Damian said with a fierce growl that almost made me believe he was a full demon. The rest of his words were too quiet to hear. She said something back, but it was muffled. I grunted, annoyed. The curtain parted, and they exited. Mercy marched right toward me. She poked me hard in the chest.
"I'll stay with you, not because I agree they're after me, but because I'm tired and need to sleep. But," she added with a gleeful grin, "I get the bedroom this time."
"If that's what it takes, fine. You can have it."
"I need clothes from my place, and my weapons."
"Go," Damian told us. "If you don't mind, Raphael, I'll head over and make sure your place is warded. Bring Gigi with me." The old Raphael would have balked at the idea. Now I waved him on and escorted Mercy out of his place and back to her apartment. The walk was tense, and the crime scene was in full throttle. I spotted Noor. Mercy assured me there were enough feds crawling around her place to keep her safe, so I let her go upstairs alone and talk to him.
"How's she holding up?"
I shrugged. Good enough. It almost had her.
"I'm assuming you're going to be keeping a close eye on her."
"I am. I'll keep working the case, sir. No need to worry." He patted me on the shoulder.
"As much as I can't believe I'm saying this, we need her to stay safe and alive. She's your priority right now. You can work from your place, but if you find something, you call Iris or me. Got it?"
Never did I expect to hear those words from Noor. I nodded. "Yes, sir." His gaze trained on the apartment. Mercy stood on the threshold. She glared into the distance, then spun around and disappeared inside. The look Noor gave her startled me, but it was gone so fast, I told myself it hadn't been there to begin with. Noor's normally stern expression returned as he glared at the place the gargoyle's body had been.
"I'll have Iris talk to Joseph Sycamore again. Let him know about tonight. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll have seen something."
"I don't think our luck will be that good."
"You never know. Get Mercy out of here. We'll take care of this mess. I'll have them pack up whatever's left in her place and take it to storage until it gets repaired."
"Sir?"
"Raphael?"
I wasn't sure how to ask what I wanted to ask, so I told him never mind and waited for Mercy to exit the building. He liked how she worked, how much good she'd done with us, but he was treating her like she was one of us now. I wasn't about to complain. Made my life a hell of a lot easier. I took one of Mercy's bags as she reached the sidewalk. "Come on," she called over her shoulder and aimed for her bike at the curb. "You know what? I'll meet you at my place." She sighed as she attached her bag to the back of it.
You know, while you were off in La La Land, you enjoyed riding on this thing.
"I did?"
Would I lie to you?
Her eyes darkened as she said it, and she looked away from me. She had, in fact, lied to me about something major in her life. What was to say she wouldn't do it again, and with something worse? Or that she wasn't doing it right now.
If you want to catch a ride with someone else, be my guest.
She grabbed her helmet and was about to put it on when I told her to wait. Smiling, she attached the other bag, and I climbed on behind her.
Hold on tight.
I wrapped my arms around her waist as the bike roared to life. The light in the bathroom flipped off, and Mercy poked her head around the corner.
Sure you don't need anything else from in here?
All yours. I fluffed the pillow on the couch and flopped onto it. Get some sleep.
Raphael?
I threw my arm over my face, worn out from the last 48 hours. Mercy?
Nothing. It's nothing. See you in the morning.
The bedroom door closed. I wanted to be sure I was alone in the living room. I looked at the ceiling, playing through the stream of flashbacks I'd been having since hopping on that damned bike. I saw the night I'd ridden on it, behind her, back when I was not as myself. I'd sounded so free at that moment, so happy. I blinked and the image was replaced with another. An image of us sitting on the couch, kissing. Of her walking around in those damned sleep shorts and tanks she wore to bed. I heard her laughter. Those memories lulled me to sleep. Whatever Mercy was worried that I would remember, I assumed it was not of all we had shared during that week. Sometime during the night I growled myself awake and sat upright on the couch. My head throbbed and I struggled to hang on to the images assaulting me. Mercy, Bowen, and I were in a room. There were papers on a table. It was the same memory I'd been seeing, but the third figure had always blurred out. Tonight I saw it in full view. It had to be a nightmare. I was not going to let myself believe it to be true. I couldn't. A goblin? Why would Mercy be working with a goblin, especially after all they did to her, whether possessed or not? But this particular goblin with the pierced ears seemed familiar. Why did I recognize him? As I sat on the couch, holding my face in my hands, the bedroom door opened, and I stilled. Mercy's figure emerged from the short hallway, tiptoeing across the floor. My lips curled up with amusement that she thought she could sneak out of this place. Damian told me before he and Gigi headed out earlier that he placed a special ward on the door. It would alert me if she was within 2 feet of it or any window. He was damned serious about her not being on her own. When she was almost in the kitchen, she kicked the armchair and cursed, hopping on one foot. I flicked on the lamp beside me. She flinched. "What are you doing?" She glowered at me, holding her foot, then sank into the chair she'd kicked.
Not sneaking out, if that's what you think. How long were you watching me?
Bad dream. I was up.
Same.
She dropped her foot and got back up, padding into the kitchen.
Grabbing some water. Want anything?
I didn't miss the way her eyes dropped to my bare chest. The memory of holding her slammed into me, and I found myself on my feet, following her into the kitchen. Reaching for a glass, her hand shook. Worried she'd been through too damned much in so little time, I pulled her into my arms. "You're trembling, and you're cold." I wrapped my arms around her, and she buried her face in my chest. The action startled me for a split second, but I wasn't about to let go. "Mercy?"
Why are you always so warm?
I chuckled and rested my chin atop her head. Demon, part of my endless charm.
Right. Charm. We'll call it that.
She hugged me back. I waited for her to tell me what was wrong. When she didn't, I leaned back and studied her face. She glared at me.
I'm enjoying this. Don't ruin it.
You said you had a bad dream. Want to talk about it?
Nope.
Then how about you tell me what happened right before the attack?
Double nope.
She slipped from my arms. I grunted at the loss.
Nothing happened.
Liar. Her hand stilled halfway to the glasses.
And you were telling the truth. Damn.
About what?
About my being a shitty liar.
Her hand fell to the counter. She leaned on it hard, eyes closed.
I was falling again, but this time my magic wasn't enough to save me. I hit the pavement, and yeah, not the greatest thing to dream about.
Gently, I turned her to face me. The scar on her face was redder than normal. And before the attack? Her eyes crinkled like she was about to lie. Then she sighed.
I had a flare-up.
Why?
No idea. I'd just gotten back to my place after telling the others about the gargoyles, and it was like my face was on fire. I passed out on the floor. When I came to, the gargoyle was there.
She hung her head and then ran her fingers through the messy tangles of her hair, blonde with a few black streaks.
You really think they're after me? Not mages, but me?
I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Because I can't take care of myself. Got it?
That's not what I said. She stormed away from me toward the bedroom. Will you just hang on a damn second? You can't deny that you have a tendency to throw yourself in harm's way.
I'm not going to apologize for doing my job.
Revenge, Mercy. The last time was out of revenge. Anything having to do with this envy is about revenge. You won't be able to get revenge if you're dead. Why is it so hard for you to let others help you?
I don't need anyone getting hurt because of me.
You are not in this alone. I won't let you be. I stalked toward her, standing at my full demon height. Her head craned back so she could keep glaring at me. I told you before, I'm remembering everything. If there's something else I need to know, tell me now.
The worst part was the fight you came in at the end of, with envy, she said,
but her eyes crinkled with a lie.
There's nothing else you need to worry about.
I remembered the note of random words I jotted down, dealing with a blood moon and artifacts. The question was on my lips, but the bags under Mercy's eyes stopped me. She was pale, beyond tired, and as much as I wanted her to simply tell me the truth, I'd find out one way or another, including why she might have been working with a goblin. Get some sleep, I finally muttered, heading back to the couch and flipping off the lamp. You're safe here. Even in the dark, I sensed her intense blue-eyed stare. Then she stomped to the bedroom and slammed the door shut. I'd remember everything soon enough. How bad could it be that she refused to tell me? What was she scared I'd do?
Chapter 6. Mercy. I tugged the blankets over my head as the sunlight streamed through the curtains. I hadn't expected to go back to sleep after the nightmare of falling to my death. Even though I argued with Raphael briefly, having him in the other room was comforting. I partially hated how much I was coming to lean on him. I was used to being on my own, taking care of my own issues. Now I was sleeping in his bed, breathing in his deep woods scent, and wondering how soon this was all going to end. He was going to remember everything. That's what he said. Now I couldn't decide which was worse, his remembering what he helped Bowen, Rufus, and I do, or that I was dragonborn. I crushed the pillow over my face, wanting to disappear for a few more hours, but it was a new day, and we had a new issue to deal with. I climbed out of bed and slipped into the bathroom. Raphael was up and on the phone, but I didn't catch who he was speaking with. I freshened up, then stepped out and right into him. Oh, hey. What's wrong?
You feeling all right?
Yeah, I said slowly. Why, are you checking me for a fever? His large palm rested on my forehead. Raphael, I said I'm fine.
She doesn't have one. Guess she was just overtired.
He said into the phone.
Right. Bye.
Did I miss something? I didn't sleep that late, did I? He crossed his arms, breathing heavily out his nose, a habit I noticed he had when he was worried.
You slept for 2 days straight. That was Gigi. She was about to come over if you didn't wake up. Since you did, I'm taking you to her.
Why? Was there another attack?
No, but she wants to make sure you're fine. Said something about that gargoyle claw, too.
I followed him into the living room, not really concerned with how long I'd slept. It had been a rough few days. I was more curious as to why he wasn't sticking around with me and Gigi in case she had a hit off the claw. You want to dump me on Gigi so you can chase a lead.
Never said that.
You don't have to. I'm coming with you.
No, you're not. It's not a definite lead, just a hunch.
A hunch about what? He plopped down on the couch and shuffled through some papers. I thought I spotted one that mentioned something about the blood moon and artifacts and 1462, as well as the word map with a question mark next to it. Shit, I was running out of time to figure out what to do. Running seemed like a great option at this point. Where are you going? I tried again.
Back to Sherwood's apartment. I want to see if there's anything else there that might help. Then I'm thinking of heading back to the Citadel and see if I can't get anything else out of him. That's all, I promise, so get that annoyed look off your face.
I turned for the bedroom to get dressed. Whatever you say. Ever since we got back from dealing with the werewolves, I couldn't seem to decide which side of Mercy I wanted to be. Then with Raphael needing my help and being there for me, showing me what kind of life I could have, I discovered I was growing soft. Everyone else might think I was walking a fine line of going too far, but I didn't think I pushed hard enough. Relationships made me weak, and that was not something I could afford to be. Anyway, the second Raphael learned the truth, it'd be over between us. Better to push him away now and save us both some heartache. Once I was dressed and armed, I waited for him at the door, not saying a word.
How long are you going to be mad at me for this?
I'm not mad. I fiddled with one of my daggers as we stepped out of his place, and he locked up.
Sure you're not.
Look, you have your job and I have mine. I'll see what I can find out with Gigi, and you'll go check out your leads. It's what we both need to do. He touched my arm, stopping me when I made for the stairwell.
Why don't I believe that?
Dunno, not my problem. Come on, don't want to keep Gigi waiting. Raphael walked me inside Gigi's shop. I mumbled a bye and waited for him to turn around and leave. He grunted a bye, said he'd check in with me later, and stomped out. The door swung shut behind him, the cheery tinkling of the bell not matching my sour mood at all.
Damn, it's suddenly got chilly in here.
Gigi teased as she stirred whatever potion was currently in her cauldron.
You two get in a fight?
Nope.
Uh-huh. You're full of shit.
Don't want to talk about it. You have something with a claw yet or not? She stopped stirring and gave me a pointed look.
Sit down.
Gigi, I'm fine.
You don't sound fine and you look like shit. What's going on, huh? The sleeping 2 days I can brush off. But what's with the attitude?
I popped my boots up on the table and picked at my nails with my dagger. No attitude.
Damian on your ass again?
I said I'm fine. Drop it, all right? With her hands on her hips, she walked toward me slowly, a dangerous glint in her eyes.
Do not make me use a truth potion on you. Out with it. There's nothing you can keep from me. Not now that I know all the other shit going on in your life.
I was about to agree, then I grimaced. Not all of it, actually.
What's that?
The day after we left the Wailing Siren, Damian followed me and Bowen. He found out the rest, so I guess I should tell you, too. After I told her, the only person left who didn't know the truth was Raphael. I couldn't bring myself to spill everything to him. It'd be worse if I didn't, but how was I supposed to tell him I released a goblin criminal from prison and was currently working with him and a few others to track down hybrids created by an evil dragon? Oh, and by the way, I'm part dragon, so whatever shit Cheval stirred up, I'll be dragged into, whether I wanted to be or not. These weren't things I could just blurt out to Raphael. And he was a Fed, after all. First and foremost, he was a Fed. I told Gigi the rest of what she needed to know, including the fight with Envy and the ley lines. The second I mentioned a blood moon, her face paled and she sank into a nearby chair. Gigi?
Sorry. I thought the other night was a lot to take in. By the goddess Mercy, you really are trying to find the worst way to get yourself killed.
Why does everyone think that?
Your track record of late speaks against whatever you say.
I'm not losing control. I'm stable, for the most part. Her brow rose. What? I am.
You just told me you shot Todd, killed him, and now his ghost is haunting you. How do you expect to be stable? How have you not gone completely insane yet?
Not sure, but let's not jinx it. One of the gathered seems to think this has something to do with a coming apocalypse type thing. She leaned back in her chair, bobbing her head.
Gargoyles? A blood moon? The ley lines?
What about them?
The blood moon is powerful for many different races. If Shuval takes that event and taints it, if she powers the ley lines with the blood of innocence, any race affected by that night is at risk.
Of what? Being turned evil?
Or being killed. Fae, witches, warlocks, mages, all of us with power in our veins.
She was suddenly on her feet, pacing madly around the room.
The blowback from whatever final ritual she performs, the damage that can do. We have to warn people.
We can't.
Why not?
You know why. I'm Dragonborn. So are most of those fighting against her and her forces. They might have been forced underground all those years ago, but they're still fighting. If we draw attention to them, to our cause, what do you think she'll do? I stabbed my dagger into her table. We have to keep doing what we can to stop her from the shadows.
Mercy,
she started, but the cauldron bubbled over and she rushed to it.
Damn.
What are you doing over there anyway? She stirred the dark blue potion, and I heard something clanking in the bottom of it.
Making you a tracking potion with that claw. Just about finished.
I can find out where those things are going?
That's how it's meant to work, but if they were brought back by an extremely powerful being, my magic might not be enough. Yours, however, could be. You up for trying this time?
If it gives us a lead, yes. I retrieved my dagger from the table and pulled out my cell, about to text Raphael and tell him to get his butt back here. My fingers froze over the screen, and I finally shoved it back in my pocket. If this spell worked, I'd follow it and see where it led, then tell him afterward, if I found anything of note. Before Raphael, I did everything on my own. I'd have to get used to doing it that way again. Ready when you are, I told Gigi. She scooped out the claw from the cauldron. It gave off a blue glow, pulsing with her magic.
All you have to do is hold your hand over it, close your eyes, and imbue it with your magic. Give it a purpose.
Sounds easy enough.
And it is, unless there's a magical block on it.
She laid it on the table.
Have at it.
I shook out my hands, then shut my eyes and held it over the claw. At first, my magic didn't seem to be there at all, and I frowned, clenching my hand in a fist, then opening it again. This time, heat rose from within me and filled my hand. I imagined it becoming one with the claw and using it to find the gargoyles. Gigi's shop fell away, and power rushed through me. I gasped as images flashed through my mind's eye, taking me to where I needed to go.
Mercy?
Gigi said, worry coloring her tone, though her voice sounded far away. Almost there. The flames grew hotter around my hand. I winced. My power had never stung before, but I was so close, winding through blocks in Sector 21, down alleys toward the older part of town. So close, so damned close. The images slammed to a halt. I sucked in a breath. The air knocked from my lungs. Gigi's hand closed on my shoulder, but I was trapped, unable to break free of the tracking spell I'd brought to life. A harsh cackling filled the air. There was darkness, then a taloned hand reached toward my face. The hand turned into a massive clawed leg of a dragon, its body forming out of the shadows. It surrounded me, shooting fire into the air. Large golden eyes focused on me, and in them, I saw the end. Then the fire was shot at me, and I was thrown backward. Gigi hit the floor with me.
Mercy, my goodness, your hand!
She held my right arm by the elbow as she helped me sit up, then told me not to move my arm. I'm fine, I said, shaking my head to clear away the vision. Dread waited on me, and I was sick to my stomach. The dread was quickly replaced by a stinging pain that grew worse, until I was sucking in breaths and holding my elbow. My entire right hand up to my forearm was burned. What?
Don't move. I need to bandage the wound.
The claw, where is it? I rose, ignoring her yelling at me to stop moving, and hurried to the table. I sighed in relief. The claw was there. I could try again. As I reached for it, the damn thing burst into flames, just as the gargoyle body had. All that was left was the burnt outline of it on the table. One break. I just want one break one time. Is that too much to ask?
You can keep shouting at the universe, but don't think it's going to answer. Sit down now and let me see your arm.
I held it out to her without protest, too ticked off to do much else. That plus the pain was starting to hurt. Bad. She dabbed a white salve on it, then wrapped it securely. I glared at the table the entire time. I'd been so close to seeing the location, and something stopped me. No, not something. A dragon. Cheval.
What did you say?
Gigi's hands froze on my arm.
Mercy?
I think I saw her. My voice was quiet, scared to say her name again out loud. Had she been here? And we were too blind to see it all this time?
No, that's not... You can't have, right?
I don't know. Never seen her before. But when I closed in on the location, I was stopped by a dragon that was breathing fire. Those eyes. I shuddered, remembering the promise of so much death and destruction in them. It had to be her.
You really think she's behind the gargoyles?
That mage with the gathered told Raphael the only races powerful enough to bring them back are the Reapers or the dragons.
The Reapers? Why would they bring them back?
I shrugged as she finished bandaging my arm and went to put her supplies away. I don't know, but I don't exactly feel like dealing with anyone in Sector 13 right now.
Maybe I should go then.
What? No, you can't go there alone.
I don't have to,
she said quietly, turning to face me with a determined gleam in her eyes.
Damian isn't the only one with contacts across the state.
Gigi. A loud knock came at the door to her shop. The closed sign was flipped today, so we shouldn't be bothered. She held a finger to her lips, and we waited for the unwanted guest to go away. Except the person knocked again, louder this time. Gigi grunted, frustrated, and marched to the door to send the person away.
I'm sorry, but I'm closed today,
she said brusquely. I can read, thank you. A male voice answered, not unkindly, but I'm afraid I'm here on business.
From who?
The gathered. Mercy Temple. Is she here? Gigi frowned and closed the door as if to block me from being seen.
I'm sorry, I don't know anyone by that name.
Yes, you do. And she's inside your shop. Gigi, it's fine. Let him in. She gripped the door harder, seeming unsure if she should listen to me or not, then gave in. The man who walked in was not one I recognized from the only time I'd ever met mages from the gathered. His head was bald, and his robes were a deep shade of blue. He nodded at me politely as I rose, his eyes slipping to my injured arm. I have a message for you, he said in that almost too polite voice. From? Quinn Nolan, the leader of the gathered. He has sent me here to fetch you. I'm sorry, what? I exclaimed. Gigi immediately stepped in front of me. Fetch me for what? With the arrival of this new threat to our city, he feels you would be better off joining us, as your father did. We can teach you all you need to know and keep you safe in these dark, troubled times. His brow wrinkled as he said it, though his concern felt anything but real. Not happening. You can leave. Now. He looked down at his extended hand, a hand I'd not reached for to shake. He frowned. I don't think you understand. You were a very powerful mage, just running around the city. We cannot let that be. I'm doing just fine on my own all these years. Fine. You've nearly died several times because your power is unstable. It is well past due for us to figure out why, and then to help you control it. For them to do that, they'd have to learn that I was dragonborn. The moment they did, they would either cast me out or attempt to kill me. The mages were one of the races which were the greatest advocates for the mass extinction of the dragons. I crossed my arms and backed away from him. I said no, he should leave before this gets messy. His eyes flared gold. His magic pressed in around me. Gigi clutched a hand to her throat, struggling to breathe under the weight of it. He smirked, as if his magic would be enough to drag me out the door with him. I kept up the act that I was fighting it, when really it was simply a nuisance. I snaked my left hand under my coat and gripped the hilt of my sword, ever present at the small of my back. As I hunched over, the mage, taking advantage of my vulnerable state, moved in closer. I lunged at him, drawing my blade. It extended to its full length against his throat. With a yell, I drove him back into the wall and held him there. You rely far too heavily on your magic. His eyes narrowed in anger. He attempted again, but the blade dug into his throat, drawing blood.
If you kill me, you'll have far worse to deal with than gargoyles.
Is that so?
Yes, far worse. They are only the beginning.
I held the sword firmly as I fought the urge to kill him and be done with it. His words bothered me. Beginning of what?
Of foes you'll be facing that you cannot hope to defeat. Not without joining us.
Is that so?
Why did I suddenly get the feeling Raphael was right, that the gargoyles were targeting me, but not because of some evil plot of the Reapers or even Cheval? The Gathered wanted me to join them. Bad enough to send gargoyles after me? They were damned hard to kill, almost like they couldn't feel pain. Were they even real? Fair warning. That's all. Quinn would not be happy to hear of this incident.
Too bad for him. I removed the blade. The mage adjusted his robes. I hauled back my fist and punched toward him, striking his face with the hilt of the sword. He gasped as blood spurted from his nose. Go tell your Quinn to back off, or this will only be the beginning for him and the rest of you. Got it? I opened the door and threw him out it, slamming it shut behind him.
That was certainly interesting,
Gigi remarked as I wiped the blood from my blade with my sleeve, then collapsed the blade and tucked it out of sight. That's one word for it. I think they're behind the gargoyles.
What?
Briefly, I told her my theory. Her scrunched face said she wasn't buying it. It's possible, though, right? I countered.
It is, but I want to do some more poking around. Call a few people.
Be careful, all right? She rolled her eyes.
Like you're one to talk. You should call Raphael. Tell him what happened.
Why? He's not my guardian.
No, but I'm pretty sure he's something to you. Unless that's why you're in a rotten mood.
She was right, but I wasn't about to admit it. Life with Raphael is about to get extremely complicated. I'm not sure if I can deal with a relationship right now, on top of all this other crap falling on my head. That's it.
And why not have him help you with all this crap? Thought he already was, actually.
He is, but that doesn't mean we have to get involved.
Don't do this,
she said with a heavy sigh.
You finally find a guy who can take all your shit, and you're going to what, run from it?
He's going to remember, I burst out. He's going to remember that I let Rufus out of jail, that I'm Dragonborn, all of it. Plus, he's a Fed. What do you think he's going to do with that information? I stormed toward the door, shaking my head. Better this way.
Better to make him dislike you instead of simply telling him the truth. Do you really have that little faith in him?
The question stopped me cold. I trusted Raphael with my life. He trusted me, too. But this war with Cheval was only getting started again. I'd have to get my hands bloody again, have to break more laws. And he was a Fed. He might understand it, but how could he stand by and let me do what had to be done? I wasn't the only Dragonborn either. What if others started coming here to help us? I could not be the reason we all ended up locked away in some secret Fed prison. He was bound by duty. Me? I was only after revenge. I'll see you later. Call me if you find out anything, I told Gigi, avoiding her question.
Wait! Raphael and Damian don't want you out there alone.
I can take care of myself. She muttered something about calling one of them herself. I walked outside, sucking in a deep breath. I needed proof the Gathered were behind the gargoyles, not Cheval or the Reapers. Gigi might believe they had something to do with it, but why else would Quinn send a mage to collect me after I'd been attacked twice? And the tracking spell had taken me awfully close to the Gathered citadel. I'd head back to my place and see if there was anything there I could go off of. If not, then I might call Raphael and let him know we would be questioning Greg Sherwood again. Chapter 7. Raphael.
Sherwood's apartment gave me nothing new, and I knew that speaking to the man himself again would do the same. If he had something to do with the gargoyles, I wasn't going to get it out of him by going to him. I had to find a way to get him in one of our interrogation rooms at the Fed building. Throw him off balance. Sadly, he had a clean record, and all I could do was leave a message with Joseph requesting Greg come down to our offices to take care of some formalities. He said he'd pass it along, but even he sounded uncertain it would get Greg here. While I waited to get a call from the main desk announcing he was here, I dug around for more information on the gathered. Not much showed up, and I gave up as another more worrisome issue returned to mind. That goblin in my dream. I know I'd seen him before. Iris was at lunch, so I took the chance to pull up any recent arrests or news stories about goblins. The dream replayed over and over in my head. Mercy arguing with Bowen and that goblin. The table had been covered in papers and maps. There'd been a list, too. I couldn't picture what was on it anymore, though. And it was cold. That realization gave me pause. I couldn't feel cold in a dream. So maybe it was not a dream. Maybe it was a memory. I scrolled through the names. Rot was at the top of the list. After that, Rot's brother. As soon as the photo filled my screen, my blood ran cold, and I was sucked back into that memory.
Well now, long time no see, blood breath.
Rufus grunted to Bowen. You! How did you get out of your cell? Bowen asked, then turned to Mercy. You broke him out?
I had to turn to someone after you stopped talking to me, and Damian refused to help me track down the ones responsible. So yeah, I broke him out. Thought you'd be happy to see your old friend.
Friend is pushing it, Bowen hissed. Acquaintance at best.
Oh, now, what's got your panties in a twist?
Rufus said with a wink. You changed.
We all changed, so you can piss off about that.
Rufus snapped. None of us started eating children. He eats kids? I asked, alarmed.
Not anymore. Part of the deal for my busting him out. How about we all take a deep breath, promise not to kill each other, and sit down? We have a lot to go through today,
Mercy said. Bowen glowered at Mercy. I will not work with him.
You don't have to. I am.
You can't.
Why the hell not?
Mercy seethed.
You won't talk to me about what happened. Damian acts like I'm a child that needs protecting. Rufus is the only one willing to even talk to me about it. He's the only one who agrees we can't keep sitting on the sidelines. You wanted to know the truth? Well, here it is.
You are insane. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into?
Blood moon. That's where it starts.
And you have no idea what that entails. You! Bowen snarled, rounding on Rufus, pointing in his face viciously. You have no right to get her involved. You're going to get her killed.
She has as much right as you or I do, and you know it,
Rufus said calmly.
She's right. If you keep babying her, she's going to get herself killed. She's an adult. She can make her own choices, and she's damn strong if you give her a chance to prove it.
Raphael?
I jumped when Iris's hand landed on my shoulder, dragging me out of the memory. Yeah?
You all right? You look like you dozed off at your desk.
I glanced at my screen, but Rufus's face was no longer on it. Had I exited the window? Not sleeping much, I guess. Worried about Mercy the last couple of days. That was true, but now there was a pit in my stomach. That memory. Mercy was working with Rufus, a goblin she captured and locked away for committing a long list of terrible crimes. Bowen's words rang in my ears. Broke him out. Mercy broke Rufus out of his cell. No, she wouldn't go that far, would she? As Iris wandered back to her desk, eyeing me curiously now and again, I searched for Rufus's status. Bowen and Rufus seemed to know each other, and not simply from around the underground. And as for Damian, what did he have to do with them? What were they really working on? I assumed the blood moon had to do with envy, but from the way they were talking, there was much more to the story. The rest of the memory teased me. I waited for the search to complete, shut my eyes, sifting through the confusion of my mind, until I heard more familiar words. Ley lines. Someone was using the ley lines. I jotted down the random words as they came to me in snippets of conversation. When my computer dinged, ready with results, I opened my eyes and dropped my pen with a curse. On the paper were words that made that pit in my stomach grow larger. Sacrifices and ley lines. Something about charging the ley lines. Sacrifices. That word bothered me. The people Mercy and I had saved had been in some sort of ritual circle around that tree. Was envy really the only one behind that? But no, I knew that wasn't right. The name was right there on the tip of my tongue. All of it was. All my attempts to remember did was to give me a headache, so I gave up. For now. I folded the paper and shoved it in my pocket to ask Mercy about later, then turned to the computer. Shit, I whispered as I saw the latest intel on Rufus. He'd been reported missing from his cell weeks ago. The goblins in another sector of our feds were searching for him. But the goblin hunt was being kept quiet so as not to alert the public. My chair squeaked as I leaned back in it. Rufus's dark eyes glared at me from the screen. He was free because Mercy broke him out. She was working with him. They all were. The damned headache throbbed behind my eyes. I winced. The desk phone rang. I answered it.
Sir, there's a Greg Sherwood here to see you. Something about paperwork.
Send him up, please. I hung up and exited out of my computer search for Rufus. I got up to meet Sherwood at the elevator, meaning to pop in and tell Iris we had a mission. My cell vibrated. I checked it. A message from Gigi said Mercy had left her shop, and she wasn't sure where she was headed. Said she texted Damian, too, so there was no need for me to rush off. He'd returned yesterday from his day trip, and as far as I knew, found no new leads. I replied with a brief question about the claw. She texted back that it hadn't worked, but if I wanted details, I should talk to Mercy. Like she'll tell me the truth.
What was that?
Iris stood at my elbow.
Raphael?
Nothing. Let's see if we can't get anything else out of Sherwood.
You really think dragging his ass down here is going to make him cooperate with us?
He's not as strong here. He's off balance. No harm in trying, right? I waited anxiously for the elevator to ding, and when it finally did, Sherwood stepped out, wearing a suit and tie instead of his mage robes. I gave him what I hoped was a sincere smile. Thank you for coming down. I know this is a bit inconvenient.
Anything to help wrap this up, Agent.
His smile was fake. I kept my fake smile plastered on. Right this way. It will only be a few minutes, I assure you. Iris led the way to one of our nicer interrogation rooms, where a stack of papers waited for him to be completed. He sniffed, annoyed as he shuffled through them, then asked for a pen. Before we get to that, we do have a few follow-up questions, I said, as Iris shut the door.
And they are?
Have the mages had any dealings at all with gargoyles in the past? I know it was hundreds of years ago, but you must keep records. He sat back in his chair and crossed his arms.
We did, but that's not out of the ordinary.
No?
No, the gargoyles were employed by several races back then.
And to your knowledge, do the mages have any spells or rituals that can bring back a race? Even if only for a short time.
Agent, if you would like to accuse me or the Gathered of something, just do it. I'm a very busy mage, and you are taking me away from extremely important work.
Am I now? You said that before. What are you working on at the moment?
I'm afraid that is none of your concern.
I glanced at Iris, but she didn't seem to have anything to add. Not that I blamed her. I was grasping at straws as it was. Very well. Do you have any idea why a dead gargoyle would suddenly burst into flames, destroying all evidence we might collect? Gold and white flames. Greg's face paled.
It did that? Who killed one?
Mercy Temple, the bounty hunter. It attacked her at home, and she managed to decapitate it. He swallowed hard, giving himself a hard shake. She's stronger than we thought. He whispered. What was that?
Nothing. Just I would expect nothing less from Mercy Temple, considering who her father was.
Iris and I exchanged a look.
Her father?
She asked.
Yes, he was one of us a very long time ago, before he was killed.
Funny. I wonder if Mercy knew this, then realized she probably did and neglected to tell me. No wonder she was so damned strong, even after being cursed by envy. But we weren't here to talk about Mercy, and as many questions as I had piling up around her, I had to stick to the current case. And you can think of no reason why the gargoyles would be attacking her directly, or you.
As I said before, they would not attack me.
And why is that? Is it perhaps because you were the one behind their return?
I have no knowledge of how or why they're here, but,
he added when I was going to keep pushing,
if the body did burst into flames, as you say, then you were dealing with someone extremely powerful. May I ask you a question, Agent?
I growled quietly, but nodded.
Is there anything else you've noticed about the gargoyles?
Aside from them targeting Mercy and taking far too long to kill, I was going to say no, but then remembered. Mercy had shot one in the head and chest multiple times. Would a gargoyle be able to survive a shot to the head?
Would you? Gargoyles are sturdy creatures, but they're not immune to gunfire.
Tell that to the one she shot in the head. Greg's eyes widened.
No, if it did, then, well, what you're dealing with might not be permanent.
Meaning?
Iris asked, annoyed.
Meaning whatever magic brought them back is temporary, and that though the gargoyles appear to be alive, they're not. At least not fully.
Do mages have that kind of power? Greg hung his head.
Very powerful ones could, but I assure you no mage would do this.
And why don't I believe you? You're hiding something from me, Sherwood, and I'm getting really tired of waiting for you to come clean. He placed his hands flat on the table.
Agent, we mages take our work very seriously. I cannot tell you what I'm working on, but I promise you it has nothing to do with the gargoyles. If they came to my place and are after Mercy, that is indeed a mystery that needs to be solved. I, however, do not have the answers.
The longer I looked at him, the more I felt I could concede he was telling the truth. He might not have anything to do with these gargoyles, but someone did. Thank you for your time.
I, too, would like to get to the bottom of this matter. May I borrow a pen?
I stood. Don't worry about the paperwork. We have everything we need. Iris will see you out. If you think of anything, I expect you to call me. Instead of heading back to my desk, I walked to the stairwell to have a few minutes of privacy. The gargoyles were not actually coming back. That was a good sign, but we had no way to know how many had been brought back to life, or what they were after. And now I had more questions about who Mercy was, and what she got herself into with Rufus. I was calling her without knowing exactly what I was going to say.
Raphael?
Hey, Gigi said you left her shop. Where are you headed?
Nowhere in particular. Don't worry, though, I'm meeting Damian. So before you give me a lecture, I'm well looked after, she said sharply.
Just being careful.
Whatever. You have anything new?
I do. I figured I'd start with what I learned from Sherwood and go from there. I told her exactly what he told me about the gargoyles. Mercy?
Explains a lot.
And nothing at all. We still don't know who's behind it. Gigi said the tracking didn't work?
It started to, but we were interrupted. Something stopped me from getting too close.
Damn.
Damn would be right. Sherwood say anything else helpful?
I scratched my beard as I added, why didn't you tell me your father was one of the gathered? Silence met my question, and I pulled my phone away to make sure she hadn't hung up on me. Mercy, did you hear me?
I did. I was just hoping I hadn't.
So?
So what? Never came up in conversation.
That's what you're going to say?
Look, he died when I was little, and I never knew about it until recently. Drop it.
A growl slipped from my lips. No.
No?
No, you should have told me. I don't understand why you wouldn't be proud of the fact. Or why you're with Damian when you could be with them. I remembered how she hadn't wanted me to go see them alone either. Why don't you trust them?
It's a long story.
Then make it shorter.
You want me to spell it out for you? Fine. Liam and Envy were both part of the gathered, and both of them have tried to kill me. Envy was there the night my parents died. Happy? Why would I trust those mages when the 2 hybrids I've met so far came from their ranks?
That doesn't damn them all.
Does in my eyes. You don't understand.
Then help me understand. She shot off a stream of curses, then hung up on me. I called her back, but she didn't answer, so I did it again and again, until finally she picked up.
What?
I'm trying to help you, and you're pushing me away. Why?
Let it go.
Can't do that when I'm finding myself waist deep in questions about what you've been up to the last few weeks with Bowen. Mercy? I glanced around to ensure I was alone, then whispered, why am I remembering arguments about ley lines and sacrifices?
I don't know. Must be a mistake.
Right. Is it also a mistake that I saw Rufus there? The silence stretched on again, but she hadn't hung up. Yet.
You going to arrest me?
What? No. But I think I deserve some answers.
And I can't give those to you. Not right now. I'm sorry.
I heard someone yell her name in the background.
Damian's here. I have to go.
Mercy, wait. Is there something I need to be worried about, aside from the gargoyles?
All you need to worry about are the gargoyles. Nothing else matters right now.
You're lying.
Aren't I always?
She replied, then hung up again. I threw my head back, squeezing myself so hard I was amazed it didn't crack. Damn that stubborn woman. I should arrest her, should go to Nor right this minute, and tell him Mercy was the one who freed Rufus. But I didn't. I stayed in that stairwell, glaring down into the shadows. The argument between Bowen, Rufus, and Mercy resounded in my ears, and I willed myself to remember more. Bits and pieces fell into place. Our talking about these ley lines and something about using artifacts to charge them. Artifacts I'd been helping them find. We had to get them to do something with them, not use them. No, we were trying to stop someone else from doing that. Someone dangerous. I slammed my palms on the metal railing when nothing else came to me. Maybe it was time I did some research of my own. If there was more danger looming on the horizon, I needed to know what it was and when it was coming, so I could protect the people here. That was my job, and as of this moment, Mercy was obstructing me. Fighting her was not what I had in mind, but if she didn't come around soon and be truthful, she'd leave me no choice but to take action. At the door back to the office, I stopped as an echo of Mercy's laughter drifted past my ear. All that happened between us, the warm embraces, the kisses, the feeling at ease with each other, flashed through my mind. Could I shove my strong emotions toward her aside, risk losing it all? Isn't that what she's doing? A voice in the back of my mind said. She's pushing you away, and you know it. Pushing me away to what, keep me safe? Or to stop me from figuring out what she was really up to with the others? When I woke up this morning, I'd trusted her without question. Now that trust wavered, and I suddenly hated her for making me doubt all that we might have together.
Chapter 8. Mercy. Mistake. Everything with Raphael had been one massive mistake. He knew about Rufus and the ley lines, and shit, he knew about my dad. How much longer until he remembered what I was? The smart thing to do would be to go underground, to disappear before he remembered that bit of information. I couldn't do that while there were gargoyles roaming loose. I'd take care of them, then disappear. It was the only option left to me now.
Nothing's here,
Damian said from across the apartment.
Mercy?
I know, I searched before you got here. I kicked aside a bit of ceiling that had fallen in and glared around my place. The feds had done a nice job of getting the rest of my scant belongings out of here. I'd have to get them all back somehow. Then see if I could bunk with Gigi for a while. Damn.
What's wrong?
Half my shit's at Raphael's place. How could I forget I stayed with him the last couple of days? I'd have to go there to get it, then figure out my next move.
And you're staying with him for the time being.
I can't. Not anymore. I'll bunk with someone else.
What's going on with you and the Fed? Thought the two of you were, getting along,
he said with a growl as he flipped over some bricks near the wall. We're not. I stalked around my place, debating on what else I even wanted from what the feds had taken. My clothes and weapons were safe at Raphael's. Nothing else mattered. Not like I was a sentimental person. I never had any pictures from my childhood, no trinkets. Everything was destroyed the night we were attacked. I spun around, slowly taking in the empty space, and was hit with a stark realization of how sad my life must seem to someone looking in. Someone like Raphael. No wonder he worried about me so damned much. I shrugged. Don't think there's anything here.
I do.
I expected to see him holding another claw or piece of wing, but he was looking at where my nightstand had been. He bent down and shoved more debris out of the way. When he straightened, there was a single photograph in his hands. He smiled sadly, holding it out to me.
You look like her more every damned day. Gods, I miss her sometimes.
With shaky hands, I took the one photograph that someone had managed to save from our destroyed house. I thought it might have been a Fed who gave it to me. One last reminder of what I lost. The photograph was of me and my parents outside on a sunny day. They grinned like they hadn't a care in the world. Or that's how I always used to see them in this picture. As I looked at it now, I could see the fear in their eyes and the worry in the lines on their faces. All their lives they'd been fighting Cheval. In the end, she won. I miss them too, I heard myself say.
They'd be proud of you, as much as I hate to admit it.
Why's that?
Because I was meant to keep you safe, and here you are going down the same path they did.
He cleared his throat roughly, and when I met his gaze, I saw the ghosts he'd been carrying with him since that night were evident.
I know you think I'm overreacting or being overprotective, but I loved your parents. Actually, I loved your mother before she met your father.
You and Mom?
Yeah, I was too much for her as it turned out, but we stayed close. Your dad didn't like it in the beginning, but we became friends. Good friends.
He rubbed a hand down his weary face.
All these years I hid away, hoping the war with Cheval would miraculously go away on its own, that I wouldn't have to lose anyone else.
I shoved the picture in my pocket and grabbed for his hand. I'm not going to die, not as they did. I'm too much of a pain in the ass.
That's bloody true.
He hugged me. I returned the embrace.
You were like a daughter to me, always have been.
Even when you were being a jerk? He laughed, wiping at his eyes.
Even then, I had to make you tough enough for this world. Somehow I knew this is where you'd end up, fighting the good fight, constantly in danger.
He tucked my hair behind my ears, and I sensed it wasn't me he saw then, but Mom.
Right, enough sentimental crap for the moment. Gigi texted me right before you did, something about the tracking spell backfiring. I'm going to assume that's how you got hurt.
Not all that happened. Without even saying it, I knew how he'd react to the first bit of my news about my possibly having seen Cheval. He growled in anger, and his eyes flared red. But it was when I told him about the visitor from the Gathered that had him pacing around my ruined apartment, muttering under his breath. Do you think there's a chance they're sending the gargoyles after me?
What?
He stopped short, eyes flaring brighter. What that bastard said, facing down worse foes than gargoyles if I didn't join them. It sounds like someone's pushing me to turn to them, enter the Citadel, and maybe never leave again.
I suppose it's possible, but this is extreme, even for them.
Then his eyes widened, and he hung his head.
I take that back. I forget who's in charge now.
Who is he?
Quinn Nolan, a piece of shit mage. Your father despised him, wanted him kicked out and banned for life, but there were never enough votes to do so. Then your father was killed, and it would appear Quinn has risen in the ranks.
What did he do?
Experiments. That's what he called them. Eamon tried to expose what he was really doing, but the mage covered his tracks well.
Damian punched the nearest wall, putting a hole in it. He apologized, but I nodded to the other larger hole in my place, the one the gargoyle had created.
Right. If Quinn is after you, we have to keep you out of sight. As much as I hate to say it, your best option might be to remain with Rufus in the underground, or with Bowen.
Bowen doesn't live in the underground, does he?
No, he's off the grid, and his place is heavily guarded. It's also not in this sector.
That I hadn't expected. Not that I should be surprised, I supposed. I never asked Bowen where he lived. How terrible of a friend was I? I had to get my things from Raphael's place. I needed to let him know everything Raphael remembered so far, too, but that conversation would have to wait until later. I studied Damian's face. You don't think this Quinn is working with Cheval, do you?
With all the shit you've uncovered recently, I can't say yes or no. We'll save any more questions until I know you're safe, where the Gathered and the gargoyles can't get to you.
I cursed whoever sent the gargoyles after me. I was getting tired of running. I wanted to get back to some good old-fashioned ass-kicking. Get a bounty, go find a target, kick his ass, and get paid. All the times I complained about that life I now wanted to take back. If only I could have that life again. We started toward the door when a strange heat exploded in me. I gasped, clutching at my chest as Damian rushed to my side. Dark magic. I couldn't get the words out, but we were in trouble. big trouble. My hand slipped to my gun, and Damian drew his when he saw me. The heat raged inside me, and the scar on my face felt like it was on fire. My scream bounded off the walls. The front door exploded inward. A cloaked figure stood on the threshold, a hand outstretched toward my face. "Hey, asshole," I grunted, drawing my gun in the same breath. I pulled the trigger, each shot forcing the figure out and back into the hall. Damian had turned to the opening and was firing at something behind us. A gust of wind told me exactly what it was. He bellowed as not one gargoyle, but two, descended into my apartment. Their shadows blocked out what little light came from the overcast day. I was about to turn and help him when my scar flared again. The cloaked figure righted itself. The robes were a deep blue, but there was nothing else to tell me who was hiding under the hood. Panicked screams came from the other apartments as doors flew open. I shouted for people to flee and get help. The figure glanced back at them. I rapidly fired another shot. The cloaked person's hand shot out, blocking my shot. I saw it then, the shimmering transparent shield that had blocked all my other shots. Damian shouted my name and shoved me down as an arm swiped over our heads. One of the gargoyles had been ready to snatch me up. I was getting really, really tired of being grabbed up like some freaking rag doll. Fueled by the pain the intruder had caused, I reloaded my gun, then drew my sword. It unfolded in my left hand as I pushed to my feet and fired at the gargoyle's face. Bullets wouldn't take the gargoyle down, but he had to get closer for me to use the sword. Damian dropped his gun in exchange for two large knives, more like machetes practically. He threw himself at the other gargoyle as the robed figure entered the apartment. The hooded head turned my way. I shrieked in agony. It felt as if someone was trying to pull my face from my skull. The gargoyle came at me again, and I abandoned my useless gun to use both hands with my sword. I swiped across the gargoyle's chest, but he kept coming. Blood oozed through his ragged shirt, but if he felt any pain, he didn't show it. I ran toward the far wall and ran up it. The gargoyle was hot on my heels. I kicked off, fueled by my magic, and landed behind the beast. I slashed down again and again. He roared, wings shooting out to the sides. His tail caught me in the middle. I grunted as I slammed into the wall, then slid to the floor in a heap.
"Enough. We need her. She's the one who has it,"
a voice hissed from beneath the hood. Not man or woman, more like a monster.
"Finish him."
"Damian," I gasped, struggling to get up. The figure shot a hand toward me. Pain ricocheted through my body like lightning. I curled in on myself, digging my nails into the hard floor, fighting to find purchase as Damian fought against the gargoyles. Damian was the best I'd ever seen with a pair of knives, but he never stood a chance. I dragged myself forward, one painful inch at a time. He bellowed a battle cry. His body flew into the ceiling, then slammed back into the floor. The gargoyle's wings cut off my view, but I heard each strike. They were going to kill him.
"You will not save him,"
the figure hissed, suddenly standing over me. The figure kicked me in the ribs, flipping me over.
"Give in, Mercy. Make it easier on yourself."
"Screw you," I spat. I was rewarded with another kick, also to the ribs. Damn. My scar had to be on fire. I screamed in powerless fury. Damian's rough whisper reached me.
"Mercy."
The gargoyles parted enough for me to see his outstretched hand, the rest of him covered in blood. I had to get to him. I had to. I stretched as far as I could. Above me, the figure cackled.
Pathetic.
Deep down, I knew I shouldn't have done it, how much it would screw me up. But I was not going to watch Damian die. I was done being the victim. As this asshole's dark magic pressed me to the floor, my own magic flared to life with a vengeance. Unlike the flames before that I had no control over, these bent to my will. They wrapped around my hands and up my arms, giving me the strength to find my legs and rise.
"What's this? You think you're strong, is that it? Oh, my precious girl. You have no idea what you're dealing with."
I shut my eyes, focusing only on my power. The flames crackled to life in my ears, speaking to me, and I was more than willing to speak back. My eyes shot open, and I threw my arms out toward the figure. My fire whipped at him, sending him falling backward. He struggled to erect a shield to protect himself. It wasn't fast enough to ward off my rage. Yelling as I pushed through the pain, I went on the offensive, knowing my power was limited. I went for the figure's hood, wanting to see who it was. He shrieked for the gargoyles to attack, and I directed my flames to engulf them instead. They flailed in the flames, fleeing for the open wall. I spun around, ready to attack the figure, but it was like it had never been there. As the gargoyles flew away, still on fire, I pulled the flames back into me. I shuddered and collapsed as I regained a hold of my power. It wanted to be free and fought me every inch of the way. When I finally suppressed the flames, I blacked out. I came to, mouth dry, every limb aching. All around me were the sounds of yelling and shouting. My apartment. I was in my apartment, and something was wrong. I rolled to my side and saw the body on the other end of the room, not moving. No! Adrenaline pushed me forward, and I crawled until I reached Damian's side. I squeezed his hand as I checked his pulse, yelling at him to be alive. His heartbeat was thready at best, and his breathing ragged. The gargoyles. We'd been attacked by gargoyles. "Damian, stay with me!" I shouted, and screamed for help. Someone finally yelled back they were coming. They didn't sound like they were close. "Hold on, Damian. You just have to hold on." There was so much blood. I wiped as much as I could from his face. Then the cops were there, paramedics right behind them. They asked me if I was hurt, but I didn't care about me. Damian. They needed to save him. "Ma'am, tell us what happened." "Gargoyles," I said, not letting my gaze leave Damian. "They attacked us, and he fought them off." They rushed to patch what wounds they could, then talked about getting him to an ambulance. "I'm going with him." "Who is he to you?" "My dad," I said without thinking. If the cops questioned that, they didn't say anything. They let me go to the ambulance with the paramedics. I climbed in after and held on to Damian's hand. Soon as the doors closed, a black SUV pulled up outside the building. Iris stepped out. We locked eyes, then the doors closed, and we were off. Dealing with Raphael was the least of my worries. A witch and a fae worked on Damian all the way to the hospital. When we arrived, I tried to stay by his side, but I was pulled away by a nurse. "I can't leave him. Please, I have to stay by him."
"They'll take care of him. You'll see,"
the shifter told me, yellow eyes flashing in sympathy.
"Come on, let's get you checked out, too."
"I'm not hurt."
"Sweetheart, you're bleeding. Let's go. We'll get you fixed up, and then you can wait for him."
Exhaustion from using my magic struck me as soon as I sat down on a bed. Numbness followed. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the bed, an IV sticking out of my arm, monitors beeping. I was groggy, and my tongue felt too big for my mouth. Words failed me. For a horrible second, all I saw was that hooded figure ready to attack me again. I scrambled back on the bed, yanking at the IV in my arm and yelling for him to get away.
"You need to calm down. Help! We need help over here!"
a nurse yelled as she took hold of my shoulders. She was strong for a shifter, but I was stronger. Pent-up adrenaline made it impossible for her to subdue me. 2 large vampires in scrubs rushed over, but I kicked one and punched the other clear across the room. My power threatened to break free again. The ivy tore out of my arm.
"Mercy, move back. Give her room."
"Raphael? What was he doing here?" I stilled as he came around the curtain, face drawn with worry. How are you here?"
"Doesn't matter. Do you know where you are?"
I glanced around wildly, but he shook my hands and gently turned my face toward his.
"Mercy, breathe. Just breathe and talk to me. Do you know where you are?"
The grogginess of the meds lifted enough to nod. The other beds in the room came into focus, as did the array of nurses and orderlies, all looking at me as if I was going to lose control again. I took a deep breath in, then let it out. "Hospital."
"Good. That's good. You're safe here, all right? We need to get the IV back in,"
the nurse whispered. I tensed. Raphael shook his head.
"She'll be fine. Trust me."
The nurse pursed her lips in disapproval, but let it go. She came toward me slowly and said she was going to bandage the wound I'd opened. I let her, looking into Raphael's eyes to keep me centered. When she finished, Raphael asked her and the others to give us some space.
"She's under control, trust me,"
he said when they took too long to clear out. "Damian! Where's Damian? I need to see him." I swung my legs over the side of the bed, looking at my bare feet, confused. Where the hell are my boots? And my coat? Shit, where were my weapons? I was defenseless.
"Right here, in the chair. How about you tell me what happened first?"
"Where's Damian?" Raphael turned back to the nurse and asked if she knew anything.
"He's in another room. He won't be able to leave any time soon."
I tore myself away from Raphael, slamming my head back on the pillow.
"Mercy?"
"It's my fault. All my fault. Shit." I smashed my fist into a nearby monitor, then into the other one for good measure. Neither action made me feel better. I was ready to leap off the bed and grab a chair. Raphael's large form blocked me. "Move."
"Not until you calm down."
"I am calm." His brow arched.
"Mercy, calm down, or I'll help the orderlies hold you down so the nurse can sedate you. Got it? Get a grip."
I shoved at his chest, but he didn't budge. "How did you even know I was here?"
"Iris was called to the scene. She saw you being taken away."
I shoved at him again. Then when that didn't work, I aimed a punch at his face. He caught my fist easily, and I cursed my weakened state. "I don't need you to be here."
"You were attacked again. I'm here on official business. And I'm not leaving until you tell me what happened."
He didn't let go of my hand. All the speeches I gave myself about not letting him get to me, about shoving him away for the good of us both, disappeared in a heartbeat. I wanted to kiss him, hug him. I wanted to forget the recent horrors of my life for a minute. Just 1 minute. His eyes flared red, and as if reading my mind. He leaned in and kissed me. I winced as soon as our lips met. He drew back. I hadn't realized my lip was split. He started to apologize, but I tugged hard on his neck, bringing him close, and kissed him, not letting him pull away. When we parted this time, he tilted his head, studying me closely. "What?"
"I expected you to punch me."
"I tried."
"So you kiss me instead?"
I shrugged. "What can I say? You're catching me in a very weak state of mind." I rested my forehead against his chest, and he wrapped an arm warmly around me. This was stupid of me. I should have kept shoving him away until he got pissed and left. But having him there was right, and I hated it as much as I liked it. "I was sure I was going to lose him," I murmured, clinging to his shirt. "They were attacking him, and whoever was with him, he, she, or it, or whatever, tried to hold me back."
"Someone else was there."
"Cloaked figure. Not sure if it was a man or woman, but he was damned strong. And he controlled the gargoyles."
"To come after you. Mercy, you have to admit now they're targeting you."
"Not going to argue with you there. Not anymore." I gulped and chanced a quick look around, but there were no mages in the ER that I could either see or sense. "I think it's the gathered."
"What?"
"One of them came to Gigi's shop. They want me to join them. Basically flat out said things would get worse for me if I kept refusing. Then, a few hours later, the gargoyles attack." My breathing grew ragged, and I was dizzy.
"Your skin's getting warm. Calm down,"
Raphael urged. "Trying." He placed his hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eye.
"Breathe with me. In and out. Calm down. You're with me. You're safe. Damian's safe."
But his words did nothing to ease my growing fear. Too close. It had been too damned close. My scar throbbed. I winced at the pulsing pain. There was something else I couldn't remember from the fight. What the cloaked figure told me. All I saw when I thought of the fight was the gargoyles trying to beat Damian to death.
"Mercy, walk me through it."
I nodded, needing to tell him. My words were jerky at first, then they flowed without an end in sight. I crushed his hand when I got to the part of Damian going down and my letting my power rise. Raphael said nothing the entire time. I was grateful for it. If he interrupted me, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to go through it again.
"If the gathered are after you, we need to get you somewhere safer."
"We were getting ready to swing by your place and grab my stuff and do exactly that."
Where are you going to stay?
Damian suggested Bowen's. He's got a place outside of this sector and off the grid. I waited for the growl or the argument. Instead, Raphael nodded.
If Damian believed you'd be safe there, then that's where we'll get you.
Good. I waited for him to move, but he stood there, lost in thought. Raphael?
Huh?
I need my boots, and I'm not leaving until I check on Damian. He handed me my boots, then my coat, and helped me ease off the bed. I was wobbly for the first few steps, but picked up my speed in my determination to see Damian, to personally see that he was alive. We left the room and walked into the main part of the hospital. Raphael asked where Damian was as I kept looking around for him. The hair on the back of my neck had stood on end ever since we exited the room. I wanted to leave, but leaving meant putting Damian in the hands of whatever was coming. I clutched at Raphael's arm when we neared a large waiting room on the way to the wing where Damian was.
What is it?
Raphael's hand slipped to his hip as he spun around slowly. There were only a couple of people in the plastic chairs, most of them sleeping or absorbed in their own problems. The magic I sensed wasn't coming from them. Oh no, it was coming from a presence walking behind us. I turned, just as two robed figures appeared at the end of the hall. Shit. Raphael placed himself in front of me without question. I didn't like his move, but if they were here for a fight, I'd be mostly useless until my strength returned. The two mages stopped when they reached us, but their eyes darted to me.
Mercy, we have come with regards to the messenger who spoke to you this afternoon.
Yeah? And? Did he go running home to Daddy to tell him I was mean to him? The mages, both with bald heads and appearing to be in their late 20s, though they could have been older, exchanged grimaces.
He did, but as we were given to understand, he did not deliver the message in the manner discussed.
No shit. And what was that?
That we are giving you an open invitation to join us when you feel the time is right. It's what your father would have wanted, and what we still do. All we ask is for you to consider our offer,
the second mage said. Why should I trust either of you, or any of you, huh? Where were you the night my father was murdered? Or the night when I was cursed? Where? Raphael grabbed my arm when I tried to charge around him. I shrugged him off, planting my feet as I glared the two men down.
We were all deeply saddened by the loss of such a great mage, which is why we believe joining us is your best option. We have only your best interests in mind.
My best interests, I repeated quietly.
Mercy,
Raphael whispered. I held up my hand, cutting off whatever else he was going to say. I took a step closer, then another, until I was in their faces. How far are you willing to go, huh? How far? You gonna make my life miserable? You gonna try and hurt everyone I care for? The mages frowned.
No, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Please, we do not force any mage to join us.
The one on the right reached for my arm. I reacted on instinct, kicking him in the chest. He slid down the hall. The other one I grabbed by the throat and threw him into the wall, pinning him there. Don't you dare touch me.
Don't.
He gasped, but didn't fight back.
You can trust us.
Can I? Funny, seeing as mages more than any other race have tried to kill me lately. I seethed in his ear. You go run back to the gathered, and you tell them I will not be joining your ranks. Not now, not ever. And if you keep coming after me, I will rain hell down on you all. Got it?
Mercy, your powers, they're unstable. Please, let us help you.
I squeezed harder, cutting off his air. I don't need anyone's help, least of all yours. I released him. He opened his mouth to speak. I punched him, uninterested in anything else he had to say. Blood seeped from his mouth as he held it, trying to get to the other mage.
I suggest you both leave,
Raphael said loudly.
And if I catch any word that you or anyone else from the gathered has come back, I'll be showing up on your doorsteps with arrest warrants.
The mages nodded and hurried away, nearly tripping over their robes in their haste to flee. Gods, it felt good to scare someone again. I started down the hall, feeling more myself than I had over the last few days. Raphael didn't even lecture me, which was good, since I probably would have decked him too. When we reached Damian's room, there was a doctor there to fill us in on how bad a shape he was in. Fractured arm and ribs, minor internal bleeding, and his face had been beaten to a pulp. But he was healing well enough. They were going to keep him for a couple of days to ensure he recovered well. I thanked the vampire, but didn't go in the room.
He'll want you to be there when he wakes up,
Raphael insisted.
Go on, I'll fetch us some coffee.
I took his hand as he turned to go. Listen, I know this hasn't been easy between us. You don't have to stay. You got my statement, your job's over. His lips curled in a sheepish grin.
Yeah, not here from my job, actually.
What?
Iris got what happened from several eyewitnesses, the gist of it anyway. I came for you.
He kissed my cheek as I stood rooted to the spot, torn between hurting him now so he'd stay away, or hurting him later.
I'll be back with coffee.
Not wanting to stand in the hall and sulk all night over my terrible choices, I stepped into the room. The monitors beeped, and I dragged a chair over to sit beside Damian's bed. I'm here, I assured him, holding his hand. Right here. Bloody stubborn demon. You should have let me take them on. But no, you had to go all macho demon on me, huh? His hand squeezed mine, but his eyes remained closed. His face was like one giant bruise, and there were bandages running up and down both arms. A cast covered the right arm. Another bandage was wrapped around his head. I was sick to my stomach seeing him banged up like this. Now I knew what he felt all those times when I came to him beaten up and bloodied. Whenever he awoke, I knew the words that would be coming out of his mouth. I told you so. He'd never let me live this down. Payback was certainly a bitch. I scooted closer and rested my head on the edge of the bed. At some point I dozed off, only to wake when a blanket was draped over my shoulders. Another chair scraped gently across the floor. I peeked open an eye. Raphael was in the corner of the room, keeping watch over us both. What the hell was I going to do with this demon? Chapter 9. Raphael.
Mercy was asleep beside Damian's bed. She hadn't moved since we got there, but at some point I would have to go. Nor texted me updates. Not that there was much to report. The gargoyles and cloaked figure were nowhere in sight, and they had no reason to return. He set up feds to keep an eye out around the street corner anyway. The latest gargoyle attack wasn't what had me watching the door to Damian's room with a paranoid eye. The cloaked figure. This was the first time he'd shown up, and with Mercy believing the gathered were after her, that they were trying to force her into joining them, I started to lean toward their being the ones who sent the gargoyles in the first place. The others might have said they didn't force anyone to join their ranks, but why else would they show up so quickly at the hospital? Or at Gigi's place? Why wait until after the gargoyles attacked to come and speak with her? Sherwood was hiding something, as were the rest of them. I wanted to step out and call Joseph, see if there was anything more that he could tell me about their recruitment process, or about Mercy's dad. There was so much more to the story of her parents. She had yet to tell me who her mom was. I set my empty cup of coffee on the table and quietly pushed out of my chair to do another hourly check in the hallway. Nor had sent another agent over to help me keep an eye out. He'd placed 3 more downstairs. Gargoyles attacking the hospital would not end well. From what Mercy said, she had to use magic to repel them this time. With how shaken up she was after the attack, and then after dealing with the mages, she was in no shape to pull on her magic anytime soon. The hallway was clear. I stayed in the doorway, watching over Mercy and Damian. She still held his hand, not about to let go. For as much shit as they seemed to give each other, it was a relief to see their feelings come out. She told me a bit more about the fight. Damian had pulled the gargoyles away from her so she could escape, and she would have if the cloaked figure hadn't arrived, whoever the hell he was. My temples throbbed suddenly. I sucked in a harsh breath as images flashed in front of me. Mercy and I were surrounded by people, fighting them. Weirs, humans, vampires. The massive dead tree was nearby, and my fingers dug into the doorframe as the fight raged on. Mercy screamed inside my head as she was wounded. Then it was over, and I was back to looking at the empty hospital hallway. I took a half step, and then the images came again, this time harsher. Envy was disappearing into the tree and escaping. That damned tree. Everything came back to it, and the ley lines. The hybrids. I rattled my brain for the missing piece to the puzzle, but they continued to elude me. There was a sound of rustling covers, and I returned to the room. Damian's eyes were open. Damian? He blinked at me, then attempted to move, but didn't seem to have the strength. So I survived after all, he mused quietly. He tugged on his hand with a frown, then shifted his gaze to Mercy. His face softened, and worry flooded his eyes. She'll want to know you're awake. She can wait, he whispered. Raphael, I need you to promise me something. Right now. I should be getting a doctor, I said, but he reached out. I moved closer, and he fisted his hand in my shirt, not letting me go easily. Promise me you will keep her safe. I've been trying to, I muttered. He growled, and I shut up. They won't stop, you hear me? They won't stop until they get her. You have to keep her safe. Keep her alive and out of their hands. Whose hands? Everyone's. He watched Mercy, and for the first time since meeting this half-demon, I was amazed to see him look at her like she was his daughter. She'll never be safe. Never. No matter what happens, no matter what you remember, you have to swear to me you will keep her safe. This war is only getting started. I flinched. War? What war? Damian, it's just gargoyles and mages. No, it's much more than that. It's always been so much more than that. They're only the beginning. Same words Joseph said. The gathered, we think they're using gargoyles to get to her, force her to join. He looked uncertain. They want her too. You can't let her go to them no matter what they say or do. Understand me? If she goes to them, it's the end of Mercy. You got it? They'll kill her instead of saving her. What? Why? Her father... He pulled hard on my shirt, dragging me to his level. They're the reason her father's dead. Why her mother's dead. Why she's cursed. You got it? You do not let them get their hands on her. We have to prepare. Prepare for what? War? Damian, you're not making any sense. Yes, I am. You just don't remember everything yet. If there's a war to start, don't you think the feds would know about it? I pointed out. Damian's face paled, but his eyes flared red with anger. The feds are blind. They always have been. This war will crash over us all, and if we're not ready, we'll be swept away on the tide. You hear me? It's coming. She's coming. She who? Damian. His eyes fluttered closed, and the monitors beeped loudly. Protect her, no matter what, he whispered, and then his eyes shut. The monitors beeped louder. I yelled for help. Mercy jerked awake, glancing from me to the monitors, then Damian. No, you can't leave me, she ordered him. Damian, don't you dare leave me alone. I can't do this without you. He smiled up at her, holding her scarred cheek in his hand. Then his hand hit the bed, and his heart stopped. Mercy screamed as the nurses rushed in. I pulled her out of the way, holding her securely in my arms as they shocked Damian to get his heart beating again. It took too damned long, and with each failed attempt, Mercy screamed her anguish. The steady sound of the monitor picking his heartbeat back up filled the room. With a sigh of relief, Mercy sagged in my arms. He needs rest now, the doctor said, coming towards us. Perhaps it's best if you take her home. I nodded, more than ready to drag Mercy from the room, but she didn't offer a fight. She gave in, and after kissing Damian's forehead, left the room with me. I glanced back one final time, his words sticking with me. Protect her, no matter what. I would. I silently swore it to him. Outside the hospital, I took one of the SUVs the feds drove here in and headed for my apartment. Mercy leaned her head against the window, not saying a word the entire ride. Her silence ate at me, but what could I possibly say that would make this situation any better? When we were upstairs and I locked the door behind me, she let out a furious shout and kicked the chair. She breathed heavily as I walked into the kitchen and pulled 2 beers from the fridge, then handed her one. Feel better? No, she whispered, taking the beer. Thanks. He'll pull through.
How do you know that, huh? How? He nearly died trying to keep my ass alive. What do these bastards want from me? I'm a cursed mage. I'm useless. Yet everyone feels the need to keep coming after me again and again and again. I'm tired. So freaking tired. I sipped my beer as she stalked to the windows and glared out over the city. Should I tell her what Damian told me? I sensed she knew about the war and had been hiding that information from me. But the rest of it, the promise to keep her safe? Would she want to know? I scoffed. No, she'd shove me away even more. Mercy, I finally said when she'd been silent a good 5 minutes. We need to talk. Do you want to fight right now? Is that it? She laughed bitterly as she turned to face me. The pain over Damian in her eyes was quickly replaced by rage. I never said fight. I said talk. Which means it'll turn into a fight. We both know it. Not if you're honest with me. All I want is the truth, which seems to be the one thing you refuse to give me. She shrugged. Technically, you already know the truth. You just need to remember. I marched across the room and took her shoulders in my hands. Help me remember. I can't keep you safe if I don't know the full picture. What's going on? Keep me safe? She tore herself from my grasp. Who said you had to? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? She shook her head as she set her beer down and tilted her head, studying me. Her lips parted and she barked a laugh. That rat bastard. He came to you, didn't he? And he made you promise him something, didn't he? She shouted that last part, but I said nothing. Two could play at this game. I don't need anyone keeping me safe. I have everything under control. Clearly. What was that? Her hands curled into fists as she stalked closer. You need help. I have help. Yes, from a vampire and a wanted goblin. Seems like you have the greatest help in the world. She yelled incoherently, then made for the door. Where the hell are you going? Out. I'm going out, and I'm not coming back. I don't care what you said to Damian or what he said to you, but none of it matters, got it? Nothing matters. I reached her just as she was at the door and put myself between her and it. I can't let you go out there alone. Stay here and cool off for a few hours at least. She shoved me and I staggered back a step, taken off guard by the burst of strength. Just like the first time we met, and I saw how she moved, how strong she was physically. I wondered again what else she was beside a mage. Her eyes glowed wide with magic as she shoved me again. There's no point, don't you get it? She shoved me a third time. I'm trying to save us both. From what? I grabbed hold of her hands when she moved to shove me, then wrapped my arms around her, holding her to my chest. Just talk to me, damn it. Why are you shoving me away? Why? How many times have we tried to stay away and ended up right back with each other? How many times have we saved each other's lives? You really think we're meant to be apart? It doesn't matter what I think. What was she talking about? It does, and you know it. Why are you doing this? I said why. Saving us from what? Mercy, for the love of God's woman. Just talk to me. That's all I ask. Talk to me. Be honest. And the second I do that, this all ends. The fierceness of her words made me let her go, and she stumbled away from me. I can't want you, she whispered so quietly I almost didn't catch it. I can't want to be with you. I can't want any of this. Says who? Says logic. She whirled around and glared at me. Whatever we think this is, it's not real. That's bullshit, and you know it. I growled as I closed the distance between us. She backed away. I wasn't letting her escape this situation that easily. It's real. Everything we felt is real. You're just running. For good reason. Please, Raphael, just let it go. We can't make this work. There's no world where this turns out well for either of us. She backed into the couch, cursed, then sidled around it. You said it yourself. I'm dealing with shit that's gonna cause trouble. I busted a known criminal out of his cage. I killed Todd. That forced me to a stop. Todd, the shifter. She nodded. I killed him. That's why you haven't been able to find him. Well, at least not find him alive. Head spinning, I frowned. Meaning what? Meaning he came back as a bloody ghost and is helping me out with Rufus and Bowen. It was self-defense, right? As soon as I asked it, I saw the truth in her eyes.
Mercy, what did you do?
I was pissed, all right?
Her guilt filled my apartment, but underneath it was that simmering rage, ready to explode out of control.
He tried to kill me, and then he was just going to get away? I couldn't let him, so I tracked him down in Sector 18, and I killed him. Shot him in the head.
Did he attack you?
That's not the point.
Did he attack you before you shot him? I repeated, louder this time.
Yes, but I tricked him into fighting again, and then I shot him.
She swallowed hard, clutching a hand to her stomach like she was going to be sick.
I can't be around you.
You killed him to save yourself. I don't see the problem, I tried to say. But she yelled, cutting me off. What?
Every time I kill someone or break a criminal out of jail, it puts you at risk. You and your job. I can't keep doing this to you. I'm going to drag you down so far you're going to hate me because of it.
She turned her back on me, but it was dark enough outside I saw our reflections in the window. Her face was scrunched in confusion as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Your boss has it right. I'm not like you. I'm a killer, and that's not about to stop. It can't.
To stop a war, I whispered, and her gaze locked onto mine in the glass.
What did you say?
Damian spoke to me before he crashed, I admitted as she turned around slowly, looking like she was ready to punch me in the face for keeping that from her. He told me there's a war coming, and I need to keep you safe. Protect you no matter what. Mercy's eyes widened, then narrowed.
Must have been the drugs he's on.
Don't do that. This man who cares about you made me swear to keep you safe. What war is he talking about? And who is this she who's coming? The color drained from her face, making the scars stand out even worse on her cheek. Mercy, who's trying to start a war?
You can't be involved.
Too damned late for that. I saw Envy. I fought him next to you. I saw the tree and the ritual stones. All I have are pieces. Just tell me what's going on, so I can help you stop whatever madness is happening here. But she was already shaking her head.
No, I need you to forget, not remember.
Sadly, that's not going to happen.
I can't do this. I can't watch you get hurt like Damian was. I won't. I'm sorry, Raphael, but this is over. Whatever you remember, just make yourself forget it.
She moved past me for the door. I caught her hand. Don't you dare walk away from this, I whispered roughly. Don't. I waited for her to haul off and hit me, so I let her go. She squeezed my hand right back, and then she shoved me into the wall as she dragged my mouth down to hers. I held her close as we were lost in the moment. How could she ever think this wasn't meant to be? I picked her up and turned us around so she had her back to the wall. Our kiss deepened as we clung to each other. After all the shit we'd been through together, I was not going to let her walk away from the fire growing between us. At least, not easily.
We can't be together,
she whispered against my lips. The hell we can't.
Raphael, you don't understand, but you will, and then it'll all be over. All of it.
Can you let me decide that for myself? Those blue eyes started to look cold again, and I rested my forehead against hers. Don't shut me out. Have a little faith in me. Whatever it is, whatever truth you're hiding, I can take it.
Not this time.
Mercy, I choked on the words I tried to get out, not even sure what I wanted to say. I swore to protect you, and I'll do it, whether you want me to or not.
I do,
she said on a breath.
And that's the problem.
I kissed her again, just a soft brush of my lips against hers, but it was enough to tell me all over again how much this dangerous woman meant to me. I couldn't let her just walk out of my life and never come back. I looked into those blue eyes. Do you trust me?
With my life.
Then tell me the truth. What else are you hiding? What am I not remembering yet? I smoothed her hair from her face. She opened her mouth, shut it, tried again, then sighed. So you don't trust me?
That's not it, and you know it.
I set her back on her feet, torn between wanting to plead with her and getting angry that she clearly didn't trust me. I was about to call her out on it when my cell rang. We're not finished with this discussion, I warned her, then answered, Raphael here.
We have a situation.
Iris said loudly, sounding out of breath. What's going on? Where are you? Mercy perked up at my tone, so I put Iris on speakerphone.
There's been another attack. Chief wants you to get down to the Citadel as fast as you can. You and Mercy, if she's up for it.
Why there? I grabbed my keys to the SUV as Mercy checked her weapons, except her pistol, which was missing. She grappled with her coat and cursed when she turned up empty pockets. I waved at her that I'd get to her gear in a second.
The gargoyles busted into one of the apartments there,
Iris explained.
It's bad this time.
How bad?
Just get here as fast as you can.
Iris hung up, and I shoved my cell in my pocket.
My weapons, I think they're back at my place,
Mercy told me. No, they're not. I swung by your apartment first and snagged what I could find. I reached into my jacket and pulled out her collapsible sword. As I handed it to her, I withdrew 2 sheathed daggers from my inside pocket. Your gun was destroyed. One of the gargoyles stepped on it, I think.
Thanks for getting these,
she mumbled as she tucked them in their appropriate places. You're welcome. Let's go. I wanted to stay a while longer until I finally convinced Mercy she could be honest with me, but Iris said this one was bad. I thought Damian nearly being killed was bad. What could possibly be worse? We climbed into the SUV, and I sped across the city to find another scene of chaos outside the Gathered's sacred home.
Chapter 10. Mercy. As grateful as I was for the distraction when Iris called, the second we stepped out of the SUV, I wanted to climb right back in and make Raphael take me somewhere else. Anywhere else. Mages were everywhere, and every single one looked at me like I was some damned prodigy finally coming home.
Mercy.
I'm fine, I snapped at Raphael. If he took it personally, he didn't show it. The mages whispered behind their hands as I followed Raphael through the crowd assembled on the street, then ducked under the crime scene tape. Feds and cops crawled all over the sidewalk. Thank God I was on their side now. Hiding from them here would have been nearly impossible. We spotted Nora and Iris near the entrance, but before we reached them, 2 cloaked figures stepped in front of me. My hand went to my dagger on instinct, but Raphael put his arm across my body, stopping me.
Joseph, what's going on?
Raphael acted like he knew this mage. I glared from him to the man standing before me. Sycamore? This is the mage you talked to? Joseph Sycamore nodded at me.
That I am. I'm afraid I have nothing but bad news.
He held out his hand for mine, and after a few seconds, I gave in and took it.
And it is an honor to meet you, at last. A great honor.
Well, thanks. I took my hand back quickly. What happened?
We've lost 2 of our own this night.
The gargoyles killed them? I glanced at Raphael as he cursed. There goes that theory, then. He frowned.
What theory?
I kicked at a rock on the sidewalk. Why couldn't anything be straightforward? Now we were right back to where we started, with no idea who brought these monsters back. After all the shit your mages have been giving me, we were starting to believe you were the ones who brought back the gargoyles.
Why would we do that?
Joseph asked, alarmed.
They're a bad omen. I told Raphael as much.
Yeah, well, after being threatened and attacked by them again, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to think.
Threatened?
Joseph wrung his hands, looking nothing like the mage who came to Gigi's shop. He seemed genuinely nice and like he wanted to help. Like he cared about me for more than who my dad was.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I didn't catch your mage's name, but he said something about Quinn not being happy. The longer I refused to join you here.
Ah, now I understand.
Well, I don't. I'm not one to give in to threats. Surely that's a well-known fact. Threatening me will only make it much, much worse. I wanted so badly to draw my dagger, but not on Joseph. On Quinn. I'm not someone who can be fetched. Joseph rubbed his forehead.
I apologize on behalf of my colleagues. They are overzealous at times, particularly when such strong mages make themselves known.
Not powerful. Cursed, I corrected.
And yet, I hear you've used extraordinary magic,
he said, but there was no threat in his words.
Despite what the others have said, I wish to tell you, should you ever need my aid, simply call on me.
There is no need for you to come here or join our ranks. None whatsoever. But,
he said as he leaned in closer, looking around as if checking to ensure no one listened in,
I do understand that powers as great as yours can be unstable. Do not let them get too far out of your control before you ask for help.
If the other mages had sent Joseph as their messenger, I might have given in. Thank you, I said sincerely. I might take you up on that one day.
Just not today, I understand.
Is this Quinn around? Raphael grunted beside me.
You're not here to threaten the leader of the gathered. We're here to investigate the deaths of the mages, remember? Since it would appear that the gargoyles did not, in fact, come from their magic.
He threatened me, I muttered, annoyed. Raphael raised his brow. Fine, I'll play nice. His huff indicated he didn't believe that for a second. Joseph said he would take us to where Nor was and cleared a path through the mages. They continued to watch me, and it took everything I had not to scream at them all to leave me alone. If I joined them, came to be with my brother and sister mages, I'd be the main attraction. I hated having any attention on me. There wasn't a chance in hell I'd join now. But Joseph's offer sounded like a good one. I'd keep it in mind, because he was correct. My magic was growing more unstable by the day, and as much as I told myself I had it under control, it flared up out of nowhere, or when I was about to die, then left me so weak I couldn't fight, couldn't even stand. The war was coming, and if I couldn't use my magic, I'd be screwed in a battle against Cheval. That evil set of dragon eyes flashed in my mind, and I tripped over my feet.
Mercy?
Raphael kept a firm hold on my arm as he righted me. Sorry, tired is all.
You can go back to the SUV. I'll tell you what I find out.
No, I'm good. Let's get this over with. I have questions of my own to ask. He scowled at me, but let it go, and we followed Joseph the rest of the way to the front entrance, then inside. The second we walked through, I shivered at the rush of magic. It filled every inch of this place, and I gasped.
The first time is difficult for every mage, Joseph said. Take your time.
I sucked in a deep breath, growing dizzy from the heavy dose of magic. Raphael didn't seem to be affected at all. A weird churning started in my gut, as if something was trying to get out, and I held it, turning my back on them both. I might be part dragon, but aside from speed and strength, I never sensed anything from that blood running in my veins. Now it seemed like the dormant beast inside me was desperate for a way to get out. After a minute that dragged on for eternity, I nodded that I was good to go.
Raphael,
Nor said when he spotted us.
Glad you two could make it. How's your friend?
He asked as he turned to me. His authoritative air was as strong as the first time I met him, but the concern in his eyes was confusing. He'll pull through with luck, I informed him. It was close, though.
I heard. Are you sure you should be up and moving around?
I've had worse. What happened here? He waved for us to follow him and Iris, and we walked deeper into the massive citadel. When we passed through a room filled with transports, I stilled. There were numbers above each one designating where they went. Most weren't in this state. How was this allowed? If anyone with ill intentions, like hybrid mages or Cheval herself, got into this room, we'd be in deep shit. Raphael nudged me and glanced around.
Saw this the first time I was here,
he said quietly as we fell back from the others.
Apparently this is sanctioned.
How?
No idea, but I don't like it either.
I nearly told him about the key needed to get into Sector 1462, then wondered if that was even needed here. I scoured all the numbers, searching for any hint that there was a transport strictly for that sector. But then we were through the room, and being led up a large set of stone stairs. The living quarters for the mages were on the top floor, near the rear of the building. The further we walked, the more I noticed this structure was far larger on the inside than it was on the outside. It had to take up several city blocks easily. From the outside, it was a large stone building that took up one lot. I could get lost wandering around these halls.
Here we are,
Joseph announced, but his words were overshadowed by shouting coming out of a doorway to our right.
This apartment belonged to 3 mages. 2 of them are dead, and the third we barely managed to keep alive. He was wounded badly.
Is he here? I asked. Joseph nodded.
Inside.
More shouting burst from the room. Nor growled loudly.
Right, let's get this over with. Who's in there?
Raphael pulled Iris inside as Nora entered the apartment. Quinn Nolan. He's throwing a fit about the feds traipsing about his home. She looked pissed, and not at me for once. 2 of his mages are dead, and he's worried about our messing up their sacred space with our bad hoodoo or something. He's just gonna have to get over it now, isn't he? I said. I smiled at Raphael as he rolled his eyes. I was pretty sure he asked for strength from one god or another, but I was already walking through the doorway and into the massive apartment. The far wall was completely gone, like it had been blown out, just like mine was. Several robed men stood near Nor, all of them with their faces drawn and pinched in anger. Across the room, 2 bodies were covered with blankets. Near the door, another mage sat, holding a bandage to his head, as a second mage tended to his wounds. I assumed he was the one who survived the attack.
You and your people need to get out of here now,
Quinn shouted at Nor.
I will not have them acting as if they own this building. They do not. You have no jurisdiction here. You're in Sector 21, aren't you?
Nor challenged.
This is my city, and every sector is under my watch. You follow the same laws as the rest of us. 2 of your people are dead, Nolan. If you want me out, the first thing I'm going to do is come back and arrest you. For what? For hindering my investigation. If you kick us out, it's going to make it look as if you're covering up their deaths. Everyone will think the mages are responsible for the gargoyles' arrival. Is that what you want? All that bad publicity?
They already have it as far as I'm concerned. I chimed in, and they turned to look at me. What? Just saying Liam Manchester was one of yours. Look at all the shit he started. Quinn stepped around Nor. Raphael moved as if to intervene, but I held out my arm. I could handle myself around one mage, not like he was a hybrid. He might be the leader of the gathered, but I'd faced down plenty of villains far worse than him. As soon as he stepped closer, though, my eyes widened, and I cursed. I recognized him. He was at Damian's the night I failed to retrieve Liam. He was the one who spoke the loudest about my joining them, the bastard. Then another thought crossed my mind and my blood ran cold. Would he say my real name? Expose me? His brow twitched as if he was considering it. He opened his mouth, and I waited for the shit to hit the fan.
If it isn't Mercy Temple, the bounty hunter, he said, I hope you have come because you have decided to see reason.
I let out a small breath of relief. You wish. His smirk faltered, and he squared his shoulders.
You should be the one getting arrested. She nearly killed 3 of my mages, Chief Nor. I would assume that also falls under your jurisdiction.
Nor shrugged.
From what I hear, they threatened her.
I kept my face blank, but my mind raced. He could only know about 2, right? I hadn't told Raphael about a 3rd until a little while ago. Only Damian had known. I let it go when Quinn started talking again.
They are merely trying to stop her from being a danger to herself and others.
Oh, piss off, I said. The mages in the room gasped. Behind me, Raphael huffed. Whether in agreement or disapproval, I wasn't sure. Didn't care either. I'm not joining you. Ever. I suggest you get that through your thick skull before any more blood is spilled because of your stupidity.
You insolent little brat.
I'd watch that if I were you, Raphael warned. She's here with us, and if you insult her again, I would be more than happy to escort you to the Fed building.
On what charges?
Quinn demanded.
I'll think of something, don't you worry.
Chief, you need to put a muzzle on your demon.
Raphael gnashed his jaws at Quinn. Nor simply walked toward the dead bodies.
I want to know exactly what happened here. How about we all wait to kill each other afterward, yeah? The dead can't tell you anything,
Quinn said, continuing to look at me.
You have a surviving mage, yes? Where is he?
Here, I said, walking over to the mage, shooing away the one patching up his wounds. He was looking at the floor, mumbling under his breath. His eyes were full of fear. But we didn't have time to wait for him to get over what he witnessed. We needed answers. Hey! I snapped my fingers in front of his face. He jumped with a yelp. Up here. Look at me. His dark brown eyes met my gaze, and he stilled. I know this is hard, but I need you to tell me about the attack. The gargoyles came after you and your friends. Why? What were you doing? He shook his head, and his eyes looked around like he was paranoid. He wasn't going to tell me anything, but I glanced over my shoulder at Iris and grinned. She could get him to talk, especially as messed up as he was at the moment. Iris, care to help me out here? She joined me without question and crouched in front of the mage as I backed off to give her more room to work. It's okay. I know what just happened was terrifying, she said softly, her power pulsing with each word. But I need you to focus on me and only me right now. Can you do that? His head immediately turned toward her and her soothing voice. I want you to tell me what happened here. What were you doing before the gargoyles attacked? He tensed, but then the words tumbled out of his mouth in a mess.
We were doing our experiments like always.
His voice was hoarse like he'd been yelling, probably had been if his attack was anything like what I'd endured. Experiments on what? I asked Iris quietly. The mage sighed heavily.
I'll get in trouble.
What were you experimenting on? Iris's voice rang with power. I found myself leaning closer to her. I gave myself a hard shake and called on my own magic to block out the influence of her mesmerizing voice.
Artifacts,
the mage said. I had to do everything in my power not to give anything away. What artifacts? Iris asked, without my giving her direction to do so.
The Phantom Scroll and the Bloodied Idol.
Shit, those were 2 more artifacts on our list that we hadn't tracked down yet. And this was why the damned mages had them. How many other artifacts did they have hidden away in these halls? I glanced at Raphael. He didn't seem to pick up on those names or how I reacted. Good. That meant I had more time at least until everything rushed back to him. I turned my attention to the mage again.
We were testing their magic,
the mage went on.
Then there was this horrible scratching sound on the glass.
He shivered, holding his head as he shouted.
They came through and they killed them.
Was anyone else with them? I whispered to Iris. She repeated my question.
No, just the monsters. They came for me, but I'd taken the items and hid them. I don't know what happened then. They killed them, and then it was like they heard a voice. They flew out the window and were gone.
Iris shut her eyes and stepped away from the mage. Anything else? She asked me. I didn't even get a chance to say anything when Quinn marched across the room and hoisted the man up by his robes. He shook him, then slammed him into the wall.
Where are the artifacts?
He raged, and did it again. I grabbed a hold of his arm and yanked them apart.
You get off me!
Quinn raised his hands, eyes glowing with his power. I was faster with my blade. The sword unfolded right across his throat. He froze. How about we all calm down?
He has broken our laws. He must be punished. What are you talking about?
Nor stormed over, but he didn't yell at me to lower my blade, so I kept it in place, blocking Quinn from getting to the injured mage.
We are the keepers of sacred artifacts. Keepers only,
Quinn said, his gaze not leaving my face.
If they were using their magic on them, using them at all, it is a direct violation of our laws.
They'd been using the artifacts when the gargoyles attacked. My fingers readjusted on the hilt of the sword. Raphael said Sherwood acted strangely when he was asked about his work. He claimed he'd been working here, but if his work was against mage laws... Where's Greg Sherwood?
What do you want him for?
Quinn made to move. I clicked my tongue and moved closer with the blade.
If you require him, I'll bring him to you.
Joseph hurried out of the room.
Mercy, what's going on?
The artifacts, I told Raphael. I think they have something to do with why the gargoyles are attacking. I threw a look over my shoulder at the trembling mage. You said you hid them. Go get them, now.
Those artifacts belong here, with us,
Quinn shouted as the mage took off.
If they're involved in this crime, they will be coming with us.
Nor argued.
You can't. Actually, you'll find that I can.
That's not what I wanted to hear. I needed to get those artifacts to Bowen so he could lock them away in his vault. Cheval and her hybrids couldn't get their hands on them. Not that I didn't trust the feds, but I had little faith in those items remaining in their evidence locker for very long. Cheval's minions would get to them one way or another, and potentially kill a few innocents on the way. I added stealing the artifacts to my to-do list. Raphael stepped closer, a calculating look I did not like in his eyes, but I was saved from answering any questions when Joseph returned with Greg in tow. "You," I said, removing my blade from Quinn and aiming it at Greg. "Time to come clean. Does your work have anything to do with an artifact? One you had at your apartment at any time?" His wide-eyed look was all I needed to see to know the answer was yes.
"What have you gotten yourselves into?"
Quinn glowered at Greg.
"Explain yourself."
Greg cowered under his leader's glare. Then his spine stiffened, and he stood up straighter.
"Do you have any idea how much power is held in those artifacts?" "I do, which is why we're meant to protect them, not to use them."
For about a minute, I felt sorry for Quinn. Learning his mages broke their own laws and brought this shit down on all our heads. But then I remembered what he put me through the last few days, and my sympathy disappeared.
"Your act of taking them from our vault has led those monsters to us. You let their power be known. And now 2 of our number are dead, while countless more innocents have been injured, all because of your stupidity."
Sherwood's fear vanished, and he lunged at Quinn. I barely moved my sword in time so he didn't cut himself open. Raphael grabbed him by his shoulders and shoved him into the waiting hands of 2 more feds.
"Where is the artifact you stole?"
Quinn strode right up to Sherwood, but didn't touch him.
"Where is it?" "Here. After the attack, I brought it back with me."
"Then you were there the night of the attack,"
Raphael said slowly.
"You lied to everyone."
"I couldn't let you confiscate it, not when I'm so close to unlocking its true potential. The Doomcaster could be used for greatness if you'd just give me a chance to prove it."
Quinn shook his head, disgusted.
"He is all yours, Chief Nor. Take him. Take them both. They are no longer members of the Gathered."
The injured mage returned with a bag in hand. He handed it over to Raphael, then was led out of the room without a fight. Quinn looked like he was about to lose what little control he had on his temper.
"I will have the 3rd artifact found, and all 3 will be locked back in our vault here. I'm afraid I need to take them for our case." "What for? You know the artifacts are the reason the gargoyles have been summoned." "Yes, and we still don't know by who or what, or even why. I'm sorry, but until these gargoyles are taken care of, they will remain in our possession. Clearly the security you have around them is not as impenetrable as you thought."
Quinn's jaw dropped.
"Are you suggesting I cannot take care of my own house?" "I'm saying you allowed these artifacts to remain in your possession unbeknownst to any government organization. If what these mages say is true, and they have untold power within them, if they'd fallen into the hands of whoever summoned these gargoyles, we could be looking at a higher body count. Or worse."
Oh, it could be much worse, all right. But I kept that bit to myself.
"You will hand them over to me until the gargoyles are hunted down and destroyed, and until I know who brought them here in the first place. Do you understand me? Or should I have you taken to the Fed building as well, and hold you there until this is all cleared up?"
Nor towered over Quinn as he stalked toward the mage.
"Do I make myself clear, mage? You have put everyone's lives in danger here. Everyone's. You can't do this to me. You know the world you live in. Magic comes with a cost, and this is it."
"Sir, he's right."
Joseph spoke up, not flinching at all when Quinn turned his furious gaze to him.
"We were wrong to assume we could keep such items safe. The temptation to use them is too much for some of our kind. They must be removed from these premises."
Quinn straightened his robes, turned on his heel, and walked toward the door.
"I will have the Doomcaster found and brought to you. Do not ask me for further help in this matter. You and your people are on your own."
He started to step out, then stopped and came back to me.
"You can consider your invitation to join us as rescinded, permanently. No mage who is part of the Gathered will ever have anything to do with you."
Such a pity. I replied, smirking when his own smug smile faltered. What, you thought that would bother me? I lowered my voice so only he could hear. 2 hybrids came from your precious mages. If I find more, if I find that you had anything to do with how they came about, those gargoyles will be the least of your worries.
Is that a threat?
It's a threat, all right. One that should keep you up at night. You might be the leader of the gathered, but I'm the daughter of Eamon Edge. You all haven't seen anything yet. His brow twitched, but he backed off and left the room, yelling for the rest of the mages to join him. They did, all except Joseph Sycamore. Why are you staying behind? I asked.
Because there is much work left to be done. I will ensure the 3rd artifact is brought to you, Chief Nor. But might I suggest you don't lock them away just yet?
Why the hell not?
The gargoyles are at large. You need something to draw them out. A trap using these might not be such a bad idea.
Raphael eyed me. I was anxious to get out of there, away from his accusing look.
I do not want to risk these items being out in the open. Anything could go wrong.
Joseph nodded.
It's true. However, you don't have to use the items there. These artifacts are powerful. They leave behind traces of magic that can take days or weeks to wear off.
Raphael's hand tightened around the bag. I knew exactly where his mind went.
If we merely bring them to a place, let the magic taint it for, say, an hour at most, you can take them to a secure and warded vault. They will come to where they feel the magic is the strongest. At least that is what I would assume, judging by what has happened so far.
Raphael? Mercy? What do you think?
I wasn't surprised to hear him ask Raphael's opinion, but what would he want with mine? I'm just along for the ride, I told him, holding up my hands.
If we do this, we have to be ready for them,
Raphael said, his voice tinged with anger, but not for the gargoyles. He was angry at me again. Surprise.
Bullets don't do anything to them. Mercy was only able to decapitate one with great effort. The ones after that she chased away with her magic, but they lived.
And we have the question now of who that robed figure was who attacked you last time,
Nor added.
Joseph, I know Quinn does not wish to help us, but I'm hoping you will. I will. I would like these gargoyles taken care of. Good. We'll work on a plan back at the Fed building.
Nora's stern look told me that included me. It wasn't my first time around so many feds, but I wasn't sure where I wanted to be. I could have used the excuse I planned on going back to the hospital, but that would be another lie. The others filed out of the room, and when I went to follow, Raphael blocked my way. What now?
You know what? These artifacts draw the gargoyles.
And that's what it sounds like.
Are these the same artifacts I'm vaguely remembering you talking about with the others?
I clenched my jaw, wondering if I should lie, then gave in. Yes.
Do you have one at your place? Is that why you were attacked?
No. Well, I did, briefly, but not anymore. Guess the magic traces left behind were stronger than I thought. But it's not there anymore, so they'll stop coming after me. He crossed his arms, shaking his head.
If that was true, why did they go after you again?
I don't know, all right? You think I have all the answers? I don't. I had an artifact, and now I don't. End of story.
Where is it?
Safe. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Where did you even get it?
We were still alone, but I didn't like having this conversation in a place where we could be easily overheard. Envy. He had it with him when we fought him.
Envy. This is all connected to him. Why the hell didn't you say that before?
Because I didn't know, and you can't go marching off telling anyone else, I whispered harshly, as this time I moved to block him from leaving. You can't tell them, not now.
Does this have anything to do with the war, with that damned tree?
I puffed out my cheeks, wishing I could snap my fingers and disappear from his barrage of questions. But I couldn't. I got myself into this mess, and I'd have to get myself out somehow. Possibly. Before you get pissed off, I'm being honest. I'm playing catch-up here, just like you are.
If it's this serious, we need to tell Nor.
No. The magic that flared with that one word forced him back a step. I shook my head. I'm sorry, all right, but there's too much else going on that you don't know about yet. If you tell Nor or any of the feds, you're putting lives in danger.
More than if we do nothing.
I'm not doing nothing. We have a plan. We're working on it. But we need more time. I need you to trust me. He growled loudly, and his eyes darkened.
Trust you? Funny. Very funny when you can't even trust me.
Raphael, please.
No, if you want to shove me away, then nice going. You're doing a bang-up job of it. I'll see you downstairs.
He shoved past me with the artifacts in hand and disappeared down the hall. I stood in the empty room, telling myself that was exactly what I wanted. I wanted him to get out of my life so it would be easier. That I was tired of lying to him and keeping secrets. I should have been ecstatic he finally got the message. But I wasn't. A weird hollowness filled me, and as I slowly left the apartment, all I could think about was how much of a fool I was to think I ever had a chance with that demon. I was better off alone, running with murderers and thieves. Raphael wasn't meant for that life. He'd fought his way out of one hellhole. How could I have dragged him into another? We were better off apart. He was better off without me. Chapter 11. Raphael.
We'd been working on a plan for the last 6 hours on how to successfully lure in and trap the remaining gargoyles. We had no way to know how many were left, but guessed 3, potentially 4. They weren't the only thing we were concerned about. The hooded figure who attacked Mercy was a major unknown. From the way she described the attack, he was a mage. But there could very well be more details she left out of her story. We stood across from each other at the conference table. I hadn't spoken directly to her since leaving the Citadel. The ride back here was bad enough, but the last 6 hours had been far worse. She'd failed to hide her anger. Her hand gripped the hilt of her dagger as she clenched her jaw, eyes flaring with her power every now and then. I worried it would get out of control, but didn't say a word. She made it perfectly clear where she and I stood. If she didn't want me butting in anymore, then fine, I wouldn't. Damian would have to find someone else to keep an eye on her. I was tired of trying to figure out my way through these confusing emotions, about whether she wanted me or not. No, that was a lie. I knew she did, but the truth held her back, a truth she refused to tell me. Again.
I want to bring in extra firepower, just in case,
Mercy said.
I'll stop by Gigi's shop and see what she has that might be useful to bolster the traps.
I kept my gaze focused on the table, not her face, or those cold blue eyes. Good. That will be good. Joseph glanced from me to her, but said nothing. We'll have to be careful not to trigger the traps too early, or they'll spook. I fear we'll only get one chance at this. Everyone sensed the tension between us, of that I had no doubt. And you're certain those will hold them? I pointed to the sketches he'd drawn of magical traps made to hold dark spirits in place. He'd changed the design to accommodate for beings that had been brought back to life. Not 100%, but it's the best I can do on short notice. I'm afraid we can't wait too much longer to spring these traps. The gargoyles will not stop unless they get what they want. Or we stop them. Nor sighed heavily, peering at a map nearby. We need a location. Mercy scooted the map closer, then tapped her finger on a spot.
Here. There's nothing here but abandoned warehouses and parking lots. No civilians around for a good 3-block radius.
You're sure? Nor asked. She nodded.
People may or may not think that area is haunted for various reasons that I'm not about to explain here.
Nor looked more than ready to ask her anyway, but held back. Fine, I probably don't want to know anyway. I want a team out there ASAP to secure the perimeter and help get the traps set up. Mercy, get whatever you need from this Gigi friend of yours and meet us out there in, let's say, 15 hours. I'd snag a couple of hours of sleep if I were you, too. I know none of us have gotten much lately. Can't spring the traps until dusk anyway. Nor gave out the rest of his orders, then dismissed everyone to their duties. I wasn't sure if he'd wanted me since he hadn't given me a task. Sir?
Yes, Raphael?
Do you want me with the perimeter team? No, I assumed you'd be tagging along with Mercy. She was already gone, and I had no intention of going with her. I don't think that's necessary, sir, now that we know that the gargoyles aren't just after her.
And how do we know that for certain?
Sir? He rolled up the map and handed it to another agent, then shut the door to the conference room. The gargoyles might be drawn to the artifacts, but the robed figure has only attacked her. Until we spring this trap of ours, I want eyes on Mercy at all times. Why? I'm sure she can handle herself just fine. Nora's brows shot up. Something going on with you two? I grunted in reply. Nothing, sir. It really wasn't a fair question, since it's not hard to tell you two are pissed off at each other. Look, I don't care what's going on, if you're fighting or whatever, but she's become an asset. And we do not risk our assets. You know this. Sir, she's not like our normal assets. She's a trained fighter. A killer, I added quietly, remembering what else she'd admitted to me. Todd. At some point, the case would go cold, but until then I'd have to act like I didn't know who offed him. Send Iris to watch her. You and I both know that wouldn't work out well. Sir, I request that you assign someone else to watch her. And I believe it is your duty to do as I tell you, he commanded. The way he said it, it was almost like he knew about the promise I made to Damian to keep Mercy safe no matter what came next. That wasn't possible. Damian and Nora did not know each other. Guilt. That was what messed with my head right then. Guilt that I was turning my back on the promise I made to Damian. You will keep an eye on her until the gargoyles are taken care of. Understood? I suggest you catch up before she takes off without you. Yes, sir. And Raphael, he said as I neared the door. Whatever troubles you and Mercy are having, I suggest you find a way to work through them, for both your sakes. With all due respect, sir, there are some issues that can't be worked out. Everything can be worked out. Just have to put in the effort. Now get out of here. I'll see you both in 15 hours. Nor turned his back to me, and I took that as my cue to leave. I didn't hurry to get through the building and out to the sidewalk, half hoping Mercy would have already taken off. My luck was not that good, and there she was, standing at the curb. She looked at her cell. I peered over her shoulder, but the screen was blank. You going to Gigi's or what? She jumped as if she hadn't known I was right behind her. Right, yeah. I told myself back at the Citadel I could be just as cold as she was, but as soon as I saw her face, my anger slipped. Mercy? Huh? Were you talking to someone? Hospital called, giving me an update on Damian. And? He woke up again, but they had to knock him back out. Kept trying to get up and leave the hospital. He tore his wounds open, and they have to perform another surgery to fix the damage. I rested my hand on her shoulder. When she leaned back into me, it was like someone squeezed the air from my lungs. He'll be fine. He's strong. Do you want to swing by and check on him first? No, he's already in surgery. Besides, we have a job to do. She wiped her eyes hard and shoved her cell in her pocket. One thing Damian always taught me was to finish the job, no matter what else is going on. Think this is different? No, it's not. We need to stop the gargoyles. She started down the street, and I fell in line beside her. The sun was setting on another long day. By the time the sun was setting again the next time, our trap would be set, and we'd be taking down the gargoyles. Hopefully. And you don't have to be nice to me. Who said I was being nice? I'm not being fair, and I get it. You're allowed to hate me. Never said I hated you. I was annoyed, but you're not giving me much chance to do anything else right now. I know. That's it? That's all you're going to say? What do you want from me, huh? She shoved me back into the brick face of a nearby building. What do you want me to say? That I'm sorry I'm trying to keep you away from the truth? Well, I'm not. Not even close. The less you know, the safer you'll be. And the more danger you're in, right? Doesn't matter. It does to me. Just stop, she yelled, and her eyes flared bright white with a blaze of power. Her head fell back, and then she slumped into me. I caught her, not about to let her fall over to the sidewalk. She mumbled, "Stop being so damned nice." Why? Because it makes this harder than it already is. Unless you're going to tell me you're the reason why this war is going to start, I'm pretty sure I won't hate you once I know the truth. You say that now. For just a second, those blue eyes lightened, and I thought she was going to let me in again. But then she pushed off me and kept walking toward Gigi's. Come on, I'd like to get a few hours sleep before we have to endure another fight with those monsters. I was losing her. Every step she took away from me, and not actual steps. was another step away from what I thought we had together, or started to have. I said nothing else and simply followed her through Sector 21 until we finally reached Gigi's shop. I considered waiting outside, but if Gigi had any more useful information on tackling these gargoyles, I wanted to hear it. The bell chimed over the door, and the witch herself burst out of the back room wearing a black dress. I hadn't seen Gigi too many times, but she always wore a bright array of colors. Mercy looked at her friend like the evil twin version just stepped out of the back room. Clearly, the black attire wasn't only throwing me off.
What the hell are you wearing?
Mercy finally exclaimed.
Clothes, I thought.
Gigi looked down at her body.
What? Does it look bad?
You're wearing black.
And
I've never seen you in black. Did someone I don't know about die?
No.
She said, but the way she said it sounded odd. Mercy crossed her arms, glaring at Gigi.
Talk, now. What are you up to?
I should be asking you both that, since you're standing in my shop looking like you're about to ask a favor.
She hurried over and hugged Mercy, ignoring her crossed arms.
I'm sorry about Damian, by the way. How's he holding up?
He'll be fine if he lets himself heal. They're performing another surgery to repair the damage he did to his wounds. I have to take care of these gargoyles, then I can head back to his side and make sure he doesn't do anything else stupid.
Bowen called and said he was going to head to the hospital and keep him company. Watch over him. Said to call him, though, if you need anything.
She clapped her hands together.
Spit it out, then. What is it you need?
Are you in a hurry to get somewhere?
She waved at Mercy impatiently.
Doesn't matter. Now, come on. What do you need?
Mercy glanced at me as if by instinct, then jerked her head away. Gigi caught the motion, and her brow arched as she smiled.
Get that look off your face right now.
Mercy scowled.
Are you two fighting?
No. You gonna help us or not?
If you tell me the truth.
Good luck with that one, I muttered. Mercy's eyes flared bright white again. What? I exclaimed.
Maybe you should wait outside.
I moved toward the table in the center of the shop, pulled out a chair, and plopped my happy ass right down in it. No.
You are fighting. Bet it's over something good, too.
Gigi waggled her brows.
Gigi, if you don't want me to find some way to make your life hell for the next 20 years, you'll drop it and get back to the matter at hand. Please? We have 4 gargoyles on the loose, we think, plus a robed figure who might be controlling them. I don't have time for games.
Gigi's playful grin slipped away.
I'm sorry, Mercy. You're right. So then, sounds like you have a plan. Are you working with anyone else?
A mage from the Gathered, and don't worry, not about to join them.
I let Mercy do all the talking, filling Gigi in on everything that happened since we left the hospital. She left out any of our personal issues, at least, though Gigi kept looking at me, as if any second now I was going to chime in with whatever Mercy left out. But that wasn't about to happen. She'd have to deal with it. When Mercy got to the part about the artifacts, the witch dropped the spoon she'd been using to stir some potion in the cauldron.
Mercy.
What?
She followed her friend's panicked gaze to me.
He remembers some of it, don't worry.
Just some?
Unless you care to fill me in on the rest, I tried. Gigi picked up her stirring.
Nope, I'm staying out of this mess. That's what you're fighting about, isn't it?
Neither one of us said anything. She nodded.
Right, thought so. Okay then. So you're going to set a trap with the artifacts to capture and kill the gargoyles. This potion,
she said as she scooped out a ladleful and poured it into a vial,
will help bolster the mage's traps. A bit of extra white magic kick for you.
I need a truth serum, too.
Truth serum? What the hell for? I asked, confused.
If we capture them alive, I want to know who they work for, don't you?
Will it work on a gargoyle? I joined them by the cauldron, growling quietly when Mercy put distance between us.
If it's strong enough, it can.
Gigi mumbled under her breath as she poked around the vials of potions scattered around her shop already.
Ah, this one should do the trick. Make sure you pour all of it down its throat.
She handed it to Mercy.
When are you doing this?
Sundown.
Damn, I'd say I'd come with you as backup, but I'll be elsewhere.
Have anything to do with this outfit of yours?
Mercy slipped the potions into her coat pocket carefully as the tension in the room rose. I meandered away, giving them space.
We'll be right back.
Gigi said loudly. I turned around. She was dragging Mercy into the back room. Their whispering voices were strained, and I contented myself with walking around the shop, not really paying attention to anything. Then Gigi yelled,
"You have no right at all to talk to me like this."
I paused.
You're insane. I have never tried to do anything this crazy.
Mercy replied angrily. I stepped closer to hear better.
"Yes, you have. Do you want me to stand here and count all the stunts you pulled over the years? Or in the last 6 months alone? By the goddess Mercy, why don't we talk about the crap you're pulling right now with Raphael? You're playing with fire, and you know it."
Keep your damned voice down.
"How long until he remembers everything, huh?"
We're not talking about me right now.
Mercy's voice grew quieter. I stepped even closer to the cracked door to hear better. She continued,
You can't go to Sector 13 alone. Just give me a day or 2 and I'll come with you.
"You need to stay here with Damian."
He'll understand. Please don't do this alone. You're poking a nest of reapers. What do you think's going to happen when they realize it's you doing the poking? You're not a dark witch. You're not an evil person. Hell, you don't even curse half the time. Or drink.
"I can blend when I need to."
One time. Name me one time you've blended in with a coven of dark witches.
I waited. Gigi said something in return, but it was far too quiet for me to hear.
Why do you have to go there?
Mercy demanded.
"I told you, these gargoyles are only the beginning of something. Rumours are that whoever summoned the gargoyles is just getting started, and they're in bed with the reapers."
Which is why you should wait. We're going to take out the gargoyles. We can get the truth with the serum.
"And if the only thing the gargoyles know about is the person who summoned them?"
We'll figure it out.
"I'm doing this whether you want me to or not. If the reapers are involved in any way with what's going on with her, then I'm going to do this to help. I'm not going to let you fight this war alone. I'm a powerful witch, or did you forget that?"
You're also one of my only friends, and I don't want to hear you got yourself killed.
There was a long stretch of silence and quiet mumblings from both. Gigi was talking again.
"You said it yourself. Damian's doing his best with his contacts on tracking her down. Let me use mine. Those witches run with a bad crowd. With any luck, they'll lead us to some more hybrids."
That's what I'm worried about.
"Oh, be careful."
Check in with me when you can.
I hurried away from the doorway as their footsteps neared and picked up a random item from one of the shelves, hoping I looked occupied. Both women exited and looked at me. Have a nice talk?
"I'd be careful with that if I were you."
Gigi nodded to the horn in my hand.
"Known to cause a terrible rash."
I dropped the horn as she burst out laughing. Funny.
"I do my best. Now then, be careful, the two of you. Good luck."
She hugged Mercy once more, nodded at me, then we exited the shop. She locked it up behind us, waved once more, then closed the blinds. Want to head back to my place and get some sleep? Mercy pulled out her cell, texted someone, then shoved it back in her pocket.
Might as well. Bowen's going to call me when Damian's out of surgery. I want to check in on him at least once in case shit goes south tomorrow.
It won't.
You don't know that.
Not wanting to get into another spat, I let her walk on ahead of me, and we headed back toward my place, and what would undoubtedly be several hours of very restless sleep. Restless sleep didn't even begin to cover it. I gave up after 3 hours of tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable. I told Mercy to take the bed again when we got home, but she refused, threw herself onto the couch, and promptly fell asleep. I attempted and failed. I quietly traipsed to the bathroom and looked at my haggard reflection. My beard needed a trim, and even my horns seemed a bit on the dull side, a sign of exhaustion and stress, all because of the woman in the other room. I splashed water on my face to wake up, knowing I was going to need at least a gallon of coffee if I was going to get through whatever hell the evening was going to bring. My head throbbed with a sudden pain, and I winced, pressing against my temples. The bathroom faded away, and then I found myself lost in another memory. He's still clueless? Bowen asked.
Yeah, but I can't sense any magic coming off him,
Mercy said with a frown. I watched the vampire circle me, wondering what he was up to, when he bit down on my wrist. I yelped, more from shock than actual pain, jerking my arm back.
What the hell are you doing?
Mercy snapped at Bowen. Testing his blood. There's magic in him.
You psycho... Wait, what?
Bowen closed his eyes, his jaw working as he continued to taste my blood, swishing it around in his mouth. He was given a potion. It wasn't meant to harm him, but it has messed with his mind. He's in there somewhere.
And how do we get him back?
That I don't know. We'll have to find who gave it to him. Mercy offered me a towel. I took it and placed it over the bite mark on my wrist. Someone did this to me? We're not sure yet. Do you have anything in your pockets that might help? I started to look, but Bowen pulled Mercy away. I guess he assumed that because I lost my memories I couldn't hear anything, but I picked up every word of their argument. How do you know he's not putting on a show? He asked. That he didn't do this to himself, as a trick to get closer to you.
And do what? You're acting paranoid.
He's a Fed. You might trust him, but I still don't.
Fine, you want proof he's truly lost his memory?
Bowen nodded. Mercy marched back over to me.
I have something to tell you.
Okay, I said slowly. The memory faded away. I cursed, smacking my hands on the sink. What did she tell me? I should have already known that willing myself to remember wouldn't work. But I spent the next hour in the bathroom, glaring at my red-eyed reflection. But there was nothing. No more flashes of memory. Nothing at all.
Raphael!
Mercy yelled. I rushed out of the bathroom. She was on her feet, holding her cell.
Damian's out of surgery, but Bowen said he's being a pain in the ass. I have to get over there.
Right behind you. We made it to the hospital by cab and rushed to get inside. Without even reaching Damian's room, we heard his shouting from all the way across the floor. Mercy cursed, then took off at a run. I took my time, wanting to give them space to talk if they needed it. If he was yelling like that, then I had no worries about his pulling through. By the time I reached his room, the nurses were exiting. Mercy was inside, with Bowen next to her. They both glowered at Damian, who was sitting up and glaring right back.
You're ridiculous,
Mercy snapped.
Coming from the person who's getting beat up every other week.
I don't end up in hospital.
You should, but you don't go,
Damian argued. I nodded at his valid point. Mercy noticed me then, and her eyes narrowed. I backed away to find a chair in the hall and let them have their moment. As Damian and Mercy argued, Bowen came to find me, looking pretty damned pale for a vampire. How long are they going to be at it, do you think? I asked him. He sat down across the hall from me. There was a crash. Then Damian shouted even louder than before. The door closed, cutting off their argument. I frowned. A while. You don't look so good yourself. He shrugged. There's a lot going on. Probably not eating as much as I should. Did I risk asking him what Mercy told me that night? The question was right there. But the longer I looked at Bowen, the more I hesitated to force the truth out of him. He really did look like shit. Whatever plans Mercy claimed they were working on were taking their toll on more than just her. The sooner I remembered, the sooner she would have to accept my help. There'd be no reason for her not to then. We sat in strained silence, every now and then hearing Mercy or Damian's voice get loud enough to pick up a few words, but not enough to figure out what they thought about. You have a plan to take care of these gargoyles? Bowen asked after a while. We do. Think it'll work? Don't have much else to go on, so yeah, hope it does. Why, you want in? If I wasn't worried about someone coming to finish off Damian, I'd be more than happy to assist you. Mercy doesn't want him left alone. The door flew open and Mercy stormed out.
I need a word with you,
she said, pointing at Bowen. She stalked off down the hall. He blurred away after her. I took the time to check in on Damian. Have a nice conversation? He laughed. Yeah, you could call it that. I take it you're a shitty patient. I have my moments. Guess that's where she gets it from, not wanting to have anyone confine her to a damned bed. He readjusted the blanket, then threw his head back. I hate being stuck in here. Can't heal yourself? Sadly, no. He shut his eyes, then peeked one open to look at me. You keeping your word? Hard to do that when she's pushing me away. Don't care. You swore to me you'd look out for her.
Do not go back on your word, Raphael. Wounds or no wounds, I will make you pay."
The casual grin was gone, replaced by a threatening look that had me believing every word he said.
"Trust. That's what she needs now. Your trust.
Hard to do that when she doesn't trust me."
"But she does."
"No, she doesn't." I threw my arms up and stormed for the door. "Never mind." He called me back, but I ignored him and left the floor altogether. I texted Mercy to let her know I'd wait for her downstairs in the cafeteria and found myself some crappy coffee. Mercy and I could deal with our issues later. By sundown, we'd be in another fight, and I could not afford to be distracted. We'd set the trap, lure in the gargoyles, and end this battle, probably in time to start another one if there was a war brewing.
Chapter 12. Raphael.
I peered through the broken glass of the warehouse I'd hidden inside. The traps had been set 2 hours ago, and now we waited. It had taken Joseph nearly an hour to get the trap created. The symbols were burned into the ground, then faded away once he set them on fire. I wondered how the magic would stay, but he assured me the trap would work. He added Gigi's boost of wide magic to it, thrilled to have it. I'd asked if any other mages would be joining us. He gruffly replied that they were too busy having sticks shoved up their asses. As he'd been setting the trap, I was busy directing our agents to form a tight perimeter, most on the ground, but a few up high, out of sight, in case the gargoyles attempted to flee. We had steel cables and nets ready to bring them down if they did. Mercy hadn't said a word to me since we left the hospital, and that was fine by me. The only time she showed any interest in the proceedings was when the artifacts were brought out and laid in the very center of the open lot. I sensed nothing from them, but the few witches and other magic users amongst our numbers had stilled. I asked one of them what they felt, and the 2 witches explained it as a low humming, almost like a murmuring voice was speaking to them. As soon as Joseph was set up, all 3 artifacts were carefully packed up and taken to the waiting truck. Mercy watched them wherever they went. When she pulled her eyes from the truck, her gaze locked onto mine for a good 10 seconds. She turned on her heel and stormed off to wait in another warehouse. I checked my watch and growled.
It's only been 2 hours.
Iris muttered from beside me.
Give it time.
We don't have time. What if this trap doesn't work and we miss them? I peered through the binoculars again, but there were no shadow figures descending from the overcast evening sky.
Have a little faith.
In what? The bad guys to do what we want for a change? I moved the binoculars lower and searched the windows in the other warehouse for any sign of Mercy, but the glass was too cracked for me to make her out for certain. Any sign of them? Nora's voice came over the radio. Nothing from where we are, sir, I replied, lowering the binoculars. You? Nothing. The rooftop is clear, too. How much time are we going to give this trap? There wasn't an answer for a few minutes. Then Nora was back. Joseph said it might take time. Of course he did. I didn't say that into the radio. I wanted this to be over with. I needed to get answers from Mercy or Damian about this war they kept talking about. My head throbbed, and as much as I wanted to see more of my forgotten memories, now was not the time. I shut my eyes, and eventually the throbbing stopped. Sir, we have movement," an agent beside me said with uncertainty. What? Where? I started to raise binoculars, but he pointed out the window. What the hell is she doing? I grabbed the radio. Mercy, get your ass back in that warehouse. She lifted her radio to her mouth.
No.
You're going to get your ass in trouble. Get back inside, now.
It's not enough to draw them in.
Mercy, if I have to come out there and drag your ass back inside, kicking and screaming, I will. He's right. Nora's agreement joined mine. Get inside.
No offense, Chief Nor,
she said, then flipped us off.
Trust me.
I assumed the gesture was mostly for me. We just need to be patient. I started for the door as I spoke, ready to run out there and snag her. Mercy, don't be an idiot. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone here.
Never said I was, but I am not a patient person.
She shoved the radio in her pocket. I caught the flash of silver. What are you doing? Mercy, put the damn dagger down. She ignored me completely and slashed at her left palm. Blood dripped to the ground at her feet as she walked around the entirety of the trap.
"Where are you, assholes?"
she shouted, throwing her arms out wide.
"I'm right here with your freaking artifacts. You know you want them. Come and claim them already."
I hung my head beyond, pissed at her as she continued her taunting. "Mercy, you're making a fool of yourself." She turned her back to me and kept on yelling.
"You're scared? Is that it?
Don't want to attack now that I'm ready for you?
You're nothing but a damned coward."
When she spun back around, her eyes glowed white with her magic. The flames came to life in her palms.
"You didn't kill him, you know. He lived. And now it's time for a little payback."
Has she lost her mind?
"Probably," I said. "You want to go out there and grab her? Be my guest." Iris glared at me.
I thought you were going to.
That was before she called on her power. I'm not about to get blown back on my ass. Mercy threw her head back and glared at the sky.
"He'll never win,"
she shouted next.
"No matter how hard you come at us, we'll hit back 10 times harder."
I paused. Was she talking about the gargoyles still, or something else? This she, maybe I heard 2 people mention now? I held my breath, waiting to see what else she'd shout.
"Raphael, get her out of there,"
Nor ordered. "Sir, I'm not sure that's a good idea."
"Sir,"
another voice came through the radio.
"we have figures approaching from the south." "How many?" "4, sir, and they're flying."
Mercy's dark grin told me she heard every word. She reached around to the small of her back with her bleeding hand and brought out her sword. She kept it collapsed. As mad as I was at her, I did not want to watch her get waylaid by 4 gargoyles.
"Get your ass out of there!"
I stood in the doorway of the warehouse now, waiting. She didn't move. "Mercy, do you copy?" She winked in reply. I punched the wall, denting the old rusted metal. "Get ready to cover her," I ordered the agents with me.
I thought the gargoyles weren't after her,
Iris said, gun ready in her hands. I tended to agree, but they hadn't shown up until she stepped out there and bled all over the place. There was no time for speculation as the 4 gargoyles circled overhead. Their massive shadows covered Mercy as she turned her head, keeping them in sight. Her lips moved, but whatever she said was too low for me to hear. The gargoyles continued to circle, lower and lower, but none of them landed. "Come on, you bastards," I whispered fiercely. "Land. Freaking land." Mercy stepped backward, inching her way out of the trap. The gargoyles continued to circle until finally one hovered right in front of her. It scoffed at her magic, as if not intimidated at all. "Where are the artifacts?" The voice threw me off. None of the others had spoken a word. The words were garbled and sounded nothing like I'd expected them to sound, coming from this ancient creature.
They're here. Why don't you come and get them?
Mercy suggested. The gargoyle bared his fangs as 3 others hovered behind Mercy, cutting off her escape. Her gaze slipped to mine, then back up to the gargoyle. I wasn't sure what she was trying to say until the 3rd time she did it. "Run up to the roof," I whispered to Iris. "Tell them to deploy the nets on my call."
We don't have anything to use if they try to fly off.
"We don't have a choice. They aren't landing." Iris took off, up the steps. I turned my attention back to Mercy. "I will not ask you again, mage. Where are the artifacts?" Mercy shrugged.
Sorry, I'm not much in the mood for divulging information.
She planted her right foot and made as if to turn. The gargoyles followed every move she made. Their backs were almost all to the warehouse now. One more step and we'd have our shot. I ordered another agent to the bottom of the steps to make ready to shout the order. I raised my hand and waited. Mercy backed up another step, shifting once more. She was nearly out of the trap. If the gargoyles went any further, the magic wouldn't hold them. Right when I was going to let my arm drop, Mercy's intense sapphire eyes latched onto me. My jaw clenched at the sorrow in those depths, the pain and the guilt. And with it came a resolve that made my heart pound. She didn't think she was going to make it through this fight. She almost seemed to be counting on it. Then the gargoyles lunged for her. I dropped my arm with a yell. The order was picked up behind me, and the agents on the rooftops let the nets fly. 2 nets hit the 3 gargoyles, while another caught the wing of a third and sent it reeling to the ground. The other 2 fumbled to get free, but they were unable to and fell. The 4th dodged the nets and whirled around with a roar. His wings spread wide, ready to take off. Mercy was faster. She let loose a fierce battle cry, and as her sword unfolded, she leaped onto the gargoyle's back. The point of her blade drove through his neck. His harsh shriek hurt my ears, but I charged out to help her take him down. He reached around and yanked her off, throwing her clear across the lot. She rolled, but I didn't see her get back up. I grabbed hold of the gargoyle's wing and dragged him all the way down to the ground. The second its foot touched, I let go and staggered away out of the trap. The other 3 ripped through the nets and came at us, but they bounced off an invisible force field. The trap worked. All 4 gargoyles were trapped. Mercy limped her way toward the trap, glowering at the gargoyle with her sword embedded in his neck. She held her right arm, but otherwise seemed unhurt. The trick now would be knocking them out somehow, or getting one alone, so we could use the truth serum on him. Joseph and Nor emerged from the other warehouse. The mage appeared thrilled that the trap had worked as planned.
"Told you," he said with a wink.
Yes, you did. What I didn't ask him was if the gargoyles were truly drawn to the presence of the artifacts, or if it was Mercy's stunt that brought them here. Now what? The gargoyles had spread around the trap, each one testing a different section with the same result. The force field rippled like water, but remained intact. They weren't going anywhere until we wanted them to. Joseph opened his mouth to talk, but closed it just as fast. His eyes focused on something to our right. I followed his gaze. The gargoyle who spoke to Mercy stood right in front of her now. He grabbed the blade of the sword jutting through his neck and yanked on it. Several of the newer agents gagged and turned away as the gargoyle destroyed his own throat, ripping the weapon free. Mercy didn't even flinch. "You will not stop us," the gargoyle warned, holding the blade in his massive hand.
"Watch me,"
Mercy replied. The gargoyle took her sword and broke it over his leg, as if it was nothing but a stick. "You are a fool. You are all fools." He backed away from Mercy, his lips moving, but the words that tumbled out were strange to me. The 3 other gargoyles picked up the chant. I noticed they were evenly spaced around the trap. "Joseph, what are they saying?"
"I don't recognize the language." "What are they doing?"
Nor stepped closer, but I stopped him from walking right up to the force field.
"Look at their eyes. Gargoyles can use magic?" "Not to my knowledge," Joseph replied.
Their eyes all glowed the same sickly green color. The sharp image of Envy's face and his glowing green eyes hit me like a punch to the gut. Was he behind them? I yelled for the agents to get back and form a perimeter. This fight wasn't even close to being over. Mercy hadn't moved, except to draw her dagger. She held both daggers in her hands, waiting. "Mercy, move back!" She either didn't hear me over the sudden loud humming coming from the gargoyles in the trap, or didn't want to. As the words grew louder, the lines of the trap Joseph created pulsed with shadows. They crept out of the ground like writhing snakes until the lot was filled with them, contained only by the force field.
"Joseph?"
Nor murmured, but the mage was already holding out his hands. White and gold flames glowed at his palms, stretching forward, but he wasn't going to be strong enough. The force field crackled. Those shadows crawled up the inside of it, blocking out any sign of the gargoyles. Mercy sprinted to Joseph's side, sheathed one of her daggers, and grabbed his hand. The immediate burst of power took my breath away. The flames from the 2 of them glowed like the afternoon sun. They struck the force field and began their ascent. We had no other mages with us, but the witches hurried to grab Joseph's other hand, and another rested hers on Mercy's shoulder. They picked up the words Joseph was chanting, and white magic surrounded them, boosting the mage's magic. I had a moment of hope this would be enough to counteract whatever the gargoyles were doing to break the trap, but a resounding crack came from the force field. Yelps of pain sounded behind me. I covered my ears, wincing at the ringing sensation. I held my gun, watching as shadows seeped out of the crack. The wide magic was shoved backward, forcing those controlling it to slide across the lot. Mercy. I hadn't spoken her name loudly, but she turned as if she heard me. Her lips moved, and though I didn't hear it, I knew exactly what she said. Run. The ground trembled. Nor shouted for everyone to retreat, but we were too late. The writhing shadows exploded outward, and everything went dark. Agents shouted. I fought to stay on my feet. It was impossible to see anything. My gun was torn from my grasp. I swung my fists wide, but they passed right through the shadows. Something heavy struck the side of my head, and I fell to my knees. Another hit to my back forced me forward until I was eating pavement. All around me were the panicked sounds of fighting that slowly died away. Several gunshots went off, and then it was eerily silent. The shadows hissed as they surrounded me, then dragged me upright. They held back my arms and kept me on my knees. Raphael! Nor was to my right, held in the same position, growling as he fought against the shadows. His face was bloody. Iris was behind me. Joseph was on the ground, not moving. Alive or dead? I couldn't tell. Every agent was either down or being held captive by those shadows. How many had we just lost?
What the hell is that?
Iris whispered, alarmed. Where the trap had been was now a whirling cyclone, made completely of shadows. Slowly it shrank, and when the shadows parted, I snarled and lunged forward. The shadows only tightened around my arms, digging into my skin, but I wasn't going to do nothing. There, at the center of the ruined trap, was one of the gargoyles. The other three stood nearby watching, but it wasn't them I focused on. In the monster's grip, being held by her throat, was Mercy. She beat the gargoyle's arm, but it didn't budge. Her face was red, and the fight was quickly going out of her, the longer he held her in his grasp. "You foolish girl," the gargoyle said with a leer that didn't fit its face. "You are blind, just like the rest of them. This is how we will win." Mercy's eyes glowed white, but the gargoyle squeezed, and her power fizzled out. "None of that now. You've given me enough trouble as it is." The gargoyle reached to its bloody neck and twisted. A clasp I hadn't noticed before appeared. As the being shrugged, a change came over the gargoyle. The wings vanished as his body shifted and shimmered. A hefty piece of fabric fluttered to his feet, and there, standing before us, was a hooded figure, the one who attacked Mercy. "Handy things, these artifacts," the figure announced. "Very useful at beating back pathetic mage-powered traps. Now, where are the other artifacts?" "I don't have them," Mercy replied roughly, given enough air to talk. "I know you don't. Where are they? Answer me now, or I start killing these innocents." He held up his hand, ready to snap his fingers. "You have 3 seconds." "I don't know," Mercy shouted. 2 and 1. He snapped his fingers. A shifter collapsed, dead, without even a sound. "Let's try this again." "She doesn't have them," Nor bellowed. "Let her go, and I'll tell you where they are." The figure sighed heavily, his hood preventing me from seeing who he was. "And why would I let her go?" "That's the deal." "You do not have the advantage here. You do realize this, yes?" "I do, but you have me as a hostage. I'll take you to the artifacts. Just let them all go." He tapped his chin, then shrugged. "I will release them once you hand over the artifacts." He lifted Mercy higher in the air and sucked in a deep breath. When he released the air, Mercy was thrown clear across the lot and slammed into the side of the warehouse. "Mercy!" She crashed to the gravel and didn't move again. I strained against the shadows, snarling and yelling her name as the robed figure turned his attention to me. "You bastard!" Yes, I'm a bastard, and all those fun words now," he said, ignoring me as he strode toward Nor.
I suggest you get on your radio and call whoever you need to. I want those artifacts here. You have 10 minutes. And in case you attempt to deceive me," he said as he held up both his hands, weathered and aged, "I will ensure you pay a very hefty price for it, starting with him." The shadows sliced into my skin, and I grimaced at the ambush of pain. Blood dripped from the wounds. Every time I moved, they deepened. When Nort took too long to get his phone out, the man squeezed his hand, and the shadows cut in harsher. Lucky for me, I've had worse agony in my life. Much worse. "Tick-tock, Chief Nor. I do not have all day." Nor was on his phone giving orders for the artifacts to be transported back to the vacant lot. He chose his words carefully. The cloaked man shook his head and snapped his fingers. 2 more agents keeled over. Nor shouted furiously. The figure simply snapped his fingers again, and 2 more of our number dropped. An image of the rebellion I started in the slums appeared in my mind, watching my brethren die at the hands of such dark magic, and there'd been nothing I could do to save them. It was happening right before my eyes all over again. I thrashed, but the shadows didn't give way. "I said no tricks, Chief Nor. I am far older than you and can smell your treachery. The artifacts. Now, or watch every single agent here perish." Nor glowered at the villain, but made his orders direct this time. He ordered the artifacts brought to the lot. "They'll be here in 10 minutes. Did I say 10? I meant 5. Pity," he said as he snapped his fingers a 4th time. Nor lunged at the man, but more shadows slithered up from the ground and pinned him, not giving him an inch to move. "You lying piece of shit! I'll tear you apart!" "I'm afraid you won't." He raised his hand again. The agents around me screamed in protest, all fighting to get free. 1 hit. All I needed was 1 good hit, and I could distract this bastard, give the others a chance to escape. The blood loss was getting to me. Each drop weakened me. Soon enough, I wouldn't be any good in a fight. The man spun around slowly, as if debating who to kill next, when a roar cut across the rest of the noise.
"Hey, dingbat!"
The man paused, then turned. Mercy was on her feet, barely standing from the looks of it.
"Yeah, you, yellow-bellied coward."
"Again with the coward," the man said, sounding bored.
"Does dickhead work better?"
He bristled as he stalked closer, his grip on the shadows loosening. I breathed harshly in the respite from the pain, not sure how long it would last. "You truly do not know when to quit, do you?"
"Maybe not, but you know what I do know? I know how to knock someone out properly."
"Perhaps you can teach me another time. I'm busy."
"Yes, and now you're about to be dead."
She launched her dagger through the air. It thudded home, right in the man's chest. He stumbled away from the hit, sucking in a harsh breath. The shadows flickered, then disappeared with shrieks of protest. The man's breathing wheezed as Mercy stalked to him, her other dagger in hand. She looked ready to kill.
"You like that, do ya? Try to use your magic now."
The man lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. Except nothing happened. What did you do to me?"
"Not me. A very talented witch with potions. Time to end this."
The man yanked the dagger from his chest as Mercy charged. He met her attacks, blade for blade. I wanted to rush in and help, but the gargoyles joined in the fight and attacked the agents. Many were wounded and needed to get clear. "Raphael, ready for a fight?" Nor asked as he drew a knife from his boot. The only weapons I had were my fists. They'd do just fine. "I'm ready, all right. What say we kill some gargoyles, sir?" Side by side, we strode into the fight and attacked the gargoyles.
Chapter 13. Mercy. Despite being stabbed in the chest and having his powers bound temporarily, the hooded figure fought almost too fast for me to keep up with. His blade slashed at my face, and I barely dodged it by ducking low and kicked at his knees. He didn't let it slow him down. His dagger slashed through my thigh.
"You foul wretch," he seethed as he came at me again. "Why do you fight me?"
"I have plenty of reasons." I bashed him in the face with my fist, but missed the hit to my ribs, and gasped as the air was driven out of my lungs. He hit me again. I spun out of his reach. His slamming me into the warehouse might not have knocked me out for good, but it freaking hurt like a bitch. My magic was wonky as hell right now, too, after the backlash from the shadows. There wasn't even a hint of it inside me anywhere.
"Who are you working for, huh?"
He cackled darkly as his hand lashed out and grabbed mine, holding the dagger.
"Come with me and perhaps you'll get to see for yourself."
Not a chance in hell. I headbutted him, but he twisted my hand, and I dropped the dagger. He threw me to the side, and I rolled right into a pair of legs. A hand appeared in my face, and I took it, knowing full well who it belonged to.
"What did you do?"
Raphael eyed the robed man pushing his way toward us through the chaos. The agents were attacking the gargoyles, but they were hard to take down, and gunfire didn't do shit to them. Too many dead already laid on the ground. Too many that shouldn't have been here in the first place. Their deaths were on me. Gigi gave me a powder to use as a last resort.
"Bound his power?"
For a time.
"How much do we have?"
The man snapped his fingers, and shadows hissed to life around my feet. But they disappeared after a few seconds. Not long at all. Get everyone out of here. Understand? This is not their fight.
"We're not leaving you to face this bastard alone."
You might not have a choice. Go, I shouted, then scooped up a knife. I charged at the man, but he cast me aside like I was nothing but a doll. His foot pressed against my back, not giving me a chance to get up.
Pathetic. That curse has truly done a number on you. Shame, really.
I pushed off the ground, but he slammed me right back down again.
"You're coming with me. I might not have gotten the artifacts, but at least it won't be a total loss."
"I'm not going anywhere with you."
"That sadly is not up to you."
He snapped his fingers and shadows slithered to life again. They crawled up my body like snakes, cinching my wrists together and my legs. I tugged at them, and they gave way, but more replaced them.
"Such a nuisance, white magic."
He grabbed hold of my arm and hauled me to my feet.
"If you insist on struggling, I'll be certain to knock you out for good this time."
I twisted my wrists, and the shadows gave way enough for me to get a hand free. I wound my thumb up under the hood, searching for his eye, and pressed until the tender orb gave way. He flailed, screaming as he knocked me aside. The rest of the shadows broke free, but I was far from out of trouble. I scrambled backward on my elbows. He rushed me, his weathered hand outstretched. A hulking shadow appeared behind him, and he froze.
"You think you can stop me?"
The question left his mouth as he turned. The moment he did, his hands raised ready to attack. Raphael drove a dagger up and under the bastard's ribs. He twisted it. The man shuddered and died. Just like that. Raphael let him fall to the ground, then hurried to me.
"You all right?"
"Freaking fantastic," I mumbled, taking the hand he offered. "He's dead?" Raphael kicked the body, but he didn't get up again.
"He's dead."
We glanced around the lot. 2 of the gargoyles were down, their heads lying nearby. The third was ready to be decapitated by 2 shifters when I yelled for them to stop. "We need answers." Raphael and I ran to the restrained gargoyle. I fumbled in my coat for the truth serum. Once I had it in hand, Raphael and Nor forced the gargoyle's mouth open. He fought them, but I managed to dump the serum down his throat. He swallowed it. They backed off so I could ask my questions. "Look at me," I ordered. The gargoyle glared at me, choking and sputtering. "Who brought you back?" The gargoyle gnashed his fangs, lunging at me. The agents dragged him back. "Who brought you back? Answer me." Lip lifted in answer, he said nothing. "I want a name. Who are you working for? Who were you going to take the artifacts to?" The longer it took him to answer, the more I worried the serum wasn't enough. But then his mouth fell open, and a garbled word came out. "Who is it?"
"Envy,"
the gargoyle shouted. My blood ran cold. Envy. It figured it had to be Envy.
Who the hell is Envy? Nor demanded. Speak, you foul beast.
I was too busy staring at Raphael to tell Nor exactly who Envy was. The gargoyle let out a garbled shriek, attempting to fight the serum.
Look out!
We spun around. The damned hooded figure raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The gargoyle turned to stone and crumbled in the agent's hands, taking any hope of getting more answers from him. The final gasp of breath escaped the man, and then he died. For good this time. Nor went to the body and threw back the hood. A hushed shock fell over us all. The face of the man was scaly in places, like that of a dragon. His brows were lined with small horns that had broken through his skin. And his one good eye, frozen wide open in death, was yellow with a black slit for a pupil.
Dragonborn,
Nor whispered.
He's dragonborn.
That's not possible. Iris reached toward the man, then jumped back as if he was going to return to life again and take her hand off. This must be a trick of some kind.
It's not.
Nor ordered everyone back.
I want this body taken straight to our labs and analyzed. If he isn't really dragonborn, I want to know what he is.
And if he is dragonborn?
Raphael tilted his head, studying the man.
Then it would appear that gargoyles aren't the only race coming back from the dead.
I had to get out of there. Raphael's memories could be triggered at any second by the sight of this dragonborn. He was the first I'd ever seen. But I certainly didn't look like that. There were no scales on my face or arms, no horns on my eyebrows or poking out of my hair. He was full-blooded. Had to be. I took a step back, then another, until I was a good 10 yards away. Palms sweating, I debated my options for fleeing the scene without anyone seeing. 2 agents picked up the artifact the dragonborn had used and carefully folded it, then tucked it in an evidence bag. 4 artifacts were now being held by the feds. Nor might say their vault was secure, but it wasn't. If Cheval wanted the artifacts, she would find a way to get in there and snatch them away. Getting them first was now my next priority. I was about to text Bowen and give him a quick update that I'd be bringing this strange cloak with me when a hand fell on my shoulder. I jumped with a curse. Raphael apologized.
Sorry, thought you heard me.
It's fine. Need something? Nor was right behind him, face pinched in anger.
It would appear the case on the gargoyles is far from closed.
Nor glanced over his shoulder at the dead dragonborn.
I know you've helped us, and I hope you will continue to do so. This Envy character is going to become our next target. We'll start getting as much information on him as possible.
Raphael looked at the ground, not being helpful at all. Should I tell Nor a bit of what I knew to point him in the right direction? This was what I wanted, right? The feds hunting for Envy? They would be able to help dig up more intel on him, possibly find him again. And at the same time, there was a chance they'd get too damn close to those working at shutting Cheval down. Dragonborn. Their view of my race was already poor. What would it be like when they realized this bitch was plotting to start another war? Raphael's words came back to me, accusing me of not doing anything to stop Envy from carrying out these horrific acts of mass murder to charge the ley lines. I sure as hell wasn't going to give Nora any details on that. But I could tell him about Envy. With another hybrid out of the picture, we'd be one step closer to Cheval. Hopefully. I've heard a bit about this Envy, I said, pointedly ignoring Raphael's warning look. He's a hybrid like Liam Manchester. Damn dangerous.
Anything else?
Rumors have been going around that he's tracking down items of power like these artifacts. No idea what for. I lied. If Nora picked up on any of my lies, he didn't call me out. That's all I know, I added.
It's a start. Thank you, Mercy. We might be calling on you again soon enough. Gargoyles and Dragonborn. I never thought I'd see the day.
He growled as he surveyed the scene with so many dead agents. As much as I loathed the feds, no one deserved to die like this. They'd lost a good number of their people in a battle that was only getting started. I nearly told him everything right there, guilt from the dead driving me to confess it all. But I held back at the last second. I'd only be damning myself, the entire operation, as well as everyone involved. Nor shook his head and eventually walked back to the dragonborn body being placed in a body bag and zipped up.
At least now the feds can officially begin hunting for Envy.
Yeah, and stop searching for Todd, I added.
I can't close the case with no body and no proof he's dead.
You have the proof.
Are you trying to get arrested?
I rolled my shoulders as all my aches from this fight made themselves known. No, but it's the truth.
Did you know the Dragonborn were back?
He whispered harshly, looking at the dead agents scattered around the lot. Others moved to cover them with jackets. Raphael's anger pulsed off him with each harsh breath he sucked in. The need to comfort him was strong, but I couldn't let myself get close. Not now. As Nor said, he might not be Dragonborn. Could be a trick, I reminded him.
And if it's not, the feds are going to have a field day. They'll be bringing the Slayers back to the city. If there's one, there's a high chance there are others.
Slayers. A chill shot down my spine. I never saw the Slayers in person, but heard the stories enough growing up. They hunted down the worst of the worst now, but they were originally formed back in the time of the war to kill the Dragonborn. They were the reason my race had gone extinct. Or supposedly gone extinct. They were like me on steroids, damned good at their jobs. If they showed up here, I wouldn't be able to stay in hiding for long. Half-blood or not, they'd find me. Shit. My night just got a hell of a lot more complicated. I'm heading out, I told Raphael suddenly.
Something wrong?
No, but I'm tired. I'm in pain. And I'm about to be extremely cranky if I can't go check on Damian.
We need to talk.
About what? They're gonna need your help with cleaning up this mess. I squeezed his hand as I added, I'm sorry about your dead. I didn't want the fight to end this way.
Not your fault, but I don't want you on your own. The gargoyles were destroyed,
I said harshly. Finished. No one's coming after me. I'm as safe as I'm going to be, and I would like to leave. If you want to talk, you can call me later. I pulled away quickly and started for the end of the lot.
How about you just come over to my place when you can?
He suggested. So we can get in another argument?
We won't. We'll just talk. I want to go over what we have and what I can tell Nor.
That surprised me. I expected the Fed in him would want to come clean with everything he remembered about helping me and the others. All of it connected back to Envy. I'll text you when I'm heading over. He started to say something else, but I didn't want to hear it. I waited until I was several blocks away from the bustling crime scene and so many dead, then pulled out my cell. Bowen answered on the first ring. It's me. We have a problem.
With the artifacts?
No, we have a worse problem. I'll meet you at Shep's in 30.
You all right?
I was about to lie, as had been my habit of late, but couldn't find the strength. No, I'm damned far from all right. See you soon.
How many beers have you had?
Bowen stood in the doorway to Wesley's room in the rear of the wailing siren.
Mercy?
Not enough. I drained the third beer and set the empty bottle on the coffee table.
The gargoyles are dead?
Oh, they're dead all right. Dead and talking about Envy.
What?
He exclaimed, blurring to sit down next to me. Don't worry, it gets better. The robed figure who attacked me and Damian? He's a freaking dragonborn, full-blooded from the look of it. Well, he was. He used magic, so I'm assuming he's a hybrid now, but whatever. Not the point.
Where's the body?
Currently on its way to the Fed building. Bowen hissed.
We can't let them have it.
I started to nod, then stopped. Why not?
Mercy, if they believe the Dragonborn are back, what do you think will happen?
As much as I hate to say it, are you sure we shouldn't bring in more outside help? He gave me a blank look.
Did you hit your head?
I did, but that's not the point. Whoever is still around from the original resistance is spread thin, very thin. No one has eyes on Cheval, For all we know, she's carried out more rituals already.
But she can't complete them if we hold the artifacts.
I understand that, but we can't fight a war on our own. I pushed off the couch and walked around the room, feeling close to the edge of insanity. I bellowed in frustration and kicked the wall. If we came clean, the feds would arrest us for all the crimes we've committed while trying to stop Cheval and her minions. They might listen to us, but we'd all be locked away. That included any dragonborn linked to us simply for being what they were. No one would believe they fought against one of their own. On the off chance they did believe it, we'd be dragging more innocents into a battlefield that we barely had any understanding of. Cheval was too far ahead of us in her plans. I hate this, I muttered bitterly. I hate what I am. Hate that I'm cursed. I hate this Cheval for being alive.
Which is why we're working to stop her. The feds can't know the truth.
And if we fail to stop Cheval on our own?
Then let's hope the feds and the rest of the world can see past their prejudices against Dragonborn and fight the real problem. Until then, it falls to us.
He blurred to stand in front of me.
We need those artifacts and the body.
We can get them. It's just gonna be a long-ass night.
Isn't it always?
He was right, and I hated that too. Breaking into the Fed building wasn't hard, sadly. The body would be slightly difficult to find, but the artifacts wouldn't be. We'd get in, take what we needed, and get the hell out of there. No one would ever know. Is your vault set up for more artifacts? Bowen nodded.
The warding has already been increased. Nothing will be able to sense the magic from the outside.
And you're sure it's safe?
Trust me, nothing is getting inside it. And if it does, there are certain precautions to ensure that something never gets out.
He bared his fangs, a dark look in his eyes. Good. We couldn't make our move until tomorrow night. I needed time to recover anyway. There was no point in going anywhere else, though. Bowen went to man the bar's front door, using the story that he'd picked up a shift, on the off chance someone came snooping. I crashed on Wesley's old couch, kicked up my feet, and shut my eyes. With the gargoyles gone, we could get back to hunting down the rest of the artifacts and figuring out what other hybrids were running around the state. The blood moon was months away, but my gut told me we had no time to waste. We were so behind as it was. How were we ever going to put a stop to this war? I intended to sleep the whole time, but only managed a few hours. When Bowen knocked on the door later, I was busy glaring at the ceiling, making myself more miserable than I was before.
Ready?
Sure. Who wouldn't be ready to break a few more laws? I stood and stretched, reaching for my sword. Only it wasn't there. Damn, I'm gonna need a new blade.
Ask the goblin. I'm sure he has something you can use.
Bowen stopped me from walking out.
This Dragonborn, I'm assuming Raphael saw it?
He did, and before you ask, no, he didn't remember.
Do you think he will?
For his sake, I hope not. With my luck, I knew he would. I left with Bowen, and we stepped into the evening crowd filling the underground. As we walked, I shoved all my feelings for Raphael down as deep as I could. There was no more room in my already crowded mind to add a relationship to it. Whatever I started with him had to be over. I'd go and speak with him one more time, but that was it. We'd have to go our separate ways. Getting the artifacts and the body safely out of the Fed building had taken longer than I anticipated. On our way out, we triggered a magical alarm and had to make a break for it. I knocked out several Feds, but no one was killed. We tucked the body away with Rufus, after he swore that he wouldn't eat it. I also warned him I'd be in contact with a witch he trusted, to verify he didn't. Gigi, of course. This reminded me I hadn't talked to her. I tried calling, but there was no answer. I knew she was in Sector 13 playing the bad witch, but the longer I went without knowing she was okay, the more my imagination ran off. Bowen took the artifacts to place in his vault. We crossed them off the list of the ones that had been found and secured, but there were still so many left. We had 5, which left 20 unprotected and out in the world, 20 more chances for Cheval to order one of her hybrids to kill more innocents and charge the ley lines. The whole way out of the underground to the hospital so I could check on Damian, I argued quietly with myself over making the choice to keep everyone in the dark. If the rest of the world learned Dragonborn were alive and walking amongst them, panic would arise. It would tear cities apart. We'd start the war Cheval wanted out of sheer paranoia. I might not agree with him, but Bowen was right. For now, we had to keep our plans quiet. I'd just reached the hospital floor where Damian was when a gruff voice caught my attention. Damian's door was open, and a large shadow stretched out into the hallway. It wasn't Raphael, but the voice was familiar and demonic. Curious as to who was visiting him, I sidled quietly down the hall.
Nice to see your wounds are healing.
Nor? What was he doing here?
Could be worse. Could be dead. You won't die that easily. Don't you know it? The gargoyles are gone,
Nor told him. I stood in the hallway, struggling to stop myself from charging in there and confronting them both. Nor continued.
Envy sent them. I thought you'd want to know. Damn that mage. One of these days I'm going to tear him to shreds. One day, my friend.
Nor said,
I can't stay long, but I needed to deliver a message.
I wanted for him to say the message, but there was the sound of an envelope being torn open. Figures.
Take care of yourself. We still need you.
Nor added,
Sadly.
Nor chuckled, and then his shadow shifted toward the door. I hurried back down the hall and slipped into an empty room. As he walked past, I peered out through the crack in the door. He was in street clothes. He clearly didn't want anyone to know he was here. Why? And how did he know Damian? I marched out of my hiding place with the intention of demanding an answer from Damian, until I saw him in that bed. His bruising had gotten worse, though it was healing. His eyes were closed, and his face drawn. He looked terrible. Calling him out for knowing Nora would only add to his stress.
I can feel your glare, he whispered without opening his eyes. You going to stand there all night, or come and keep me company?
I walked into the room, dragged a chair over to his bedside, and sat. You look like shit.
Thanks, Buttercup,
he replied with a smirk.
You don't look too good yourself.
Fighting gargoyles and a dragonborn will do that to you, I whispered the last. He sat up abruptly, wincing. Easy, he's dead. And we have the body and the artifacts.
Please tell me you got in and out without anyone seeing you.
I had my face covered, and Bowen was with me. We're fine. No one will know it was me.
Good.
I waited for him to say more, like who the message was from, but he kept quiet. The feds are going to open a case on envy now.
Then perhaps they'll find him for us and stop him. Give us more time to focus on the ley lines.
I rested back in the chair. You have new information on them?
Possibly. Once I get out of here, I'll be taking a trip.
And I'm going with you.
No, you're going to stay here and keep doing what you're doing with Bowen and Rufus. And don't argue with a man in a hospital bed, he added. It's rude.
So glad everyone's deciding to take off and leave me behind to wonder about them. He frowned.
Who else is gone?
Gigi said she picked up on something involving the Reapers. Damian hung his head with a curse.
Tell me she didn't do what I think she did.
Go join a dark witch coven to get answers? Yeah, she did that, and I haven't heard from her since. It had barely been 2 days, but Gigi should have texted me by now. Just tell me where you're going is safer.
You want me to lie or tell the truth?
You were nearly killed by gargoyles, and now you're going to what, go off into enemy territory? He didn't respond. I dug my nails into the arms of the chair. Guess I'll bite my tongue and not lecture you as you would do to me.
I'm the adult here.
I've been an adult for a very long time. He reached for my hand. I let him take it.
I won't be gone long, but we need this information if we have a chance of stopping Cheval. I'll be back before you know it.
If you're not, I'm coming after you. I'm not about to lose everyone.
What about Raphael?
Don't.
You're going to need someone like him.
I survived without him before. I'll do it again.
Mercy,
he started, but I yanked my hand free. I'm gonna get some coffee. Be back in a few minutes. Out in the hall, I pressed my back to the wall and hung my head. Leave it to a demon to mess me up this badly. One more time. I'd see him one more time, then throw myself full-heartedly into stopping Cheval. There'd be no need to see him again. Yeah, as if even I believed that. Chapter 14. Raphael.
Mercy texted a few hours ago saying she'd be swinging by this evening to get her stuff and talk about what the feds knew about what I had learned. The old Raphael would have told them everything and be done with it, so there would be no more secrets. But whatever I wasn't remembering nagged at me. I was pretty sure Mercy wasn't only protecting herself, but also other people. I busied myself gathering up her belongings and set them by the front door. Nor had given those of us who had been at the lot a couple of days off to recuperate and get over how many agents we'd lost. 12. We lost 12 agents to that Dragonborn and his gargoyles. Envy might have sent the beasts after our men, but it was the dragon who slaughtered our own without a care in the world for their lives. Murderous, damned race. I wanted Nor to call in the slayers and be done with it. Find any left alive and kill them. Our agents' deaths needed to be avenged. How had this one been alive without anyone knowing? When I mentioned the slayers being called in, a change came over Mercy like she'd been kicked in the stomach. Why would she worry about the slayers? Unless she worried about them stomping around her territory and messing up the underground. They'd tear it apart if they believed there were any dragons hiding down in the darkness. After I spoke with her tonight, I'd have a clear idea of where to start searching for Envy. That had to be my focus. I'd let Nor decide what to do about the Dragonborn. If they were back, there'd be an all-out manhunt to find out how many were left and bring them in. I had been reaching into the fridge for a bottle of water when I froze. A war. Damian mentioned a war. I shut the fridge slowly as I looked absently around my apartment. Was it another war with the dragons he spoke about? Did he know how many more were out there? My cell rang shrilly, interrupting my disturbing thoughts. Raphael.
Sir, we have a situation.
What's wrong?
There's been a break-in.
What? I was reaching for my coat as I asked if anyone was killed.
No, a few injuries, but no one was killed, thankfully.
What was taken? The agent sucked in a harsh breath, then muttered.
The 4 artifacts and the Dragonborn body.
They stole that? I raged.
Yes, sir, and the artifacts.
They? How many is they?
2 from what we could tell.
Did the security cameras pick up anything? He said they picked up the 2 figures escaping, one carrying the body and the other the bag with the artifacts. But it was hard to make out anything useful. I told them to send me the feed, then hung up. It had to be another Dragonborn, or more of Envy's hybrids. I booted up my laptop and set it on the kitchen counter. Mercy would be here any minute. With any luck, she might be able to identify the 2 figures in the security feed. I logged into my secure email and waited for the feed to come through. When it did, I clicked play and hit full screen. There was no sound, but the 2 figures came into view just as the agent described. I played it over several times, but their faces remained covered. There was no way to ID them that way. I frowned and squinted at the frozen image on the screen. I played it back again, concentrating on the second person's hip. As soon as I saw it, I cursed and staggered away from the counter. Mercy. What the hell was she thinking? Why would she steal the artifacts and the body? Dizziness came over me and I cursed, reaching out to catch myself as the room spun. Pain throbbed behind my eyes, and I was lost in a whirlwind of memories. Vaguely I heard a knocking and someone yelling my name, but was too lost in my own head to reply. Images of Bowen and Rufus, of Mercy and me making plans, of talking about the blood moon. All these memories rushed back. The name Cheval crashed over me like a tidal wave. There was a sharp crack nearby, then hands holding me, but my eyes refused to focus. I was with Mercy on a couch, and then we were fighting Envy. My rage burst through me as I remembered what I had to do to save Mercy and the rest of the innocents from that evil mage. Then my mind soared all the way back to the beginning, to the moment Mercy brought me to her place.
Raphael, can you hear me?
She called out now, but I couldn't answer. In the memory, she stood before me. There was something she had to tell me, something bad from the look in her eyes, another lie she had to correct. Her lips moved, and the words came out one after the other. I couldn't have heard her right, but the memory replayed itself, and I went completely still as my vision refocused. Mercy gripped my shoulders hard, her brow furrowed with concern.
Raphael?
The rage I thought had been all in my head had me snarling like a beast and shoving her away from me. The gun holstered at my side was in my hand a second later, aimed at Mercy.
What the hell are you doing?
She shouted, coming toward me. Don't you move. I lifted my lip in disgust as the truth was finally revealed. Don't you dare move, Dragonborn. She was just like the bastard we fought, just like him. Her eyes widened.
You remember?
Everything. I remember everything. I narrowed my eyes at her, as I recalled she was not the only Dragonborn involved with this Cheval. That this she that they were all so worried about was one of those Dragonborn herself, that she was getting ready to start another war, a war involving artifacts. You lied to me.
To be fair, I told you what I am.
I wasn't exactly myself now, was I? She made a move to come toward me. I shook my head and raised the gun higher, aiming right between her eyes. A voice inside my head screamed at me to put the gun down, but my rage was too strong. Demon rage. All this time she played me, used me to get information, to get a lead on what the feds were up to. I let her trick me.
Raphael, put the gun down and we can talk about this.
I'm done talking. You're going to tell me what you're doing with those artifacts and why you stole the Dragonborn's body. I waited for her to lie, but when she started speaking, there was nothing but truth in her eyes. Either she was doing a damn good job at hiding her tells, or she was truthful.
I stole the artifacts to keep them safe.
We could have done that.
If you truly remember everything, then you'll know you can't. We took the body to stop mass panic from breaking out.
If the Dragonborn are indeed here, the people need to know.
Do they? So they can all overreact, like you are?
She yelled.
Look at you. I've saved your ass how many times, and you're pointing a gun at me. What the hell is wrong with you?
How do I know you aren't working for her? Her jaw dropped, and her eyes glowed white.
How dare you ask me that?
How can I not? You've committed countless crimes. For all I know, everything you showed me is a setup, some elaborate plan to help Cheval, not stop her.
And those innocents I nearly died saving? Envy attacking me?
A way to lure me in.
You're a dumbass, you know that?
She turned her back to me and headed for the door. I said don't move.
You're not going to arrest me because you know damned well what I'm doing, and why I'm doing it. You know why I couldn't tell you who I am.
Dragonborn. She was part Dragonborn. How had I not seen it? The Fed in me knew I should drag her downtown to the Fed building and let Nord deal with her. But every instinct screamed I couldn't do that. I didn't lower the gun. I stood there in silence as she picked up her bags and reached for the door. Mercy, I can't let you walk out that door.
Then shoot me and be done with it.
What?
I said shoot me. You're so full of hate for a race that's been turned into something evil. For the record, we're not. My parents were killed for standing up to Cheval, for trying to put a stop to her madness. I'm doing the same. You want to shoot me and put her one step closer to winning? You want to put hundreds of Dragonborn's lives at risk for your ignorance? Then do it. I don't have all night.
On the trigger, my finger itched. It's your fault.
What is?
All those agents. They're dead because of you kept your secrets. Their dead bodies appeared before my eyes again. 12 agents dead. 12 families who would be mourning a loss that hadn't had to happen. It's all because of you. She clenched her jaw in anger, and I waited for her to attack me, but she didn't.
Then what are you waiting for? You hate me that much? Blame me for something not in my control? Then kill me and save the enemy the trouble. I'm tired of fighting anyway.
I sucked in a deep breath, then let it out. All I had to do was squeeze. Those cold blue eyes were filled with nothing but lies. Just squeeze, and this threat would be over. But I growled furiously and lowered the gun. Get out.
Raphael, if you tell anyone about us, you're condemning the rest of my race to death.
Maybe they should be, I shouted. I said get out. My chest ached like I was stabbed in the heart as Mercy's glare gave way to a look of hurt, then slipped right back into anger.
Fine. If you want me to go, I'll go. But if you come after us, if you get in my way, I will take you out.
She left, slamming the door behind her. I stormed over to verify she was gone, then locked it. Holstering my gun, I rested my hands against it, then bellowed, banging my fists against the metal door. Mercy Temple, the bounty hunter I got myself wrapped up with, was dragonborn. A race that should have been extinct. Her lies about Todd's death I could deal with. I'd even been willing to overlook her breaking Rufus out of prison. But this, she'd lied right to my face about what she was. That the blood of such a treacherous race ran through her veins. What else had she neglected to tell me? She was right, though. I knew all their plans. I knew everything they knew about Shuval and the ley lines, about the sacrifices and the hybrids. The question now was, what did I do with it all? Did I turn them all over and let the feds take the case? Risk their lives? Risk Mercy? Or did I keep their secret and go on as if nothing had changed, when, in fact, every single thing about the last few months had done just that? I scooped up my keys and my coat, then left my apartment, heading for the Fed building.
End of Book 4. This has been Secrets of Mercy, Mercy Temple Chronicles, Book 4. Written by Ciara Graves. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2017 to 2021 by Ciara Graves. Production copyright by Ciara Graves.